everybody, and welcome to the best in guild, Talandre NA West. It is time. We are finally here and ready to go with this one right now.
It's the other two guilds, besides the other two regions.
At the moment, Little Fade GG, want to introduce yourself for a second? I think he's muted. Is he, yeah, okay, well, apparently he is just talking to himself. That is fine. Either way, I am Blue Squadron. We're off to a great start. I don't know. He just like muted in Discord and was like, okay, here we go. I am Blue Squadron, your host for this absolute cinema of an event going on right now. You are muted, Chief. No one can hear you. Yeah, okay, yeah, no one can hear you. That's fine. I literally had him like 2 seconds ago. He was able to be heard in the production, but it is what it is. Guys, the first ever tournament for NA West is here. And I thought it privy to bring an NA West caster onto the desk with me today. He's just talking to himself. Yo, I don't know what's going on.
The only one.
I have no idea.
Take note.
He's not saying anything in Discord. He's
the...
not muted, but okay. Apparently he is just doing his thing. He's doing his thing. That's fine. We have a lot of great, pre-recorded. We have a lot of great matches for you guys ready today. Okay, all right. So let's take a look at the first matchup for today. We'll move over to the first guild breakdown screen for the very first match of NA
it is going
West.
To be full contact
this is
versus
full contact versus Mystic. I have already seen Mystic in the chat ready to go, cheering on their guilds for this one. So full contact from the Invoker server, allied alongside Nazgul. Holy crap. The voice is in my head. Brother, what is Little Fetty? I have no idea. Holy crap. And Obsidian. They are second place on the server. And they believe that they have only won 2 sieges. I'll be honest. They said they've kind of lost track at this point. They said they're the rank 1 Among Us guild. On maintenance night, which is pretty funny because honestly, all guilds do something different on maintenance night every time the game goes down for maintenance, which can be a little bit longer than we anticipated. That's okay. They play Among Us all the time. And we look across to their opponents. Certainly an uphill battle for full contact, I believe, is Mystic, Bloodline, and Midlife Society. They believe that Mystic is ranked 2 in their alliance, guys. That's what that means there when you see the parentheses. Full Contact believes that they are 3rd in their alliance on this one. You guys,
anything muted at the moment? Nothing is muted at the moment.
Can you hear me, buddy?
Yes, I can hear you. Yep.
Is he?
I can hear you.
Is he talking? He says,
I can hear you loud and clear, Blue.
He's saying, he's talking for the fast? I don't know. I am talking. He is talking. Okay, so I can't hear him. So maybe it's Discord. I bet it's just Discord hard lagging. I'll call him back. Either way, Mystic is rank 2 in the Alliance. That is okay. I will just come out of call. I will relaunch Discord for him. See what happens. I recommend that he relaunch Discord as well. To get back into voice with me, that's okay. Either way, Mystic believes that they are ranked 2 on their server. They have won literally every siege that has happened in Throne and Liberty, save 2, which is extremely impressive overall for a guild. They predict that they're going to be top 10 in this tournament. And then they said Banana Corp in the chat PvP zone of the forum. They said it. They said Banana Corp is a certain type of yard tool. And I'll let you use your imagination as to what I believe they're asking for. I personally think it's a shovel so that they can dig their own grave. Am I right? It is what it is. And Mystic also believes that they are the rank 1 ERP guild in NA West, which is interesting for Throne and Liberty. I'll try to get back in call with Little Fatty GG here again. Fatty, can you hear me? Is he talking at all? I think that Discord might be failing. He is not. Okay, well, it is what it is. You know, like sometimes you get to co-cast with people, and other times you just don't get to co-cast with people. On the bright side, we can look at his beautiful face, chat. Let's look at little Fatty's beautiful face here. There he is, looking through. Look, he's totally fine right now. He's trying to figure out. The funny thing is, everything.
Okay, there we go.
Darren, okay, I heard him. Did you guys hear him? I've got audio. I repeat, I have audio.
Here we go. We have audio. We're all good. Chat. Are we clear? Are we loud and clear?
Okay, first try. Bro, what did you hit?
There we
okay,
go.
I have to ask. Okay, just lift the veil for a second. What did you do? Because, like, literally, I could hear you. Everything was fine. We had everything set up. And then I go 10, 9, 8. I'm giving the countdown. I hit go. And then what did you hit?
My hands were off the keyboard. My hands were off the mouse. I made sure not to touch anything but the water bottle. But for some reason, nobody could hear me. But again, everybody, my name is Little Fatty. You can call me LF. So it feels a little bit less awkward. I know a lot of people feel bad when they call me Fatty. LF is fine. Anything that you want to call me, all good. But glad we could actually resolve that one, Blue. That was anyway.
You scared me.
That little mishap. That little mishap does add character to the stream. We'll say that.
It does. A little bit of character.
Yep.
Now, you heard about our first matchup, I would assume, for the day. Full Contact versus Mystic. Little Fatty, I am not currently playing on NAS. I have a level 50 character, but you're familiar with these guilds. Can you give us a little bit of backstory on these guilds? Who do you think is favored in this match?
Very much so. So in this case, already from a standing perspective, Mystic is already above Full Contact. But I'm not sure what Full Contact is going to be bringing to the table here. If we look at their comps currently, you look at Full Contact. We're looking at some crossbow here. So 6 crossbows on the side of Full Contact. That means that at the very least, they're most likely going to be planning on kind of like the ganking strat, right? So it's a very unfamiliar approach from Full Contact. I'm not quite sure how many Cordies they have. I know for a fact that Mystic has at least 2 Cordy crossbows, so they're going to be bringing that into the table. In terms of favor for this matchup, Mystic for sure, but in terms of possible surprises, Full Contact is definitely still up there.
Yeah, okay, all right, so that's good to know, though. So, okay, you think Mystic by far the overdog here, and would you agree with their assessment that they're the rank 1 ERP guild in NA West? We know that you're an expert on this matter.
When it comes to ERP, and when regular RP, possibly. ERP, there's a lot of competition in NA West. If anything, there's probably more ERP guilds in NA West than PvP guilds. So that's a bit, it's easier for you to claim that you're the number 1 PvP guild. Top ERP guild, though, highly unlikely.
Yeah, no, okay, all right, okay. Let's talk about a couple of the other matchups for the day, because we have some time before the first matchup starts for the day. Let's take a look at the second match over here. Banana Corp versus Nazgul. Now, my initial... so I've gotten the impression that Banana Corp's actually a pretty strong guild. Hailing from Oblivion, they would think that they're rank 2 in their alliance, rank 1 on the server with 4 siege wins, and their prediction for the whole tournament is actually 8th, which is pretty crazy if you want to introduce Nazgul for us.
Yeah. So Nazgul, to preface Nazgul, they were actually a holder of a Talandre boonstone in one of the most active servers in NA West currently, which was Invoker. They did lose it recently, but that kind of tells you at the very least that they have some level of competence to be able to claim something. There's not a lot of servers in NA West. There's about three of them left. Invoker being the most populated out of all of them, and in that case, if you look at their alliance alone, there's a lot you can tell about a guild depending on the alliance that they're in. Holy Crepe, for example, is one of really the more competent guilds in NA West, and especially in Invoker. They're also going to be in one of our matches tonight. If you look at on the side of Banana Corp, right, you can see in guilds like Initial, Grin 2, Naisu. One thing that you need to know about these guilds that are in this alliance, specifically Grin 2, is that they will not take anybody who is incompetent. And so there is going to be a bit of doubt on the side of Nazgul, but again, these are 2 guilds from 2 different servers. Nazgul has had results. And we'll see. We absolutely will see if Nazgul can pull it off, and then Banana Corp, if they can retain their ranking of themselves, and then, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, so some of chat definitely is disagreeing with your assessment there. And yes, chat, I am fully aware that some of the alliances have already shifted. Let's be honest. Alliances and Throne and Liberty shift daily sometimes, and a lot of guilds reshuffle to try to get involved with the tournament. So we do know, I do know that, you know, some of the alliances aren't necessarily going to be up to date via what they signed up with on the forum or what they updated us with as we got closer to the tournament. But the important thing is we get a general idea for how strong these guilds actually are here. I'm sticking with my boys in Banana Core on this one. I think that chat thinks it's going to be Nazgul all the way, but I'm going to stick with the boys over Banana Core. We'll see what happens with this one. Let's take a look at our third match for the day, which is Darkness versus ALAB. I'll introduce ALAB because they had an interesting chat PvP around there. They hail from Moonstone. They think they're the rank 1 guild in their alliance. They think they're number 2 on their server. They said they've won every single siege but 3 of them, which is extremely impressive at the end of the day to win. I believe we have 12 sieges to date. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that. But that means they've won at least 8 of those sieges, somewhere in there. And then their prediction was mid-tier for the tournament. And then they said, it's all about you schnoogums, which I now understand is the reason for their guild name in the first place. If you want to introduce Darkness.
Yeah, Darkness here, definitely. Darkness actually is one of the higher ranking guilds in Moonstone. So a bit of a correction there for ALAB. First of all, is ALAB is actually from Oblivion. They're doing a bit of trolling by saying they're from Moonstone. But Darkness here, speaking more on Darkness, Darkness was one of the more higher ranking activity guilds in Moonstone, which kind of like makes you think that they are like at the top of the top. But the problem with Darkness at the moment is in the Riftstones and Boonstones that I've seen them fight is that they tend to struggle a little bit on the number side. In terms of competence, I am willing to kind of see it in an even fight here with a 48v48 versus ALAB. Although Darkness at the moment, they've had a lot of Boonstone Riftstone practices with guilds like Midlife in Moonstone that are actually competent guilds despite being smaller guilds. So despite being higher in activity, Darkness here might have to actually prove once and for all if the times that they've lost is due to numbers, or is it actually because just actually due to numbers, or maybe they are more competent than people have been giving them credit for. We're about to see.
Yeah, right on. Well, I mean, we'll see. Honestly, these matches seem like they're going to actually be pretty close, or maybe you're just like overselling it for me. We'll see here. And now on to our biggest controversial match of the day, which is actually Warband versus Holy Crepe. Warband from the Oblivion server. They believe they're rank 2 in their alliance with Zibabia and Last Ronins, which I believe folded just before the tournament. F's in chat for that. They think that they're rank 3 on their server. No surprise there. If you don't have a 4th guild, it's very difficult to be competitive. So I wouldn't take that number into too much account there. They've only won 2 sieges, and their goal is to try to get through the second round, which should be easy since it's a double elimination tournament. But I'll let you introduce Holy Crepe.
Yep, so Holy Crepe, this is the one where I told people earlier that out of all the matches out here, one of them is going to be more intense than the rest. And this is because of the existing rivalry between Holy Crepe and Warband. If people know Warband, they probably know Crotha. If people call on or look at Holy Crepe, they probably know Manshun. In terms of alliance strength on the server, in Invoker 3rd with Holy Crepe, Nazgul, Full Contact, Obsidian, that does kind of seem accurate, right? If they're confident in that, I will not doubt them on that, absolutely. Currently, the Boba Tea Alliance and the Pineapple Alliance currently hold kind of like back and forth the number 1 and number 2, but number 3 definitely is up for grabs, and Holy Crepe's Alliance might very well be the ones that take the throne for number 3.
Yeah, I mean, they had that chat PvP at the bottom there. I assume that Crepe is the GM of Warband, and they said, do they think he's going to go anywhere other than last in this tournament? He fell off harder than he did in New World, which is chat PvP that is well within bounds. And it's funny because they're fighting in the very first match of the tournament, and it was just by happenstance. So I'll be honest with you, you run your mouth like that, you better win. That's all I'm gonna say on that one. I hope that is going to be an absolute hype fiesta of a match. It does look like our first match for the day is ready to go, so we'll flip it back over to Full Contact versus Mystic here. If we look back at this, so very quickly, LF, would you give me your prediction? You think that it's going to be Mystic? I'm going to go Full Contact the other way. chat. Make sure that you get your predictions in for the first match of today. Full Contact versus Mystic. I think that this one actually could be. Do you think this is like David versus Goliath? Is it like a canyon level gap? What do you think about this?
This is absolutely a David, kind of like David versus Goliath scenario, but I'll be completely honest with you. It is going to be a lot harder to kind of like a bit of an insurmountable Goliath at this rate, right? Like you're gonna need more than just like a slingshot. You're probably gonna need like a bazooka at this point to take down this Goliath. But again, Full Contact coming in with a very non-meta composition here, so I'm not sure what they have planned exactly, but on the side of Mystic always coming prepared with the double Cordy comp, and we'll have to see how they play it out. It's going to depend on how Full Contact shuts down the top performers on Mystic side.
Yeah, absolutely. As we look over toward our versus screen for the first match of the day, let's talk about pick ban very quickly. For those of you that don't know, the format of the tournament is best of one in the first round here, which means that guilds have a coin toss. When they come into voice, they're pulled into voice. There's a coin toss. Whichever guild wins the coin toss gets to choose pick or ban. If they choose to ban, they ban 4 maps of the various Riftstone maps that you can choose from, and the other guild gets to choose the map. In this case, it looks like Full Contact won the coin toss. They chose to pick Mystic banned. They chose to ban Talus, Malakar, Kamazan, and Chernobog. The choice from Mystic was Azrael. So we're going to start off with a T1 Riftstone to start off the day today. What do you think about Azrael as a Riftstone, LF?
All right, Azrael. Speaking of Azrael, I can kind of see why Mystic would pick it, because the pathways essentially leading to the take zone of the Azrael Riftstone is essentially choke points. They're just choke points, whether it's like from portal number 3 heading down, or whether you're headed from like portal number 1 or 2 headed into the take zone of the Rift, or the Rift space in general. There are choke points in all of those sides. And if I was Mystic, I have a double Cordy comp. I have 2 separate parties for those comps. I will guard every single choke point and make sure that everybody who tries to kind of funnel through there gets punished immediately.
Right on. As we are go, ready, checks, ready. It looks like everybody is in the lobby. Match is beginning in 3 seconds. Our very first match of the day for NA West, their first tournament that NA West has ever seen for Throne and Liberty. As we get right into this one, it looks like the guilds have not quite reached the Riftstone yet. On this one, LF, I'm curious, who is going to try to posture on the Riftstone first? Azrael's a very dynamic Riftstone. You can see there's various entry points here. You can come through this choke point here on the other side of the courtyard. There's yet another choke point that you can come through, or you can try to approach from the stairs over here as well. So a lot of wide open space, a lot of opportunities for 3-pronged, 2-pronged, 4-pronged attacks. You can also abuse this high ground on this top side here. You can actually fly down from up above and try to get up on that high ground. It does look like that Mystic is spawning in. Go ahead.
Yeah, Blue, real quick. We might be talking about the plans that they could possibly go into right now, but if you head over to portal number 3, you will see that these guys did not even reach the Rift Zone, and they're already just fully action-packed right now. Now, with a bird's eye view, we can see right off the bat, these guys have not even left the Portal 3 zone right now. They are fully engaging each other, and it seems to be a very, very close match. Although on the side closest to the Rift Zone, it looks like Mystic right now kind of controlling the tempo of this match. And as we can see, there are a lot of respawners coming in from 3 side, from portal number 3 on the side of Full Contact. That means that they are losing more members. That means that those members that are coming back are essentially just people who died like 5 seconds ago. But right now, Full Contact not giving up, continuously pushing into.
For now, it does look like Mystic is getting the upper hand of this skirmish. And I'll be honest with you, I was a fool thinking that the NA West guilds would not be chomping at the bit to go in on each other here. It turns out both guilds spawned on the exact same portal and are now in an all-out bare-knuckle brawl at the top here. No one's even looking at the Riftstone. Please bear in mind, chat, that there's 2 minutes and 50 seconds. You could see on the right side of your screen over there. There's 2 minutes and 50 seconds before the match actually begins. on this. So this is really just like a prep time for the guilds to kind of get into position. It actually looks like full contact is starting to overwhelm. Interestingly enough, there is a rule of the tournament, LF, that says you can only have 2 Cordy crossbows with your guild at any one time. Mystic has both Cordy crossbows. We know that what those players are. It's Potty and Punched are both their Cordy crossbows, and Full Contact said that they didn't need any Cordies. So we'll see here. I'll be honest with you, Full Contact actually making this look pretty close on this one. Mystic definitely winning the open scale skirmish, but you see these frontliners on the left side of the fight over here are definitely basically unkillable monsters. The tanks for Full Contact doing a crazy amount of work, but the back line for Full Contact really struggling as they get picked off by those flankers.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see on the side of Full Contact, they have no worries about invading the space that Mystic is trying to take here. Space be damned, they will just push in. The problem, though, is now that their backline has almost near zero support. That means that if Mystic sees this as an opportunity, they will be able to free hit the backline, kill the squishies, and then for the most part here, like without Blood Devo, unfortunately, in the current meta that we are in, they will not last very long. And we can see, we can see right off the bat, Blue as well. On the outside of the Rift Take Zone, technically, is Full Contact. They are getting prevented from going in. This is like one of the tactics that they essentially will try to employ here. If you have the ground on the inside where the Rift side is, right, is that you have your tanks push out while your DPS are free ranging from the inside. You get the credit that's about to come up here in the next 50 seconds, and at the same time you're also outputting DPS, fully maximizing the potential of your comp while fully preventing the other team from coming in. And right now they're feeling themselves a little bit here, pushing forward, trying to wipe them right before the match officially starts in terms of the Rift Take here in 30 seconds. We're gonna find out if they will succeed, if this was a bad move.
Yeah, although Well, if I may, just for a second, we have 30 seconds before the match actually happens, and it does look like that Mystic is in a better position to secure the stone itself. On the right side of your screen there, you see the big blue oval right there. If you don't know how this works, that is going to open up, which means the leaders of both guilds are going to have to get into position to interact with that. You see Dulpic right here getting ready to interact with it right now. I'll go ahead and lock onto him. We'll follow him around on this one as they get ready to interact with it. There, down goes the portal. There's the interactions coming through. Decoy looking for something right there for Full Contact. Not able to make it work there, but Mystic honestly really struggling to try to get in on this one and prevent Full Contact from getting closer to the Riftstone here. Full Contact a lot closer in strength than I think a lot of people realize. You can see they're keeping consistently 35 people on the point at all points in time. This is actually a very close match, despite the fact that Mystic has 2 Cordy crossbows in their back pocket. Let's talk about spawns here for a second, because LF, I actually think that spawns 1 and 2, which are just off the screen, if you want to run over there for us and show us the run distance, I can bring that up on the screen here. But I think that spawns 1 and 2 are actually just objectively better. If you would tell us which guilds are spawning from which portals here, I think spawn point 3 is just a little bit further away, and I think that tempo is really going to matter here.
Absolutely, and right now we can see on screen here that Full Contact choosing the route of Portal 1 and 2 effectively so, because the thing is, you can be invulnerable as long as you don't cast any skills by the time you get to the stairs, and as long as nobody's actually blockading you there, you will have an opportunity to get into the rift and try to go for the take. And at the very beginning, we saw that Full Contact was kind of like inching in. We saw that Mystic was kind of making the mistake of clumping by the rift, but the problem is, even though Mystic clumped towards the rift, we have to remember, Full Contact does not have any Cordy crossbows to capitalize on that. Unfortunately, on the side of Full Contact, though, they are going to have to get inside the rift themselves if they want to be able to take this match away from Mystic. But with that said, if they are in there, they're susceptible to getting pulled. And
yeah, so
in terms of like,
Interestingly enough, real quick, LF, right now it does look like that the Azrael Riftstone is taken by Mystic for the first time in this match at the 18-minute mark. That did not take them very long, under 2 minutes to cap the first stone here. It does look like Full Contact is really struggling to kind of get on their feet, get their bearings now. They were good. They were head to head just a moment ago, and you can see them. They finally regrouped and they're pushing in again. You see the concave on the backside for the yellow health bars that you see there. The backline firing, desperately trying to do any amount of damage to Mystic's frontline, but the problem is it's taking them too long. And then the Mystic flankers are in position. They're nestled into this corner right over here, unknown, in a great spot back here. You can see that these ranged casters for Mystic actually doing a lot of work. He's actually waiting for his cooldowns right now as he runs forward. He's looking for which target he needs to actually lock onto here. And again, LF just looking for their way to try, or Full Contact rather, looking for a way to try to get their point, try to get their boots on the point here. Decoy going for yet another cap on the Riftstone, and see if he gets interrupted here. A CC will interrupt that cap, but it is not going to be interrupted, interestingly enough. And he does get that off for his guild, which is a big deal for Full Contact there. And now Mystic is going to have to fight them tooth and nail. Please bear in mind, chat, that although Mystic got it pretty quickly at the start, that is a strategy that a lot of guilds actually do. They intentionally hand it away early, and then when they know that the match is close, they try to make it as close as possible and slowly snowball that percentage. So it's possible they're trying to do that here, but I'll be honest with you, Mystic doing a great job of wiping Full Contact off the point consistently here, LF.
Yeah, one thing to note about Azrael as well, if you look towards the northern side of the rift here, towards Portal 3, you'll see this little crevice that's kind of like out of a little bit devious this place is. Once people get hooked over to this, there's no way up from here. You're gonna have to go all the way around, kind of like how Roselle is right now on the screen here. And it is actually a much about twice as long of a run back as it will be versus spawning on Portal 1 and 2. So effectively, it is a lot more worth it to bring people over to that side, toss them over to that side, collision them over to that side, and that is essentially the equivalent of a death, if not better, in certain circumstances.
Yeah, it does look like, again, Mystic was able to shut the door on Full Contact, their attempt on the point. So Decoy's going to have to get in. You can see Decoy really close to the objective here, waiting for his opportunity to get in here. Hovering around the point, he needs them to use their CC so that he can try to go interact with the point. Oh my goodness, big push from Mystic right there off the stone. That's actually really risky because Decoy can just turn around and try to interact with the stone right now. And interestingly enough, Full Contact's tanks are actually on the backline of Mystic, impeding their ability to really get anything done, but no one from Full Contact actually goes to interact with the point. Mystic making a solid wall. You can see the kill feed on the right side of your screen here, LF, is actually pretty Mystic favored on this one. I'm actually curious if any of them are spawning. No, none of them seem to be spawning at the higher spawn point. That is a really good thing.
Absolutely, and you can see on Portal 3 right there, for a while now, if you've been watching the minimap, ladies and gentlemen, you can actually see that Full Contact has been spawning there. They have also been spawn capping a bit of the Mystic crew that's spawning over there, and so Mystic right now opting most likely to go the way of Portal 1 and 2 here, after most like the only reason that people do spawn at Portal 3 is because they are being spawn capped on either Portal 1 or Portal 2, and is becoming a little less convenient to be coming from those sides of the portal, and that's usually when you come from Portal 3. So with that in mind, it was most likely they were already getting camped there, and then the crossbow users of Full Contact probably thinking that they're going to spawn on Portal 3, goes to gank them over there, and that's kind of like why you see the kind of even numbers a little bit on the side on both sides here on the rift, is because of the kill squads that are making that happen. The problem is though, the main ball of Mystic in this regard has been solid. They have been clumped this whole time as much as possible, where usually you would think in your head that's a very bad idea. But number one, they're rotating their defensive cooldowns correctly, probably calling it out in micros. One Devo after another, tanks Q blocking on time to mitigate a ton of damage that is going their way despite being balled up as much as they are. And that's why you're seeing such a disparity when it comes to the taking here of this rift. And even though Decoy was able to take part of the rift earlier, it doesn't even matter because then Mystic can just stay there the whole time, unfazed, unbothered, and despite the attempts of kill squads of full contact stopping as many people as they can from coming back to the rift, they just cannot win it over Mystic.
Yeah, Decoy actually keeps trying to interact with the point. He's got it at 50% right now. Gets CC'd off again right now. There is, and I agree with chat's assessment here. There's actually a lot more ranged players than I thought. I thought, again, a lot of the people on NA East and EU think that this is a very tank-heavy meta. People are worried that tanks and healers together are just going to be a little bit too strong, but it looks like NA West might have a bit of a different grasp on their own meta as the different metas evolve in the various regions. Lumi there just turned into an orange. There ain't no way that this guy is turning into an orange in the middle of the match. The BM coming down from that ERP Mystic Guild. Unbelievable. Holy moly, you just love to see it.
Blue, if you look at my screen at the moment, I'm focused on a character called Zetakira. This guy, even though he just died here, he has been doing this over and over and over again, and he has been getting away with it for long periods of time where he's just high grounding. And kind of like the secret to high ground this area, essentially, unless somebody or another ranged character is hitting you, is that tanks cannot pull you down if there is even a little bit of kind of like a obstacle there to stop you from getting pulled down. So he's been abusing that as much as he can. And speaking of Lumi, I kind of understand now why Mystic says that they are the 1 ERP guild. I am sorry for my for the travesty that I kind of like displayed earlier.
Disrespect
Lumi,
them again. You understand? Never disrespect
absolutely
them again.
Not with Lumi on inside their guild. Probably the #1 ERPer in all of NA West. Lumi, and just by having her in their guild, they already 100% take the throne. So I apologize, Mystic, if I have offended you. I apologize. It will never happen again. So long as you have Lumi in your guild, you are the king.
All right, look at this. 26 people on the point for full contact, trying to take the point again, but Mystic gonna slam the door one more time on that attempted cap right there. Really struggling for full contact right now. You see that big kill feed on the side of Mystic right there, and that's what we're like, oh my goodness. So many people just went down for full contact right there, and that just shows you how effective the flankers and the divers are for Mystic in this matchup. The Cordy crossbow is doing a lot of work. I'm sure there's more as well. Look at that Nox flying in right there. You can see he caught a heal while he was mid-air. Goated healers. And in my opinion, in Throne and Liberty, you DPS are only as good as their healers. You could be one of the worst DPSs in the game and still perform at a really competent level if your healer is an absolute god. You can see people actually getting pulled down from this high ground on the right side of your screen over here. As they get up there, it looks like full contact trying to take control of that right now, and it's just not quite working out for them. You see it's Potter there at the bottom trying to pull people off the screen. Lumi gets pulled down as well, but not quite pulled off the edge there. And then again, oh my goodness, Duckman here diving in and trying to find some damage in here. Overall here, look at him dashing around with, I believe that is a spear right there is what it looks like to me, and he is just picking up kill after kill after kill. Lots of DPS going down for him, and I'll tell you right now, everyone told me that spear falls off in T2. I don't think so, LF.
Yeah, the initial assessment that we had is that because of the accessibility of melee evasion with T2 gear, that people would build it. But then again, every region has different metas. One of the reasons why melee evasion was so prevalent in KR was because because of Ravagers. A lot of people really hated dying to Ravagers, and so they built melee evasion. And so when Spear came into the picture, that was when Spear kind of struggled a little bit, because in order to have high enough hit to hit people with high melee evasion, you would have to sacrifice a lot of damage. And that is why. But now in NA West, a lot of people build Endurance. A lot of people hype up a Vanguard. That means that Spear daggers are free to roam still, same way as they did in T1, just a little bit higher TTK because of the 222 meta. And right now on my screen, I am focusing on It's Potter. You can see this guy kind of following the same routine all over again. His party sets up for him, his guild sets up for him, he goes in with punch, they spin together, they get kills, and if they don't get kills, if they try to survive, they pop defensives, get that stamina up after Q blocking, essentially giving them a double Q block duration, which for SNS is already OP alone with a single Q block as it is, but with two, it's just broken, and it's going to give them mana back, and it's going to set them up for their next spin.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like, again, full contact getting routed on that push every time Mystic pushes through. I'll be honest with you, they clump up pretty heavily. They're pretty lucky, or maybe they're playing that intentionally like that in order to basically exploit the fact that there's not quite as much AoE on the side of full contact over there. Interestingly enough, in Throne and Liberty, no matter what build you go for, there will always be a counter. There will always be someone that can kill you. You just simply cannot prepare for everything in this regard. So I think that a lot of guilds that are trying to be competitive in this tournament bring 3, even 4 fully stacked gear sets and are probably switching gear in the middle of the match in order to counter whatever their opponent happens to have on. But it does look like that full contact is getting pushed even out of the courtyard right now. Scotch looks like he's on a little bit of a union break here, I was going to say, as he's not casting any skills at all. Just to hear union supervisor Scotch on the high ground right there. There he goes, finally with a focused fireball. Gonna throw it toward the low ground. Interestingly enough, if you're on a high ground in Throne, you actually have more hit than if you're on the same level as someone. So you will be able to do a lot more damage if you're standing at higher elevation. Again, it's over, Anakin. I have the high ground comes to mind on this one. And again, Scotch actually pumping out a lot of damage. Mystic Force to pull all the way back to the Riftstone right now. And there goes the attempted cap on here by Wirigate. You can see he's at 50%, 70, 80, 90. There's the big push from full contact coming in right there. And they're doing their best to dive onto the back corner of the Riftstone right now. But Mystic is just so strong. There are 33 people on the point for full contact, but 41 for Mystic. They just always seem to have the numbers, LF.
Exactly, and Decoy always trying his best to take the Rift here, but unfortunately, you need numbers on the Rift, and this is just something that Full Contact has been struggling the whole time. They have been doing incredibly well for a guild that doesn't have Cordy crossbows, though. It is actually impressive that they're able to combat the meta as it is right now in NA West, kind of like showing you that even this off-meta comp that they have does offer some resistance, but again, meta is meta for a reason, and that is why Cordy crossbows are meta. And as we can see on the set, there's actually 1 DC from yellow team, it looks like here. Unfortunate for them on their side, but I think it's gonna be more.
If we look over at the leaderboards here for just a moment, Full Contact actually has the highest DPS on the leaderboard here for a Gladiator, a Spear Greatsword at the top. You can see dominating by Mystic right there. Full Contact doing what they can in terms of damage. If you look at the tanks, Full Contact's frontline, like I said initially, not frontline I say, but the healer, the top tank is a healer in this match. That's Throne of Liberty for you. But again, the frontline for Full Contact doing a lot of work right there. 19 million damage healed right there from Mystic's fob. And that's what I'm talking about. The top healers are all in Mystic, and that is a big deal. I'm telling you, LF, I think that the healers do make the difference.
They absolutely do. It's one thing to have a Seeker in your party. It's another thing to have a Seeker not only call out their cooldowns for you, not only call out that you're too far away from them from healing, or if you're LOSing them with you putting them in between you and like a Riftstone or like an obstacle. The difference between a good healer, a good Seeker specifically, is the difference between winning a fight. The difference between winning a whole GVG, a difference between winning this whole damn tournament.
And look at that kill feed on the side of Mystic right there. Just, oh my goodness, pulling in a bunch more as they clamp down on this choke point. That's exactly what you want to try to do on Azrael. If you're the dominant guild, you want to try to push the other guild to kind of get clumped up in this choke point. And that's exactly what we see happening to Full Contact right now. I think they're going to have to change their strategy. But with 4 minutes left on the clock, I'm not sure that Full Contact is necessarily going to be able to pull this one out. It does look like those absolute S-tier ERPers in Mystic are probably going to come up with the first win of the tournament here. But honestly, a lot closer than I think you thought. It was not a Canyon level gap as we initially anticipated here. Full Contact putting on a great show. They have tried to cap the point numerous times and gotten on there. They can plant over 30 people on the point. That is not something you see is able to happen from weak guilds. Mystic certainly the stronger guild here, it looks like. But honestly, Full Contact, I think, showing up in a big way.
Yeah, absolutely. And Full Contact, they've been doing things that you don't even see Mystic. Mystic's play is incredibly good. Their rotation's phenomenal. And that's why even though they're all balled up, there was just no way that the Full Contact could full wipe them, even though they were like right there on the plate, just ready to get eaten up by big AoEs. But on the side of Full Contact, what they were doing here, their range, their 24 to 30 meter range magic and magic users are on top of these high grounds and just barreling, kind of like just throwing AoEs in these big clumps. And that's what's giving Full Contact kind of like the space that they're getting here. And again, this is a Rift Zone. There is no overtime on this one. And again, you can see on top of the tower here, Zetakura again ranging from up top, trying to LOS. Yeah, and you can see too, he knows his range, right? He clicks on one person, he tries to avoid as much as he can, but unfortunately there are also 30-meter range builds on the side of Mystic, and they were built exactly to combat that type of gameplay. Even though Zetakura doing as much as he could there, trying to get some results. And you can see too on the side of Full Contact, Scotch doing as much as he can, kind of emulating what Zetakura is doing here. Now they see that Mystic is kind of clumping on the rift, trying to hold on for dear life, preventing any rift takes from the side of Full Contact here. Scotch trying his best to eliminate as many people as possible, trying to output as much DPS as possible, but it is less than 2 minutes left. It is not enough time. But you can see on the side of Full Contact, they are not giving up. They will just try to frag out as much as they could, and they're not giving up, Blue. They are not giving up. 1 minute and 43 seconds. By all means, they have lost this match, but they are not giving up. They're still trying to take the rift. They're still trying to burst down the clumps that Mystic is making here, and they're trying to make it happen.
Yeah, 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock, and now they're desperately stacking on top of the point. I'm not sure that's exactly what you want to do, but I think that what they're trying to do is they're trying to give Decoy the opportunity here to get on top of that Riftstone. If you stack on top of him, it makes it really hard to CC Decoy. Oh my goodness, as the camera zooms in there, and that's it. It worked. The strategy actually did work, and it's 32 to 35 right now as Full Contact finally gets on top of the match, but there's only 1 minute left on the clock as Mystic starts to let off the gas pedal. I think they thought that they kind of had it in the bag. Look at Full Contact battling back right now. Where was this the entire match? Finally on top for the first time in the match. I think Mystic kind of let go of its grasp of control on the point here, and now they're starting to say, okay guys, but for real though, we can't allow this to slip away in the final 40 seconds. But 13% and climbing. I'm not sure they're gonna have enough time at the end of the day, but Full Contact showing that they have absolutely every piece of spunk in their guild to battle it right to the finish line.
Yeah, and one thing we need to note here, Blue, this is probably one of the reasons why right now Full Contact in their heads right now are saying, thank you, Blue, for giving us a loser's bracket, because right towards the end of this fight, we started to get our groove. We started to figure out like, okay, how can we beat Mystic in this regard? Because if Mystic goes down and they have to face them again in like the next few rounds, then they can actually look at this VOD, look at this fight on their end and kind of see what they could have done from the very beginning. And towards the end of this, despite being one person down, they made it look close at the end.
Yeah, Mystic winning that one. Let's take a look at the damage numbers for this match. Damage dealt 4.6 million for Shaletti. And again, he was a gladiator the whole match for Full Contact, absolutely going ballistic, but only got 9 kills, interestingly enough. So probably just getting, I'll be honest with you, probably just getting a lot of damage down on the tanks as damage sponges, or just healers in general, those damage sponges that they are. But Mystic, Pooh, It's Potter, Nucleus Punched, and Shallen all top DPS right here. It looks like, again, we've got we got a lot of here. We got Staff Bow, we've got Crossbow, SNS, which let's be honest, Potter did have a Cordy. So yeah, we expect him to be up there at the end of the day. let's take a look at overall kills on the board. It is Potter again. Again, I was calling him out in the middle of the match for how good of a job he was doing, and that just shows you the power of that Cordy crossbow. That's why it's limited in the match like this. If we look over at the highest number of assists, it is actually Hootie on the Crusader right there from the Mystic Guild. Damage taken. I expect this to be full contact as they were struggling the whole match, but their front line did a great job. Aquina with the top, and that's a healer, by the way. Aquina with the top damage taken at 2.2 million, but Glitter actually on the Crusader at 2.1 million there as well. If we look at the amount healed, 24 million damage healed from FOV in Mystic, and Cytoplasm right behind him at 21 million there. Aquina again coming in 21 million, highest damage tanked in the match, almost highest damage healed as well, doing a great job for his guild on that one.
Absolutely, and you can see there from the get-go there, you can kind of see like where the comp from Mystic really shows its strengths here, Blue, because of the fact that you saw that the fact that in T2, this current meta, the fact that a Liberator is able to perform and put out those numbers and rack those kills while still playing life the whole time kind of shows you how effectively that a Mystic rotated their defensives, because there's no shot in T2 at the moment that a Liberator lives unless they are trying to perch up on a high ground, which we didn't really see Mystic do in this match. But what they are able to do is rotate enough defensives and make sure that that Liberator is kind of funneled all the support that he needs to make sure that he outputs that damage and then rack up those kills. That's a lot of kills for a Liberator in the T2 meta.
Yeah, great first match of the day from both guilds. I think that they both showed a serious amount of spunk there. Again, we saw full contact do a great job of pushing the point consistently, trying to get those caps down there. Sadly, it just wasn't enough for them. Mystic, a super strong showing, like a wall out there. And most interestingly enough, LF, I think that we saw kind of an unexpected metagame between those two guilds. We saw a lot more focus on DPS than I was anticipating based on what people are telling me about the current metagame. A lot of people like to favor tanks, at least in NA East. I'm not sure, again, how it looks for NA West and EU, but it looked like there was a lot more DPS there than I initially thought.
Yeah. So the thing about the 2-2-2 meta is, like, yes, it is absolutely the meta for a reason, because it is incredibly effective. You do need effective micros to make sure that you rotate your buffs efficiently enough. But besides the Cordy crossbow parties, the Cordy crossbow 2-2-2 parties, the other high-performing parties that you usually see across guilds are like the 1-2-3 parties, where there's like only one tank. So you might think that, like, well, that means they're going to be lacking Devo, but in Thorn and Liberty right now, in T2, you are able to build enough buff duration. You are able to build enough CDR and reset your CDs with your passives as an SNS with morale boost, that you can actually have 100% uptime. As long as you're doing it right and as long as you built it right, you can actually have a 100% uptime on your Blood Evo and your buffs in general. So
Absolutely.
Whether you can make that happen as an individual, that takes purely skill on your end and the right build. And that's why we see these 1-2-3 parties perform sometimes better than some 2-2-2 parties.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll talk a little bit about that, but we have to get ahead to the next match. We're keeping things moving today as they are ready to go already. So we're behind here, which is actually a great thing. Big shout out to the tournament director, Malterix and Lucy in the background helping out for NA West here. Banana Corp versus Nazgul. Again, we talked about this a little bit before. Banana Corp hailing from the Oblivion server. I heard that initial kind of went down as a guild. F's in chat for them. I'm sure they were great. Banana Corp thinks they're second in their alliance overall, but they believe that their alliance is rank 1 on their server with 4 siege wins. Their prediction for the tournament is 8th. So high hopes.
8th might be a tough placement to do here, because they're, again, this might have been made prior, but there have been a lot of movements across different guilds. People trying to get the best composition, trying to get the best players that they can, and that might work in the favor of Banana Corp if they have acquired those players, acquired those comps, or it might work against them where they might end up placing higher or even lower in certain cases, depending on what they built in the tournament overall.
Right on. Yeah, no, I'm very interested to see here. But Nazgul, again, from the Invoker server, if that's where you're from, to try to give players an idea of kind of where these players sit and who you might want to cheer for here. Rank 2 in their alliance, rank 2 on their server, 4 siege wins, and their prediction is top 15, so a little bit more modest on the prediction here, but relatively similar stats overall as a guild. But they said they're best known for something called the Asher Pump Fake. My guess is that's an inside joke of the guild. They probably, maybe they push in, they pull out, maybe they do like a push-pull, something there. I'm not entirely certain, but that's what they wrote on the forum, so that's what I figured I would add on that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Personally, I am hoping that Banana Corp takes this one home, so you can have Nazgul on this one. We'll see who has better predictions at the end of the day, but on paper, I think that they're both very evenly matched.
They're pretty evenly matched in terms of like Nazgul alliance strength on the server itself. Second, I can kind of tell there have been a lot of movements in NA West Blue. There is a specific alliance right now formed by guilds called Boba Tea, Dynasty, Cat Cafe, and Kaunashi that actually came from the other servers. And right now, Invoker is their last stop until the potential server merges in the future, possibly. So that would put Nazgul's alliance on the third at the moment, but that doesn't mean that they're weaker than they were, right? They are still a competent alliance and they are still a competent guild. When it comes to these first round matches against Banana Corp, maybe they can eke out a win here, seeing as this time around, Blue, there are 2 Cordies for each guild.
Yes, there are. So now we have 2 Cordy crossbows on each team. Let's talk about pick ban real quick before we get into match. It does look like that Banana Corp won the coin toss. Wait, did they win the... Did they? Oh, no,
Looks
Nazgul.
like, Nazgul
won the coin toss. Sorry, I read it wrong. Nazgul won the coin toss. They chose to pick, which means Banana banned. Banana chose to ban Kawazan, Chernobog, Malakar, and Adentis, interestingly enough. And the choice was Talus, which was banned in the last match.
Yeah, so what this tells me right now on the side of Nazgul, right? They picked Talus and Banana Corp banned Kawazan, Cherno, Malakar, Adentis, right? So what this tells me is that Banana Corp doesn't like terrain. They don't like choke point. They want something open. That's why they banned the maps that has terrain, has like high ground like Adentis, has choke points like Kawazan, and then Nazgul decides to pick Talus, which based on Banana Corp's bans, tells me that this is exactly what Banana Corp wants.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Talus is one of the most dynamic riftstones in the fact that it's such wide open space, as we're about to show you here, as we're about to get into this match. On this one, Talus says you can approach from both sides. Both spawn points are basically equidistant from the main riftstone itself, and then the riftstone itself, like the capture point on the riftstone, is super difficult because it's very shallow. Not a lot of space to move around, so I expect guilds to want to get into position quickly, which means we're going straight over to the live scene as guilds are already starting to spawn in on this one. It does look like that we have Nazgul in the yellow, or Banana Corp in the yellow, Nazgul in the red, and again, they've spawned in. It looks like Banana Corp did their due diligence. Honestly, traditionally, bananas are yellow, so I'm glad they chose yellow. It looks like it was smart of them, learning from the last match of the tournament. I was just about to say it was smart of them to only spawn 1 or 2 people in right away, but then they made Nazgul feel safe, then they all spawned in right behind them. What an interesting play. Came right up behind Nazgul right there, climbed up into their back line, and are now in a all-out bare knuckle brawl on the point right now, or pushing into the point. A beautiful flank right there. Mind games coming in right at the start, LF.
Yep, exactly. And the thing about Banana Corp here is they lost a few people at the very start, but once they all came in, kind of took Nazgul by surprise, thinking that there was only 1s and 2s that kind of got lost, and kind of played the mind games, as you said here a little bit. But on the side of Nazgul, though, they tried to take the high ground, and in doing so, they tried to stop Banana Corp from going up onto the high ground, while their respawners on Portal 1 are ganking them from behind, essentially pincering them. But unfortunately, as sound as that strategy might look, or might seem like on paper, it looks like Banana Corp still able to push through, and now it is a mess of a matchup here right now. It is an all-out brawl on top of the area close by the rift.
Yeah, let's talk about the Cordy crossbows here. We're looking for Gochu and Anti-Kaboom for Banana Corp. And then on the other side, we're looking for Gyro Zappelli and Radio Knife. So again, only 2 crossbows allowed on both teams, and it looks like Banana Corp winning out so far overall in the DPS. Certainly Cordy is not necessarily going to make the difference if both of you have the same amount of Cordies. It should be back and forth like this one. Banana Corp actually getting wiped off here. They were dominant for the first part of the match here, but now again we have Nazgul pushing them right back onto the point, but Banana Corp standing strong right now as you see those flash waves, the big AoE skill coming over the top of everyone on the point right there. We'll see the point open up in about 2.5 minutes here, LF, but definitely looking like a very close match.
Exactly. So that the particular or the peculiar thing about like the Talos Riftstone is that the Portal 1 and Portal 3, essentially when people take these portals, it's very close to the Riftstone itself. So the struggle here in terms of strategy on both teams is that they have to kind of time their wipes, because once you wipe the other side, they're back within the next 3-4 seconds. That means 3-4 seconds, you're probably still on cooldown. And that means they're going to catch you off guard right after you wipe them. And now you have no more ammunition. You have to reload. It takes a while to reload. And they're going to take that opportunity and try to capitalize on it. And the timing here is basically who will time it better when it comes to being the one on top when the rift itself opens.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I think it's time for Nazgul to just go ahead and concede that they've lost the initial skirmish here. Trickling in like this from one direction is not the play. I'd love to see their flankers go over and spawn from the other spawn point. If you want to go check that for us and see who is spawning over there. But you can see, guys, there's a spawn point on this left side right over here, and you can see a wall of Nazgul. Oh my goodness, just a wall of red coming back to the Riftstone. But there is another spawn point on the other side, and although it's slightly longer run distance, I would love to see the flankers from Nazgul actually try to get in behind Banana Corp here, because I'll be honest with you, I am not seeing these health bars really decline very much for Banana Corp. This is a very unstoppable force, meaning an extremely immovable object.
Interestingly enough, the only person who spawned on Portal 3 was not from Nazgul. It was actually just one person named Stinkbug from Banana Corp, and he's now in the middle of this fight. He is now pushed all the way close to where Portal 1 is. Nobody is spawning on Portal 3 at the moment. Nobody's spawning on Portal 2. It would be disastrous, and it would be a detriment to your team if you spawn Portal 2 at this point. And everybody just seems to be funneling out from Portal 1. It is an all-out brawl. Maybe they'll switch it up as soon as this rift opens. But as of right now, everybody's just opting for the brawl here.
If we look at the damage dealt right before the Riftstone opens up here, Banana Corp dominating the leaderboards here. Damage taken. Nazgul's frontline is definitely doing a lot of work, and that makes sense right there. Amount healed. Oh, that is not a good sign. The healers from Banana Corp basically hard dominating the leaderboards on this one as the rift opens up. Looks like Booba, interesting name on that one. That's great that I have to call that out the whole match. Booba going for the rift cap right there with Banana Corp. 17 people on the point. Nazgul is really struggling to get over here right now.
Yeah, exactly. Booba huge here with 50k HP. 50k HP usually means that the man is running a time bomb build. So time bomb, not a lot of people have it yet because the 780 mastery is quite a bit of a grind. Not a lot of people feel incentivized when it comes to running that. But yeah, again, Booba really big here with 50k HP. With the buffs, gets up to 60 plus k HP. So he's right now, if he activates that time bomb, it attaches itself to up to 3 people. It does true damage. You can block it, but if 3 of those with 60 plus k HP pop, blue, that's 10k damage, true damage each. That means anybody that's not at 30k plus HP is going to get one shot, and anybody within that 3-meter radius, especially if you have a Bellender SNS, is going to get popped immediately. And now, that is something that Booba right now is trying to capitalize on in this rift as they take it.
And especially for Talos, I do think that a front line is much stronger. Like if you're going to go heavier on tanks, this is definitely the map to do it on, because you have to have a lot of people standing in a very tight radius. And if you have a lot of squishy targets, they can be just AoE down by things like Flash Wave there. We are seeing a few tornadoes come out here. Interestingly enough, I've seen that kind of shift out of the metagame into T2, where it was super metagame in T1. You don't see it quite as often anymore in T2 on this one. You want to explain why now?
Yeah, so the major thing about like not having Tornado in this. Even before then, actually, even before in T1 where Flash Wave Tornado was the meta, a lot of people tend to use it the wrong way. So once you have somebody tornadoed up in T1, you would mess up your SNS GSs, your GS Dags, people that are trying to dev smash in and get their AoEs down. You fully negate the damage that they're doing to the enemy if you float the enemy on your side. So you essentially grief your team. Now in T2, it's even worse because you're gonna put your Cordy crossbow on cooldown while everything that they just spun on misses absolutely. That means there's no collision happening on their end. There's no CDR happening on their end. And it's just a disastrous move. It is more of a detriment than it is of a help in T2, even though it was the case already in T1. But right now, T2, just more so.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with your assessment there. Interestingly enough, Nazgul is now spawning from both sides, and this is what I was saying before. You're seeing some of Nazgul come in from this side, and you're seeing some of Nazgul come in. You see them trickling in on the other side, and now you're starting to see Banana Corp actually start to go down a little bit, and you're seeing Nazgul start to take a little bit more control of the point. But again, that front line from Banana Corp doing such a great job of standing tall on the point for their guild right now. Nazgul, even with a beautiful flank right now, just cannot stand the 40 people on the point on a Talus Riftstone is unheard of in this one, LF. It's a little tough for Nazgul, but they've at least managed to move the fight over to the stone itself. They got their first cap going down there as well. Big feed on the side of Nazgul as well. They're starting to hit their stride a little bit. Bacon starting to interact with the point just a little bit more here as Nazgul starts to take a little bit more control. It does look like, again, Banana Corp just so tanky. Their tanks are so hard to get out of the way, and Booba there doing a great job of basically knocking people off the point over and over again. You can see he's on point duty. He's standing here. He's playing he's Gandalf right now. He's RPing his Gandalf. You shall not pass. He refuses to let anybody interact with the stone, but Gandalf is not paying attention. Never mind. Oh my gosh, they almost passed Gandalf. It's almost as if he almost walked straight by Gandalf and just killed the entire Fellowship of the Ring right there. But it's okay. He got him right at the end. Oh my goodness, LF.
It's okay. He's the protagonist. He has that plot armor. Rightfully so. He has not. I have not seen this man fall a single time during this whole time. And right now, the only play on the side of Nazgul here right now that will probably net them the most results is, again, what they're doing right now. Getting that take on the Rift and forcing Banana Corp to do what they did before. Pull inside the Rift in bulk, and then seeing that Nazgul also has double Cordies in their guild, they want to capitalize on that. And once Banana Corp starts to clump, they want to take advantage of that Cordy, get a dev smash in, get a Bellandir pull in, spin on them, wipe them out, get the Rift, and then hold on from there.
Yeah, you can see two contingents of yellow health bars on your screen right now as Banana Corp starts to separate, splice up, and destroy Nazgul here. As their DPS kind of lunge forward, their tanks and healers staying back to hang on to the point here. Nazgul makes a lunge for the point right now with 15, 16 against 24. That's the closest that they've been so far, but the moment that they get anywhere near it, they're just getting the door shut on them by Banana Corp. So again, this frontline tank composition, if we look over at the scoreboards right now, damage dealt right now, actually fairly back and forth now, a little bit closer for Nazgul coming in here, but Banana Corp still winning at the top right now. Anti-Kaboom doing a great job on that Cordy crossbow right there. Damage taken. You're like, oh my gosh. Yeah. All Nazgul on the damage taken, so their frontline taking a beating on this one. But look at the healers tab right there, LF. It's just absolutely obnoxious. Banana Corp dominating.
Yeah, dominating, like more than double on some of these guys. And Blue, as a testament to what you said earlier, where people were questioning Spear Dagger going into T2 and how the meta was, you can see on the scoreboard, right, the top DPS, the top kills right now are from a Spear Dagger. And again, like you said earlier, they are still in the meta because of how people build in T2 in NA West specifically. I'm not quite sure about NA East and EU. The fact that people build a lot of endurance in here means that Spear Daggers have no problem building full damage, even full glass cannon, as long as they're in a 2-2-2 party, that they can output as much damage as they can. And we can see that in the scoreboard. We can see that in terms of kills, in terms of damage done. They are having the time of their lives here, especially in a rift take zone this small, such as Azra.
Yeah, and we just followed around the top DPS of the match there, and you can see exactly why. He basically looks like a Terminator as he runs around. He's taking almost no damage and doing such big work on the backline of Nazgul right there. Stinky Bug trying to get to the outside of this fight as well as he moves around here to try to get into a better position on this one. And again, Banana Corp just holds domination of the point right now. Nazgul just not able to find a way in because the front line from Banana Corp just isn't taking any damage, and it helps tremendously when you have healers that are doing a great job and your tanks are well built. They seem to have their number. If I'm Nazgul right now and you're looking for a competitive play in this tournament, you've got to be swapping up your gear at this point. You've got to be looking for a different way in. Maybe you back off, you regroup and try to push them, because this trickle in over time strategy is just not working for them. I'd love to see them back off, regroup, try to push from both sides at the same time, maybe get a really big engage down, because this open field skirmish is definitely going to Banana Corp.
Exactly. So to Nazgul's credit here, they're actually doing something very, very smart here. Something I would describe as kind of like osmosis, right? Where they have essentially Banana Corp in the middle, and they're trying to surround them as much as they can, pouring out damage from all sides, kind of like keeping the side of Banana Corp like guessing here, putting them on the defensive here. Even though Banana Corp is applying the defense incredibly well, and they have more numbers on the rift, you have to realize, if you look around, there's a lot of red on the outside just pouring in damage. And maybe, just maybe, if they get enough kills on the side of Banana Corp there, they can hop onto the rift and have the numbers advantage when there's a lot less threat inside it. Because maybe, just maybe, the 2-2 compositions on the side of Banana Corp is a lot more effective when it comes to rotating their defensive cooldowns, and that's why they're able to afford staying in the middle, staying alive. And in the meantime, red here, Nazgul trying to pour as much damage as I can into the middle, and again trying to just keep this rift taken. They have a really solid Stone Taker team to try to convince kind of like on the side of Banana Corp to stay in the middle as much as they can, because they want to surround them, they want to pour in the damage and maybe have their Cordies come in and capitalize on these clumps. But unfortunately, in the past 10 minutes of this fight, we have yet to see that. But again, Blue, it only takes one. If Nazgul is able to do this towards the end of this fight, and they manage to take it with only like 2-3 minutes left, the fight is quite possibly theirs. But they just have to kind of find that opening. They have to make that play. They have to find that play. You can see on the screen right now, there are a lot of Banana Corp in one single side of this rift. This is an opportune kind of like moment here for Nazgul. If they want to capitalize on these clumps, they need to do it now.
Yeah, I think that Banana Corp just doing a great job of staying on the point. And again, trickling in like this, it shows you what guilds are really prepared for a situation like this. I think that Nazgul was a little bit more prepared to be able to skirmish a little stronger on the point itself, as it looks like they're backing up for a slight regroup now as they've stopped trying to dive onto the point. Although Star Eater going for the dive onto the point. You can see the static over on this right side coming in with a big flank over here, trying to make something happen here for their guild, as Banana Corp caught a little bit out of position, trying to dive onto the DPS of Banana Corp's Nazgul's backline right now. There goes yet another. It's a solid knockup right there, but again, you can see how ineffective it was overall when everyone is just playing tank right there. Nazgul just not able to find an answer on this one, but looking really strong as a guild.
Yeah, Nazgul actually taking out Anti-Kaboom and Balkan Rage at the same time. The two top fraggers on the side of Banana Corp. This may be the opportunity that they're looking for. That initial engage on there by Banana Corp, kind of overextending there a little bit. Anti-Kaboom actually at the beginning and towards like the middle of that engage, finding out that this might not be the right play. We might have overextended a little bit. He tried to run back as fast as he can, and he almost made it out. But then with the double pull, and then he gets knocked out and kind of taken out in the back there. He's back on the rift now, but that was a very, very scary mistake on the side of Banana Corp there. If the rift itself, if the portal itself was just a little bit farther, if Nazgul was just able to capitalize on the rest of them just a little bit faster, they might have been able to take control of the space around the rift.
Yeah, absolutely. And Banana Corp actually shifts off the rift right now, as all of Nazgul is now, they've realized that all of Nazgul is actually spawning from Portal 3 now and trying to run in as Nazgul, showing a little bit of life here, trying to mix it up, because again, you can't just keep slamming your head against the wall and expect a different result. We are seeing a few kills coming in from Nazgul here, but overwhelming feed from Banana Corp as they dive onto the point. You see fire going for that cap onto the point right there. We'll see if they can interrupt him. Right now, 90% gets interrupted right there. Booba flips him over off the point right there. There goes Star Eater once again as they are desperately trying to get onto this point right now. Bugging out my camera a little bit there because they're so close to the point.
Following anti-kaboom on my end right now here is that he just finished one spin, and this man right away holds Q, gets the mana back, pops his defensives, which gives him around 20 or so stamina back, and then he's up for a block again, puts up the defensives again, absorbs a lot of the pressure, and also gets mana back for it. And now he's ready for the next spin of his life here. He's probably going to do it in the next second here as soon as he finds a club, pulls in a couple of people here, spins again. You can see him just take down 4 people in one go. That is the basic rotation that you have as a Cordy, and Anti-Kaboom right now doing it phenomenally, and he's getting results for it. There's a reason why this man at the moment, at this point in time, in this fight, is one of the top fraggers.
Yeah, definitely doing an exceptional job. Look at Banana Core. Honestly, don't know what to do right now as Nazgul has basically backed off completely. 2 statics from the left, 2 statics from the right. Oh my goodness. Look at the sandwich coming in from Nazgul. Going for a surround. Banana Core trying to jump on him from both sides. They're trying to fight them off right now, but their backline gets caught out of position on this one as a beautiful engage from Nazgul, but I'm not sure it's going to actually be enough on this one, but a great attempt. That's exactly what you want to see. Coming out of Nazgul.
Almost had Anti-Kaboom in there, Blue. So they almost had him. They had him down to 20% HP, and instead of taking him down, unfortunately, he was saved by his, again, like you said, healers will dictate. Tanks rotating properly will dictate how each guild performs and who wins these fights. And now Anti-Kaboom, because of the performance of his healers, being able to kind of like cleanse his debuffs, kind of healing him up to 100% here, saving his life. He is now ready for another spin. He's just looking for an opportunity. He's looking for a pull. He's looking for his tanks to make the cleanse for him. And now he's spinning. And there you go, right on cue. As soon as he spins, people falling down.
He is the difference. You gotta say, it doesn't come down to one man, but if it was going to come down to one man, that guy understands how to play Cordy Crossbow. Holy moly. Certainly making the difference, really destroying. Nazgul, he's worth 4 to 6 players on almost every push coming out of Nazgul here. Exactly. A great engagement coming in for Nazgul on this one, but just not able to come up with it because, again, the Cordys are doing such a great job. That's why we had to limit them for the tournament, because we didn't want the entire tournament to be based around how many of those you had on your team, but rather it should be based around how those 2 players can strategize for your guild. And I'll be honest with you, this is a great look for Banana Corp in round 1 with 5 minutes almost left on the clock here. Nazgul falling back. Looks like they're going to try for yet another push here. I'm looking to see if they're spawning in from both sides quite yet. No, but Nazgul looks like they've backed off the point now, LF. Waiting
Looks like they're going for a regroup here, most likely. And you can see, like, Anti-Kaboom, right? Like, this guy is taking 2 to 6 people at a time. And not only that, right after, as soon as he holds Q, you see a lot of damage coming his way. And he is actually taking a lot of pressure on his side, despite just killing 2 to 6 people, like I said. And that's a lot of cooldowns being dumped onto him, and he's receiving 0 damage because people are doing it as soon as he holds that Q block. And
interestingly enough, here comes the Nazgul push coming from one side. Are they coming from the other as well? I do not see any of them coming from the other side. So Nazgul engaging from one side. There's the other engage. The sandwich coming in. The flash waves are charging. That's a good engage for Nazgul. One more time on that one. But Anti-Kaboom gets a big spin off right there. Again, turning the fight around for his team. Go ahead.
This might be what they need. They had a massive wipe there. This might be the space that they're looking to create that they want in order to take this. Again, Blue, 4 minutes left. If they manage to take this, if they manage to capitalize on this further, again, Nazgul said, I didn't hear any bell being rung, so the match isn't over, and we will kind of pincer you from like both sides. And they got the result that they wanted. The only question is now is, will they be able to capitalize on it?
Yeah, interestingly enough, I'm not sure that they will, because here's the deal. When you get a really solid engage like that, you only have like 5 or 6 seconds to really like before because they're going to respawn. They're going to try to come back to you. So maybe you have like 10 seconds, but you need to get your cap started and you need to start getting postured to handle the incoming push from the incoming guild. But the problem is the front line from Banana was not killed. Everyone else from Banana, for the most part, went down on that push except for the front line, and they held their ground. They stood there, they stood tall, and they made sure that that cap could not come down for Nazgul. So as good as the push actually was, they couldn't actually translate that into an objective W right there. They had control of the point, but they just could not start the cap off. And again, Banana Corp bought themselves enough time to come back and get back on the point here.
Yeah, exactly. And unfortunately for the side of Nazgul here, incredible play, valiant effort, and maybe they can still do it again here. And they are not giving up. You can see it right here and now. They're going for that rift still. They're still pushing into this rift, trying to get the opportunities for their Cordy crossbows, for their AoEs, to try to get these kills the same way that they did before. It's that little spark that you kind of discover in the middle of the match that like you just see something go absolutely right. But again, Blue, this game, this tournament especially is going to be won by inches. And if you are even a second late to this cap, even if you are at 99%, if you get canceled and you don't take it, you just won't get the opportunity. And right now, Nazgul able to get it, but
2 minutes on the clock,
they need to do what they did before.
I don't know.
I'm not quite sure if they're able to, but they're not giving up. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, the 2 minutes on the clock, and I'll be honest with you, Banana Corp has been looking dominant in this first round. Fortunately for Nazgul, it is a double elimination tournament, so they can kind of pick themselves up, move down to the lower bracket, and they have a chance to fight again another day. 48 members of Nazgul came out. They did a great job here. They got push after push. We saw some great strategies from them, certainly a little bit more dynamic than we saw in our first match of the day. LF, we saw a lot more strategies kind of come in from them, and that shows their resiliency as a guild, as their cap gets the door just shut down. Jammy getting a big kill feed right there. As again, there go down the spins. Nazgul, as time ticks down, is just going to run out of time. Not able to stand up to Banana Corp, and it looks like I'm right, bro. Those yellow, they're tough to peel. Those bananas.
And you can see like from the side of Nazgul here, like I just want to give credit to this player called Harrow. Ravager from the side of Nazgul doing work on the outside here, even out-fragging their Cordy crossbow. This guy is performing for his team. He's trying his darndest here, really catching people off guard, really getting these frags for his team to try to pull as many numbers as they can in the middle there. But unfortunately, in terms of like numbers though, Banana Corp just has that advantage, and that's not enough for like 1, 2, 3, or 4 DPS carries to carry by themselves on the side of Nazgul. But again, Nazgul now knows that there is a recipe in there. They had a taste of it. They were able to wipe them. What do they need to do after this match right here to kind of review this VOD, look at this match and say like, next time we face you, we're going to have a repeat of that same wipe and we're going to capitalize on it the very next second.
Yeah, it looks like Banana Corp going to move on in the first round of this tournament. Match 2 of round 1 going their way. Look at the kill feed. They are certainly stronger than Nazgul in this match, but a good fight to both teams. Let's take a look at the leaderboards. Holy moly. Highest number of kills, to no one's surprise, Anti-Kaboom with the Cordy crossbow. A spear dagger coming in at number 2 is Bulk and Rage. Right there, highest assists on the board. Again, Bulk and Rage, 191 assists coming in for Bulkin right there. And then a healer coming in behind him, Rimuru, at 182 with 1 kill and 182 assists is crazy on that one. Looks like Anti-Kaboom with also, again, highest defeats, highest damage dealt in the match right there. And again, the top DPS for Nazgul looks like it's Biso in this case, looking like interestingly enough, a staff dagger, as a lot of people don't think staff dagger is necessarily all that great, but man, if you know how to play that class, he just busting it out. 5.7 million damage dealt on that one. Damage taken, it's a whole lot of Nazgul on the front page of this one. 2.5 million for Quincy, and then Not NPC doing great jobs as tanks here. Well, I say tanks, but they're both healers. Let's just be honest for a moment. And then a Gladiator, ironically enough. Wombodium coming in at 2.2 million. You don't see that every day. That's pretty great.
The amount of pressure that they took, Blue, is insane. on the side. It's so, if you look at the kill ranking and the damage dealt, it's on the side of Banana Core here. But when you look at, as you look at the damage taken there, the amount of pressure that the Nazgul folks here took was actually pretty crazy.
Literally
that means
insane,
that their stay power was quite there.
What was more impressive is the Banana Corp healer, 43 million damage healed. What an absolute goat. Bach, the strongest healer in the lobby, followed by Chino Peja, if I'm saying that name right, and Ramiru down to Neko. You have to scroll down pretty far here to get the first Nazgul. Skilled Priel at 11.6 million. And again, healers really do make the difference. But again, tanks help healers make that difference by healers. If they don't feel safe standing on the point or standing close to you, well, it's really hard for a healer to get their job done. So big shout out to Banana Corp for making that happen there as we flip back over to the caster desk here. Oh my goodness. What a match too.
What an insane match. And again, we came into this with Banana Corp being the more favored out of the two. But man, if Nazgul didn't show their resilience in this fight, those guys did not give up. And you could tell towards the end, they were trying to figure more and more things up, changing up their target focus, trying to figure out who they can hit, who they cannot hit. And you saw it in that final big engage where they got the huge wipe. They started to figure out who they can target, who they can hit, and who they can burst down the fastest. And goodness, they've capitalized on it.
Yeah, they capitalized on it pretty quick here. We're going to take a look over at our instant replay of that match. We had a number of really cool plays in this one, but look at this right at the start of the match here. You see there's kind of a fake out right at the start where Banana Core Nazgul didn't think that Banana Core was going to spawn in right there. They waited. Nazgul starts up the ramp and then Banana Core just runs them over like a train on them from the backside of the fight. Really cool strategy right there to do kind of a, honestly, maybe that's what they meant by the pump fake, because they only spawned one or two people, and now I'm starting to get it. They only spawned one or two people in right at the start, and I think the team thought, oh, okay, yeah, they spawned on the other portal, so they started moving toward the stone. And the moment that they moved toward the stone, boom, there's the spawn in, and they came up behind them and just wiped all their DPS right at the start there. That was beautiful.
That might very well be the pump fake that they were talking about. We asked the question and they answered through the match, and we saw it live, Blue. And that was a delight to see, honestly. It's like one or two, like at first I was thinking, what are they doing? They're kind of like padding the stats of like Nazgul here, and then out of nowhere, just everybody all at the same time. So this was very much a coordinated play on the side of Banana Corp, and it was a delight to see.
Yeah, absolutely sick on that one. As we look ahead to our next match of the day, we have Darkness versus ALAB. I'll introduce ALAB. You can introduce Darkness because I loved ALAB's form. ALAB from Moonstone. They believe they're the strongest guild in their alliance. Rank 2 on the server. They've won all sieges but 3 of them. So 12 minus 3, right? So somewhere in there. They said that they think it's all but 3 on that one. So somewhere around the 8-ish siege marker on that one. And in the chat PvP column, they said it's all about you schnoogums, which I thought was pretty funny. It's a good perspective to have. I'll let you introduce Darkness.
All right, so Darkness here, actually, when we first moved to Moonstone during our world tour as our alliance, Darkness was one of the top guilds in the guild rankings. That means that they were incredibly active. That might probably mean that they are more of a PvE guild and they don't do much PvPing, but at the end of the day, you cannot underestimate the fact that people who play this game will have the gear at the very least, and that is the entry point when it comes to PvP. All Darkness needs to do from that point on is bring equal numbers and then start to focus more on the PvP side, since they're all fully geared, and then they can probably take a fight off of like any competent guild on like any of the mid-sized guilds here. But again, if you can see chat PvP, many will count us out as weak, but they will regret that, Blue. And we will see if indeed ALAB will regret that, the chat PvP that they just put there, because it might be all about Darkness at the end of this fight if Darkness ends up proving them wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually super hyped about this. I see so much representation from both guilds in chat. I gotta say, I'm partial to ALAB because I was like, why is their name ALAB? And then I read the All About You Schnookums and I was like, okay, that just tickled me. So I'm gonna give it to them. I think that's pretty cool. But Darkness certainly super confident coming into this one. Let's go ahead and take a look at the pick ban for this phase. Do you wanna go through pick ban this time?
Yes, sure. So in the pick ban phase, Darkness actually won the coin toss here, and they decided to choose pick. And so on the side of ALAB here, they decided to ban Daigon, Pakilo, Adentis, and Grand Alon. So what this tells me, Blue, is that number one, they just hate T2. They hate fighting in these T2s. They don't want to be in any of these things where people can pull you off and just toss you off the bridge. Daigon, you try to cross the bridge, people pull you off, you're gonna have to go that long route back because some of these hooks sometimes can be a bit buggy, which is completely fine. As long as you know it, just don't go that way. And then Pakilo as well. A lot of places to just toss you off the thing, and then you have to go through a whole bunch of ramps to get up onto the choke point. And again, at Dentist, a lot of high ground, a lot of like terrain. They don't want that either. Grand Alon telling me here that they decided that they didn't want a cramped up space either. And then Darkness actually chose Talus again, which means it's an open field. This might very well, again, it's the same case as before, which this might very well be what ALAB wants.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Again, Talus twice in a row. Man, they really don't like the new T2 maps. I was hoping to see a little bit more T2 maps here, but a lot of guilds banning them. A lot of guilds not sure about necessarily how to play them. They're a little bit more comfortable on those T1 ones. And again, Talus is kind of comfy for people. And you have to think, okay, well, who's got a better composition for this map? And you're like, okay, well, who has more tanks? In my opinion, is who is going to win this one. But make sure you guys get your predictions in as we are ready to go into match 3 on this one. Go. Yeah, I'm giving the tournament director go right now. It looks like, again, we have... And go ahead.
Yep, and while we're loading into the match here, a little bit of lore. ALAB actually was Dynasty, which is my guild. We were actually allies since the very start of the game, and we only decided to cut the alliance when we decided to move on to other servers and look for more content, look for more PvP, challenge like other guilds, kind of like get our benchmarks when it comes to these other guilds. But ALAB, man, one of the most lighthearted guys you'll ever see in the game. Really stand up guys, and I can't say enough good things about them as people.
Yeah, interestingly enough, neither guild has decided to spawn in quite yet. They're all just waiting up there. There's the first Darkness spawning in here in the red. Darkness just making a blitz towards the Riftstone before they can get flanked. They saw what happened in that last match. They're like, okay, we're just going to spawn in and run in so that they can't do the pump fake behind us. Some people were saying that I was talking about the pump fake for the wrong guild. Maybe the pump fakers got pump faked in the last match. Then, oh my goodness, this first engage is going to be an absolute doozy. ALAB in the yellow, Darkness in the red. Darkness with control of the Riftstone. Everyone posturing up. Here come the initial pre-buffs. Look like they're going down for both sides. Paolo gets pulled in into the enemy guild right there, but not taking any damage because he's a frontline tank. As both guilds squaring off against each other. There's the first bombers going in as the frontline meets right there, and it looks like, again, Darkness getting dove on. No one from Darkness making it onto the back line of the enemy guild right there. So a great engage coming in from ALAB, but do they have enough? The health bars from Darkness looking really strong, but a great engage on the side of All About You.
Yep. ALAB here is currently trying to engage on the backside here of Darkness. Darkness being very impressive with the way that their backline kind of pulled back there and kind of like leashed a little bit of like the ALAB front line that decided to dev smash in, and they pulled that kind of like numbers advantage here. ALAB kind of like seeing this right off the bat here, and now they're starting to back off. They're starting to wait for their reinforcements now, kind of like reconsidering their engages here going forward. And you can see on the side of ALAB, being the first ones at this point in time to kind of hit from the side a little bit here on the hook side of where the rift is. They're trying to wrap around them. This is like a classic thing that ALAB does. They tend to engage at you from the front side and then just slowly insert their flex teams on the side there to hit your backline and disrupt them.
You said insert, and I was like, whoa, where are we going with this one? I actually thought that it was going ALAB. People are saying it's ALAB. I apologize if it's ALAB. ALAB's way at the start of the fight, but honestly, Darkness battling back in this one, and it is a very, very close fight. I just took a look at the leaderboards there, and again, it is neck and neck. You can see them. Basically, you could draw a line. The left side of the point belongs to Darkness. The right side belongs to ALAB on this one, and ALAB really starting Paolo in the thick of it. There's the hard engage from the front line on the side of ALAB right there. But again, no one able to really get in and flank the enemy guild. I would love to see just one static from either guild really spawn at the other location and come up behind their opponent on this one. We'll see if any of them can figure it out. It does look like that ALAB has the right idea here, LF.
Yep, exactly. And they're trying to flank on the backside here. And just a bit of lore before this whole thing starts to begin once this rift opens up. ALAB is actually Filipino for flame. And it kind of like embodies the approach that they have here. A fiery kind of like rampaging approach, trying to surround, trying to consume the red side here. Curiously enough, with Darkness being on the other side. And right now we can see ALAB here pushing forward, taking ground. 1 minute left on the clock. If they maintain this tempo at this point in time, proceeding into the next minute, that means that they will have the prio on this rift. That means that they will have dibs on this rift as soon as it opens, and that opens up their kind of like their choices a little bit, where Red is forced to jump in the middle, and then ALAB kind of execute their plan of trying to surround the other side and take their backline by surprise with both of their flex teams.
This is neck and neck. I'm actually honestly curious what strategy you kind of want to take here. I think that you want to be the first one to try to cap the point in this case, because Talus can be very difficult to flip if you lose the point early on this one, and it does look like that ALAB has control of the point right now as Darkness kind of backs off with 15 seconds left on the clock. I don't think that they really want to give the first cap of the match over to ALAB right now, but that's might be what happens.
Yeah, and we can see here the flex team on ALAB's side, they actually had to back off there. Faz being one of the leaders of ALAB since the beginning of time, they actually are a New World guild as well, so they are accustomed to these GVGs. They're trying to get the backside here, and they're doing an excellent job of it. If you look at the backside of Darkness here, they are being pulled by one party. You can see groups of like 2-3 parties being pulled back by 3 parties, and thus giving the advantage on the side of ALAB when it comes to taking on this rift. 26-8, very effective approach from the side of ALAB here with their flex teams, pulling Darkness as much as they can away. And again, Darkness trying to push forward here, but at the same time, they have to kind of realize that, hey, maybe send a flex squad only to intercept and be more of an anti-flex towards ALAB's flex team, and then have the rest of your main ball fight for this rift. Because once ALAB takes this one with 64% now on the way at 19 minutes, by the way, Blue. Once they take this, it's going to be a very, very tall order for Darkness to try and take this back.
Yeah, I think that if we look at the Cordy crossbow matchups here, you have Darkness's Belogish B, which I'm locked onto right now. Oh my goodness, gets taken down right there. He is the only Cordy on the side of Darkness versus ALAB, which has Striker and Jabu are the 2 Cordys on their side, so that might be aiding them. But I'll be honest with you, I have not seen the flankers from either team necessarily do an extraordinary job yet. I will say that ALAB's flankers are doing a little bit better job. Finally, Darkness starts to push back onto the stone. You look at that percentage start to climb now as they start to try to get more dominant on this one. You can see ALAB doing their best. They're at 60% on contribution on the node, and it's all about having one more pair of boots on the point than your opponent. And you can see just how close this match actually is as Darkness is battling back and forth. Darkness, remember, they got the point after ALAB did. ALAB had a head start on them, and Darkness is closing this gap. 41% to 59%. You can see the percentage starting to move down for ALAB. Darkness is starting to rally.
Exactly, and ALAB here, they're trying their best to get into this rift and try to contest a little bit, but it seems like the 2-2-2 parties are just a little bit better at this point in time on the side of darkness here. And you can see on the backside here, 2 parties, about 2.5 parties here from ALAB side, trying to pull back the rest of the darkness team, but it's not working as effectively as it was before. They need to push further, need to pressure the backline of darkness here. Otherwise, what's going to happen here is they're just going to be catching out the 1s and 2s that are coming back. But in the meantime, the rest of ALAB is getting pressured here on the rift. And again, ALAB actually still managing somehow managing to take prio on this rift. And now with a lot of the respawners from the side of darkness here coming back, this flex team might not have much long to live. And once they get wiped, once they get knocked out of this rift, of this.
Hold that thought, LF. Oh my goodness, look at the percentage shoot up on the side of ALAB right there. When you have twice as many people on the point as your opponent, the percentage actually climbs twice as fast. So you can see, look at that. They've only got 15 people on the point, but that's enough because the other side of things, darkness only has 6. They're just going to lose out. It got so close there for a moment, and ALAB shuts the door on that attempted cap right there. They're the first ones to cap in this match right now. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, Blue. Darkness had the formula. They knew exactly what to do, and they were doing it correctly. They just needed to keep doing it and just like send that one flex over to the flex team that ALAB was trying to pull people from. They were doing it so well. They were ignoring them really well. They were putting pressure on the rift, and as soon as their people died on the rift side, as they're trying to take the rift, unfortunately, the people that were running back got held up by that same one flex squad. You cannot have that happen, Blue. You cannot do that when you're trying to contest the rift, especially when it's that close. Though every single person, 1 party, 2 party that decided to stick and try to wipe out that flex team from ALAB suffered the cost of losing the rift take on this initial take at 15 minutes left.
Yeah, if you want to try and lock onto the Cordy crossbows for us so that you can tell us when they're about to go in and spin, we can get that angle there. I think would be great for the spectators here. It does look like this is actually not a good position for ALAB to be in because, like I said before, I'm not sure if you necessarily want to take the Riftstone first. Normally, I would prioritize that, but in a match this close, you'll notice that ALAB actually can't gain percentage right now. So they basically have to consistently keep Darkness from climbing in percentage. You can see Darkness already at 25% right now with 15 minutes left on the clock. They have all day, as long as they don't lose all of their percentage, they can slowly snowball and slowly take the point back here. It does look like that ALAB is doing a great job of trying to battle back the other way on this one, but man, really struggling right now to keep control of this as we're already up at 32% and climbing very rapidly now. It only takes 1 more pair of shoes on the point than your opponent, and then you will be climbing in percentage. So again, and there we go, ALAB pushing it back the other way. They really want to try to get twice as many people on the point and try to push that percentage down as much as they can.
And then it's not. It was so close, and then it's not. This keeps happening on the side of Darkness here. Darkness, you have the formula. You know exactly what to do. You know how to make it close. You know how to put it on your favor. Just please, for the love of all that is good, please keep doing what you're doing, right? And stop not doing that just because there's a flex team trying to distract the rest of your squad there. Send one flex team to respond to that one if you can. Have them play life. Distract the numbers that ALAB is trying to put on the backside there, and just have the rest of your main ball be in this rift. Contest this the way that you have been. And as you can see, it's very even now. And then you can see Darkness taking the advantage on the rift. Please, Darkness, if you want to win this one, stick to that. If you do not, they will capitalize on it, and you will lose this take.
They have twice as many people on the point right now. ALAB really struggling right now. Look at the percentage shoot up at 41 in climbing, 42 in climbing. Look at that push forward right there as ALAB struggles to get back onto the point, as a lot of their DPS basically got wiped out all at the same time and had to regroup. But now a lot of low health bars on the side of Darkness for this one here, as ALAB finally struggles to get back on top. But look at the percentage. We're down at 13 minutes. If we look at the markers, at 15 minutes, they were only at 25%. Now at 13 minutes, they're at 43%. That is really good progress if you're a Darkness fan right now. They are playing this in a great way, but I gotta hand it to ALAB. Their flankers have finally got outside the back of the fight. Ooh, Nutella, just as I say that, Nutella gets wiped out on the back line right there, but you can see the flankers from ALAB, doing a great job of trying to push them off the point server. Hamster gets a heal right as he's about to go down, standing on the edge of the fight right there, trying to stay in range of his tanks. He's gonna go down. Not much he can do about that one. Too many yellow health bars around him. Look at the percentage starting to plummet right now as ALAB starts to battle back. Another big swing towards them. You see the kill feed on the right side of your screen heavily in favor of yellow right there, and you can see that reflected in how many people they actually have on the point, all the way back down at 21%. Darkness losing a lot of momentum here.
Blue, if you look at this, if you look at the scoreboard right now, in terms of like rankings, the sole Cordy crossbow on the side of Darkness is doing incredible work. He's currently rank 1 despite being the sole Cordy crossbow on his team here. Second Cordy crossbow following him close by is Stregwer. This man is, by the way, we mentioned about Darkness being a PvE god guild. This man himself here, he is quite a legend in Crimson as one of the PvE demons of the early days, and this man reached max every single weapon. Before the new masteries were even introduced, this man reached like max level on every single weapon at level 20, and rightfully so, he's holding one of the crossbows here, but Belogish B on the side of Darkness here is giving him a run for his money. Solo Cordy crossbow outperforming a double Cordy crossbow. There has to be some sort of adjustment on the side of ALAB here. Otherwise, if Belogish just goes hyper even more than he is now, he's gonna be cleaning house on the side of this rift, and he will be the win condition on the side of Darkness.
Yeah, Darkness actually losing full control of the rift. They actually have to recap the Riftstone now as they lost all momentum. They do get the recap down, which is really good. Deputy gonna go down, but he did manage to get that cap off before he went down. Sadly, they're losing percentage really fast. They need to push up onto the point as quickly as they can. I completely agree with your assessment. I think that if you place a Cordy crossbow in the hand of somebody that, let's say, has a lukewarm IQ, they're not going to perform as well. So there's an aspect of it where you have to have almost all 10 fingers in order to make the weapon actually work properly. To have one Cordy crossbow outperform the other two in such a dramatic way is a super big deal for the side of Darkness over here, and they are battling what they can for control of this rift. They do manage to save it on this one, climbing up to 12%. They've only got 10 minutes left on the clock. They cannot afford to keep having the door shut on them here. And again, I don't think the play is to back up here. I think the play is to restructure where your statics are standing and keep trying to battle for this point, because whatever they're doing, it's working really well. Up at 20% now and climbing. They have over twice as many people on the point. ALAB out of position, out of time. A lot of them are running back to the fight, but they're all at half health, and they're getting immediately blown up on the backside of the fight over there, which gives yet another big surge in percentage to Darkness. What a shift in momentum for Darkness right there. 2 wipes right back to back puts them right at 40% once again, right in the thick of it. 9.5 minutes left on the clock though. LF, time is starting to run thin.
They're almost there, Blue. They're almost there. They have the secret formula that they need to do here, but what they're missing right now is just a little bit of spice, and by a little bit of spice I mean like a little bit of flex team on the side there of ALAB's side. Maybe do the same thing that they're doing to them there, distract a little bit of the backline and pull them off a little bit, because what I'm noticing from the yellow side here is that they're very aggressive. You give them an inch, they'll try to take a mile. So if you put a flex team on the backside there, you might be able to pull enough people, just enough people possibly, to get enough of your guys on the rift and take it here, because you have 8 minutes left. There's not a lot of time. You need to take it in the next 4 minutes here. Otherwise, you have zero hope of taking this rift ever.
Ooh, big wipe there for Darkness. Really good kill feed for Darkness right there. They surge onto the point. I'd love to see some of their outside. There's 2 skirmishes going on right now, chat. You can see what's going on the rift, and then the skirmish on the other side, just offside the stone itself. A lot of red health bars over here. They have over 2 times as many people on the point right now. Darkness out skirmishing them, and here is the big surge from Darkness coming in. ALAB trying to get back to the fight, but getting intercepted by Darkness's flankers right there, surging to 50% and climbing. Now they don't have twice as many people on the point, but they still hold it. Oh my goodness, another big kill feed for Darkness, and they are holding on. The climb to 60% is real as time ticks down. 8 minutes left on the clock, and Darkness looks like they're starting to wipe. Big Cordy spin from Belogish right there. Massive Cordy spin to wipe off ALAB at the last possible moment. It looks like he is going to go down for that spin, but a lot of ALAB members go down, and that buys them another 10%. Beautiful play coming out from Darkness right there. ALAB trying to rally.
Yeah, Blue, I'm starting to see the reason why Belogish here is kind of like outperforming the Corey Crossbows on the other side of the team. When Belogish decides to engage, his party is right there with him. They are the wind at his back. When I look at like the Corey Crossbows on the side of ALAB here with Strig jumping forward in one of the most recent engages that he did, he jumped forward to capitalize on a clump. But the thing is, you need your party to be there. You need your clumpers, your Crusaders to be there to clump for you, to take the damage for you. And then Belogish again getting all that thanks to the help of his guild and his party clumping up these people for him. ALAB needs to do the same thing for Strig right here. Strig needs to get kills. 2 kills on the side of ALAB here. They're trying to get it back as much as they can here. He's trying to put as much pressure as he can, but unfortunately, again, if you are a Corey Crossbow in this scenario, you need your group, your party, your guild to clump for you.
Darkness is gonna take over with 6 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. ALAB loses control of the Riftstone. What a back and forth match right now. It is 1 Cordy Crossbow against 2 Cordy Crossbows, and the man is just a machine. Darkness doing a great job rallying in this match. It looked like ALAB had their pressure. It looked like they had their number, but now it's ALAB scrambling to get points. People back on the point to try to start that cap. Every single second matters. And so you see Darkness just diving their front line to the point right now to try to prevent them as long as possible from getting that point. Deputy doing his best to try to keep them CC'd as the yellow health bars try to stream in and interact with the point. You see it gets the 50%. Another CC off right there.
Close.
They're keeping their tanks healthy right now. Darkness's healers are stepping forward, stepping up in this situation, keeping Deputy alive. There's another Paolo going for a camp right now, gets interrupted again by Deputy. Another beautiful interruption as we tick down to the 5.5 minute marker. This is going to be a nail biter.
Blue, this is going to be one hell of a close match, and as Rune Demon said in the chat, Darkness is coming, and they have come indeed. They have taken this drift. They came, they saw, they conquer. The question is, can they keep it up? And they can defend it. Can they defend it and take this all the way down? 5 minutes and 15 seconds left into this fight. Can they take it all the way home? Can Darkness go all the way?
Oh, we have another run at the point right now, and it looks like ALAB says, no, you will not. 25% and climbing for ALAB right now into the closing minutes of this match. Absolutely unbelievable. Battle back right now, already climbing up to 35%. This is not a good look for Darkness right now. Where are they? Where do the Darkness members go? A beautiful push coming in from ALAB right now as they battle back in. Holy moly, 43% and climbing. We are running out of time. Whoever caps this next might just win the match altogether. The Darkness finally manages to get on top. 24-23, 26-21. It is 1 pair of boots over your opponent. It is a nail-bitingly close match. Every single guild member needs to be performing, needs to be playing for the team. Huge kill feed for ALAB right there. Are they able to capitalize? They need to class down onto the point right now. LF, what are we watching?
We are watching a slaughter fest, and both guilds clawing at each other. 4 minutes left. Whoever gets this next take wins this fight. They both know it, and they're both engaging each other non-stop. What Darkness needs to do in here right now is reach into whatever they did earlier, repeat that about 1-2 times, 1, 2, 3 or 3 times even, just to try to get this one right here, because they have it. They just need to take it back. They have the numbers advantage right now, and ALAB is trying their best to take it back, and they are slowly but surely. Right now, ALAB, they need to have the onus on this one. They need to have this take. If they cannot get this take, all Red needs to do, all Darkness needs to do in order for Darkness to go all the way is for them to take this and defend it and not let it get to 100%. And right now, they're not even halfway there, Blue.
Big spin for Striker right there, but not able to come up with any kills. His team capitalized for him. 30-16 right there. Darkness desperately trying to hold on. You're watching one of the Cordy Crossbows right now on the side of ALAB as he's playing on the back line right here, and he's They're trying to pull him out of the fight to keep him off the point. Right now is Darkness doing everything they can to try to keep on top of this point. They know that they don't have time. We're under 3 minutes. There's only 55% on ALAB's team. They need to bust a move right now. If ever you needed a guild member to step up and get a kill feed, one kill feed can be the difference right now. It is 20% probably per kill feed right now, and they certainly have the boots to stand on the points. LF, this is so close.
Oh my goodness. Right now, on the side of ALAB here, Jabu or Strig, you need to open your wings out wide, fly to the back line, wipe out as many squishies as you can, just like that, just like what happened just now. And there you go, the advantage on the side of ALAB here, 27 to 24, but oh my, 24 to 21 rather on the side of ALAB here, 24 to 20, 17 dropping on the red side. They're gonna get these frags. If they get a few more of this, then with the 2 minutes that's left, they might very well possibly own this one. All they need to do is get into the point, have their tanks push outside, block the rest of Darkness from getting in here, have their flex teams kind of pull as many more parties than what they're investing onto that side, and 59. They could possibly win this. But this is going to be a nail biter, Blue. 60% with 1 minute 48 seconds left.
They have the time. They just need to make sure they stay on top into the final minute and a half of this match. Right now, Striker goes down. That's not good for ALAB. Right there as Darkness pushes back onto the point, but ALAB managing to hold on, holding at 60%. Darkness desperately needs to pull this together into the final minute and 30 seconds right now. It's only going to take exactly one good push from ALAB, and it will push them over the top of this one. They've played well all match long. Can they clutch it up into the final moments? 70 seconds left on the clock. Darkness on top for now, but honestly, they're starting to get wiped off. Darkness, it's so back and forth. Honestly,
with a minute left.
Yeah, 1 minute left on the clock now. 25 to 24, 22 to 19, 62%. We need ALAB with a big wipe right now. It needs to be Guardians and go, but a lot of low health bars on the side of ALAB spells disaster for their guild.
Darkness is giving them an opportunity right now. The Darkness is clumping on one side of the rift here. They just need to wipe out that clump and then push forward a little bit with their tags and get double the numbers here. But unfortunately, 36 seconds left. Blue, 72%?
Yeah, I was about to say, wait a minute, 73% and climbing, 30 seconds on the clock. The huge kill feed for Striker right there. 26 to 19, 27, 28, down to 23 again. They're up at 80%. Can they make it? Oh my goodness, it is right down to the wire. Every single person you see them pouring back onto the Riftstone. 84%. I don't think they have enough time. Wait, they have twice as many people on the point. I don't think that they can do it. 89%. 90, 91, 93. It's not enough time. Darkness at the finish line. Unbelievable. Darkness holding it together. Holy moly, the first round of the tournament. I'm going to lose my voice. I've got 4 weeks of this.
Oh my.
Holy cinema. Ladies and gentlemen, it does not get closer than that match right there. Let's look at the stat block. 77 kills for Bilgabesh B. Again, that was the strongest Cordy spinner in the lobby, the only Cordy spinner on the side of Darkness, and he was certainly performing. There's Striker down below him right there. Jabu is the third Cordy spinner, and again, you put their kills together, they are slightly outperforming him, but that was absolutely insane. If we look at damage dealt, it's actually Whiskey with the Staff Dagger, and I think that we're seeing Staff Dagger be so prominent in damage dealt because they're excellent tank busting class, and they're the only people that can really get the damage done to the tanks, and the tanks are damage sponges, so you see them do a lot of damage here, but a great job by him. Striker coming in at number 2 with that Cordy right there. Damage taken on the clock here. It's a healer kind of day, guys. The first actual bruiser tank that we see is Selkie on the Gladiator here. Gladiator a lot tankier than I think maybe at least even I realized. For sure, the first Crusader we see is Magic Carson all the way down here at 1.8 million damage taken right there. If we look over damage healed, again, we saw 46 million in the previous match, 22 million from Kaib Y. You see, when both healing backlines, guys, are under this much pressure, it's very difficult to keep sustained healing down over time. That's how you know how like one-sided one match is over another. And you see Darkness, 4 healers on the leaderboard, and then ALAB, 6 healers on the leaderboard, but the 4 Darkness healers are all sitting above most of the the ALAB healers here. So again, the healers very split, but what a match we just saw.
That was Blue. We might both lose our voices at this point because I had to stop myself from screaming because
I wasn't prepared.
It's not even. It's supposed to be an undercard match, and it's looking like it was like the finals for the both of us here, and I had to kind of restrain my excitement a little bit and like the intensity a little bit because I know we still have a few matches to go and we can't lose our voices, both of our voices at this point. But that match was just so intense. ALAB looked like they just had it in the first half of that match, and it was looking like they would have it the whole entire time because Darkness just could not figure out what to do in the next stages of that fight. But towards the end,
well, we can take a look at our instant replay here in a second as it comes up here, but there were so many engages, so many swing moments of that match that I think were just absolutely sick. I mean, it's not, and that match shows you it's not always the Cordy that makes the difference, but like we love to focus on the Cordy because let's be honest with you, it's kind of cinema. Watching them get, you know that they're just sitting there waiting for that big kill feed is pretty cool to see overall. But as we look over at our instant replay from that last match right here, you see this is the first engage of the match, and you could already tell that this was going to be an extremely close match just based on this first engage. You see the front lines basically get really close right there. There's the engage going through. Very few flankers. The Cordy's just not very effective in this initial push. Very few people getting through to the back line to get that damage down. And it's just an all-out skirmish, and the entire match played out like that. It is very rare to see engagements that last that long and are not eventually super decisive one way or another.
I was kind of surprised that neither team on that initial engage decided to like kind of like perch up on the high ground either there on the side. But that might be because like none of them are built for that type of play style. Maybe they wanted to be more of a brawlish, more 2-2-2-ish kind of play style there. That way they can kind of hang out with their tanks a little bit more, their healers a little bit more. And we kind of saw that on the side of like Darkness, right? Like they had a lot of pressure when it comes to their tanks taking damage. They had a lot of pressure when it comes to like the performance that their healers were putting out. And for some reason, despite the insane performance on the side of their tanks and the side of their healers, the fact that ALAB was actually able to make it that close and have that dominance in the beginning is kind of crazy to me, Blue.
Absolutely insanity. And to be honest, that wasn't even the match that we thought was going to be hyped. The reason I'm smiling right now, Chad, is I can see what map was chosen for the next one. But before we get into the map, let's take a look at the next match of the day, which is Warband versus Holy Crepe. Warband on the Oblivion server. Warband the second strongest in their alliance. Baba and Last Ronin's also joining them, although I think Last Ronin's sadly has F's in chat for them. I'm sure they were a fantastic guild, just didn't quite make it to the tournament there. They believe that they're third strongest on the server, which I wouldn't look too closely into because they're missing their last guild on that one, and they've only won 2 sieges so far. But Warband's pretty modest. They only really want to get through the second round. I'll let you introduce these other guys.
All right, so Holy Crepe, again, as we mentioned earlier, the rivalry between these two, Warband with Crota and Holy Crepe, of course, with Manchun. In terms of alliance strengths, if I were to put two of these alliances neck and neck, even if I was to remove the fourth guild on the side of Holy Crepe, I do think alliance-wise, Holy Crepe is the stronger one of these, because I've kind of experienced both sides, right? But that's exactly where none of that stuff matters. There is a lot of ZVZ, there's a lot of sieges in this game, but this is a GVG, Blue, and is going in alliance strength is not going to matter. It's just going to be Warband versus Holy Crepe. I can guarantee you the amount of banter, and that's me putting it very, very mildly, that's going to happen when one of these guys lose and one of these guys win is going to be phenomenal. We are going to have to make a bunch of popcorn, a bunch of soda, whatever you prefer, because we're going to be watching the chat logs on the NA West.
I do not want to see the chat logs. As the owner of the Twitch channel, I'm going to go ahead and say I'm going to stay away from the chat logs of this one. As again, Holy Crepe calling out Crota, who is the GM of the enemy guild, saying that he fell off harder than he did in New World. Oh boy, I hope you don't lose with that kind of mentality. But really cool. I cannot wait to see us get into this match. Do you want to talk about pick bans for us?
Oh yeah, sure. And before we do though, Blue, I just want to tell you beforehand, just like from what I know for a fact that Holy Crepe has been holding way more war games than Warband, and that could prove to be crucial when it comes to winning this rivalry, as we call it. But in terms of pick bans, the people that won the coin toss is Holy Crepe, and they chose to pick. And then Warband decides to ban Leviathan, Kawazan, Malakar, and a Dentist. Again, all of these have very cramped up spaces and very crucial choke points, all of them, and a bit of terrain. Something about choosing terrain is like kind of like the pattern that we've seen towards this whole thing. But here's a surprise though, Blue, and I'm sure you have something to say about this one.
Yep.
Chernobog Riftstone, literal king of the hill matchup in this rift.
Chernobog is the choice right here from Holy Crepe, and you know that since this is a rivalry matchup, Chernobog, for those of you that don't know, War Games Chernobog is a lot different than open world Chernobog if you're defending that Riftstone in the open world because of where the spawn points are for Chernobog. Like he said, it kind of ends up being a king of the hill situation. It is going to be a coin flip at best. We're going to see it's not going to be a crazy amount of pushes. You're pushing up a narrow choke into basically the point itself. And the guilds are basically going to be in an all-out brawl on the point, which should be very interesting to see on this. But again, it was Holy Crepe that chose Chernobog. So they have to have something planned.
Exactly. So the curious thing about Chernobog is if your comp has specific kill squad, you know how like you kind of kill people on the way back, on the run back, 40% HP, easy to kill. Here's the thing with Chernobog Riftzone. By the time that their invulnerability runs out, they're already close to the top, close to the rift. So the closest that you can intercept them is essentially right down the stairs from where the rift is. This is going to be a hilarious moment here, and a lot of the kill squads, especially the crossbow daggers, are going to feel very, very homeless going into this fight if they think that they can catch people early.
Yeah, as we get started with this one, it is a Chernobog kind of day right now. And very interestingly, we're seeing both guilds spawn in, and it is going to be a run to the Riftstone on this one. Warband in yellow, Holy Crepe in red, and oh my gosh, they knew. They knew right off the bat. Warband knew where to spawn. I think Holy Crepe spawned at the wrong location. That is very bad. You'll see, look at this choke point. Yeah, look at this choke point for them. They come running up the choke point right near Krotha, who they choked at the start. He's out in front, standing tall for his kill. As much as you might give him crud, Krotha looks unkillable. Out in front for the boys. Right there, and it looks like again we have Warband taking early position on this rift.
They have really good positioning here in terms of like the early take that they had. Krotha here trying to stop as many people as they can, and right now, in my opinion, here with Holy Crepe, they're all going through the stairs. Don't forget that on the eastern side, quite a little bit to the northern eastern side, if you look at your mini map here, there is a hookup here that you can use. You don't have to funnel in through those stairs, because if you do, it is a death sentence, especially if the other side does have those Cordy crossbows.
Yeah, both sides actually have two Cordy crossbows in this matchup. Holy Crepe has X-Bag Slayer and Retsu, and Warband has Alexis Marie and Argon. So if you want to try to lock onto those and let us know when you have those, we can take a look at their perspectives as this goes here, because I'll be honest with you, this is a Cordy crossbow target-rich environment right here. Look at this all-out brawl that we see on this stone, because everyone is spawning down below and just immediately running up here. Although I'll be honest with you, I'm seeing a lot more Holy Crepe getting kills than their opponents right now.
Oh, okay. So I actually managed to find a bunch of them a bunch of times here when they got to the rift. But the problem is, every time I found the Cordy crossbow spitters on the side of Warband here, they died like 3 seconds later. So unfortunately, I don't have a lock-in on anybody just yet. I might just look for the Cordy crossbows on the Holy Crepe side, ABG Slayer and Retsu, as soon as I can find them here. But I tried to follow the Warband ones, unfortunately. But within 2 seconds, again, if you are a Cordy crossbow, you are very, very reliant on the wind in your back, which is your party, your crusaders, your seekers. You cannot go into the rift by yourself. You cannot do anything there alone. You will be focused. You probably are on the sights of the enemy already, and if you try to do that, you will get eliminated immediately.
Yeah, and Crotha, honestly, I don't think that Crotha has actually died yet. And I think that that's why they probably targeted him, is they know he's the strong point for his guild. This guy, he's constantly pulling people away from the rift. You see him shoving people as well. That is exactly what you want to be doing as a tank on this map. You want to be shoving people off the side, as there's not very many safe places to stand with almost a minute and a half left on the clock before the Riftstone becomes viable here. You can see just how close this actually is for both teams, but I feel like Holy Crepe is getting bigger kill feeds, but look how quickly Warband can actually reinforce this.
And Retsu here about to get some kills if he can get a few here. He manages to get 2 with that spin. He's been playing very safe here. I have him on lock at the moment. I've noticed that he's been playing very, very safe on the back, trying to get as many resets as he can with the triple pull, thanks to the passive effect of Bulwark. And not only is he trying to get the resets, he's also actually trying to pull people off, which is, if you think about it, is actually better than a kill, because people have to do that long run back instead of like pouring what is essentially right in front of the rift.
Yeah, it's so much better to just push people off the other side. You saw a couple Holy Crepe just got pushed off the bad side. They have to run all the way around and come back up here. But I'll be honest with you, Holy Crepe starting to lock down the choke point on the way up to the Riftstone, starting to clamp down on this match. If I take a look at the damage to see who's winning so far, you can see Obsidian Lama-sama right here with the highest kills. Damage dealt in the map. Again, Holy Crepe on top right now, but there's a lot of Warband also up here as well, kind of joining them, and you can see damage taken as well. You can see Warband, and that's a good indicator to see, is Warband taking more damage? Yes, okay, they might be on the losing end of this right now, but they do have stronger healers overall. This is very back and forth on the leaderboards with 10 seconds left on the clock before the rift actually becomes available. Holy Crepe actually does have control, but you have people like Thick Bacon and Crotha here are going to have to stop Holy Crepe from getting this cap off so he can get his guild up this tiny little choke point on the left here. Look at them running up here. They're all at half health, coming up to try to reinforce. Yeah. There it goes. There's the cap going down right now. Crotha does get that stop off. Crotha right there. Beautiful play right now to try to help his guild, try to get in position on this one, LF, and look at him performing so well. Now he's going to try and take the cap back.
Yep, exactly. So crucially here, Blue, we saw that there, in terms of like damage dealt, Warband members are kind of like up there, but what we kind of noticed here on the defeat and the kill side as well, and the assist side as well, there's not a lot of like finishes coming from the side of Warband here. They are doing damage. They are doing almost comparable damage to even the top 1, 2, and 3. But the problem is they're not able to finish those kills. What is preventing them from not getting these kills? It could be either a lack of follow-up, or it could just be that the 222 parties or the Seekers or the Crusaders on the side of Holy Crepe here are just doing a phenomenal job of keeping their guys alive.
Yeah, and Crotha, again, just keeps CCing them off the point and trying to interact with it again himself, which is extremely impressive. But finally, we see Holy Crepe initiate the first take of the Riftstone here, and they have 36 people standing on the point. Warband in a lot of trouble. Crotha doing what he can to try to interact with that Riftstone right there, but his guild has got to get up here. They're getting some good pushes off the side. Is Holy Crepe losing members over the side right now, but Warband really struggling to kind of get up here. Holy Crepe definitely seems like they have practiced on this. You said that they've practiced more war games than Warband here, and I gotta say, it shows. They prepared a tough strategy. They thought that Chernobog, there's a good idea, or there's a good likelihood that Chernobog does not get banned in the tournament. Warband comes in, doesn't ban the Cherno, leaves it open. They come in, they're at 75% and climbing. It looking really good for Holy Crepe right now.
Yeah, so the thing that's worth noting here on the side of Holy Crepe is that there's Cordy spinners. They're not just waiting for the spin in order for them to get like the maximum effectiveness, right? Not only are they resetting their cooldowns with the collision that they're doing through the pulls and the pushes, they're also trying to eliminate the other members from like Warband side by tossing them out. So the effectiveness of these Cordy users is tripled essentially. They're getting impact in terms of like with the value of kills with their spins, but they're also getting that by pulling people off. So in terms of like effectiveness, Retsu alone has done this nonstop throughout this whole fight. This man, with the way he plays, the way he positions, even though he just fell there from the flank side on the hook side of Warband here, he is just entirely effective. Just him alone is eliminating probably like on average 2 parties worth of people in the cycle that he does with his spins and his pulls.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, looks like again Crotha gets the interact on the Rift, and now looking at Warband battling back right now. Who fell off harder, us in New World or you off the side of the Chernobog map? Holy moly, bro! I'm so good at chat PvP at the end of the day because holy crap just keeps getting pushed off the side of the map, and it is given Warband a chance to move up. There goes 2 more off the side of the map, right there. Oh my goodness! So they're getting more kills, but again, Warband battling back right now, and look at this, 26% and climbing right now. And the bad part for Holy Crepe is they actually can't get they can't get any percentage back on the point right now because they're the ones that own the Riftstone, and Warband may have actually allowed that to happen because see, now you see them building up in percentage here, although they're starting to decline really hard now. But oh my goodness, look at these pulls to the edge of the map right now. This has got to be so frustrating. And I know there's some of the chat members. Oh, there we go. Taste of it. How does that medicine taste? Your own taste like? Okay, all right. That's we have both guilds trying to push each other off now.
Exactly, and if you can't get the kill count, just toss them off a cliff. It's right about the same thing. If they die, they die. If they don't, well, run right back because it's gonna be one hell of a journey for you to come back here. You might as well have died. But in the case here of Holy Crepe, though, if you look at the scoreboard right now, they actually are down 1 member currently. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but this might be the inch that Warband needs to get the advantage that they need to get like the take on this Rift here. I'm not sure how crucial of a member that was that ended up leaving or ended up crashing, but again, this is part of your strategy, right? Like when you're assigning these teams into your roster, the reason why you do a lot of war games back to back, a lot of reps, is because you also need to figure out who crashes the most in these rifts, and you need to not have those people in your team because they will be a liability. And right now, Holy Crepe is figuring that out 1 person at a time. Hopefully that's how it is. That's all it is for them, because any more people than they have here, and any more that the side of Warband decides to pull off this rift, it's just going to be over for them, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely. And they keep pulling people off. Interestingly enough, if you do look at the leaderboards, it's crazy. Warband's actually winning in healing. It's winning in damage done. It's winning in, it's not really winning in damage taken anymore, but they're doing a great job of battling back. These guilds are actually very, very close in strength, but it does look like that Holy Crepe is going to shut the door on this cap, which is not good for Warband. They do fail to capture the Riftstone right there. Holy Crepe managing to bring it back, but you can see there's Crotha right there, the pillar of his guild. That's why they want to target him. That's why they're trying to get in his head, is because they know he's actually really good. I Am Augie just pulled 3 people off the left side of the map right there. That was a beautiful play. And again, it puts Warband in a great position. Crotha gets another cap on the Rift right now, but just not enough boots on the point yet.
Yeah, Crotha again here, getting that cap for his team. His team right now, his guild right now, just needs to figure out how they're going to approach this fight, because Crotha has no problem getting the take on this Rift. They just need the bodies. And Crotha right now, there's a reason, I guess, now we're starting to find out why people are calling him Crotha the GOAT, because this man is one hell of a gamer. And yeah, he's kind of showing it here. Not only is he getting the takes on those rifts, but he's also getting these really nice engages on the biggest clumps that he can find on the side of Holy Crepe. It's just, they need to capitalize as a guild. Their Cordy crossbows, if there is a huge clump there being pulled in with the Bellandir pulls and getting stunned with the dev smashes that are coming in, the crossbows, the Cordy crossbows especially, need to capitalize on this one. Right now, I'm trying to look for any 30 meter range spell blades here, or even like libs, trying to get up on this roof or on this tent to try to get more damage in here, to kind of like, at the very least, increase the numbers on their end for Warband, but it's just not happening for them right now.
Zoro-chan doing his best impression of Scar, pushing people off the edge of the cliff. And the Lang, I killed Mufasa, and he just keeps throwing people off the side of the cliff. is unbelievable. It's actually really interesting to see them consistently be able to do that. There goes another two. I am Augie. Just killed Mufasa again. So funny to watch over there.
There's a lot of sad Simbas today, Blue. There's a lot of sad Simbas today.
A lot of sad Simbas, but sadly for Warband, despite all of these excellent pulls, I think their tanks are... Oh my god, he pulled him right back in. He actually pulled him off. He said, nope, yoinked him right back on, as Zoro-chan right there on the side of the map. But I just think that Warband is struggling to pick up kills. Like you said, they're struggling to get onto the point. Their leadership is doing a great job of locking down the point consistently, but they just can't keep boots on the point. Look at that. There we go. 19 people on the point right now. They need to funnel. They need to get out of this choke point on the right side of your screen over here and get on to the rift proper here. But look at all their low health bars. A big red kill feed right there for a Holy Crepe, pushing it back the other way.
So one thing here now, we're at the point in time where it's long enough into the match where everybody, all stacks kind of like get the groove of the fight a little bit, right? So at this point in time, you can't even really blame the shot caller here. If anything, I would probably look onto the party leads. If you are a party lead and you notice that like going through these stairs it's just not working out, maybe try the hookup on the side there. You know, maybe have your range, have your liberators, have your spell blades, go up on these tents, go up on these roofs, and like just have free damage, have, you know, and force their kill squads to try to respond to you. And since you have a dagger, if you're a spell blade, you can just get out. But I'm not seeing any of that right now. There is a perfectly good cabin there on the side with a hookup right beside it that they could use to try to range down from that height, get the extra stats for pigeoning up on high elevation. But they're not doing it. I'm not seeing any team do it, actually, Blue.
Yeah, honestly, 32 people on the point right now for Warband as they rally back right now. 26% is what they got it to before they finally got run over by Holy Crepe there. And again, the kill feed just looks so red all the time. If you look over at the defeats here, again, yeah, Holy Crepe. They're like, look at the damage leaderboards and the kill leaderboards for Holy Crepe as they start to take over this match right now. And you can see why they're dominating in the way that they are. But honestly, the Cordy crossbows minimized in overall effectiveness, it looks like, on this, because I can't even lock onto one of them before they die.
That is probably the hardest thing in this match so far it looks like the both of us, because we can barely lock onto these guys. The most that I've locked onto so far is Retsu, so he might be the best candidate in terms of like a lock on here. I have him locked on at the moment. He's going in, he's going for a spin, it looks like. He's trying to get a pull in, and looks like no dice. No dice so far. Oh, there you go, another spin.
24.
Not that many kills.
Yeah, not that great, but 25 to 37, they're losing percentage on the Riftstone right now. Warband needs to make a strong push up here. Only 9.5 minutes left on the clock. I gotta say, these, as much as they might be rivals, you can see why. The guilds are very, very close. Holy Crepe definitely came with a stronger strategy here. It looks like Warband's strategy to just consistently pull people off the edge is not quite working as well as they were hoping here. But Warband does manage to rally 31, 33 people onto the point, but it's just not enough. Holy Crepe over and over again consistently have more people on the point. Their statics are just working better together. A static in Throne and Liberty, for those spectating that don't know, means your static party, the party that you always party up with, the people that work together with you every single day. Cordies are only as strong as your static is, as LF likes to say here. But it does look like, again, Holy Crepe dominating, but look how quickly they are able to consistently get the point. Holy Crepe cannot keep them from capping the point, which is telling.
Yeah, exactly. So Crota here, try as you might, like you could get all the takes as you want, but we can see the disparity here, Blue. It's not even like it's double now. It's more than double. It's basically triple at this point at certain points in this take. And it's just looking like it's an impossible play here for Warband. I'm not quite sure what they can do here. If you compare both the Cordies, the effectiveness of each one is just kind of telling. I'm not sure if it's a build diff. I'm not sure if it's a clump diff on the side of the guild and the parties, but they need to be able to clump parties in here so that the Cordies themselves can not only, number one, get the frags that they need, number two, also get all the collisions. The closer they are, the better, because the more collisions that they're able to pull, the more people that they disrupt, the more kills you get. And again, that's just the key of winning these fights, these clump fights, especially when you have Cordies. But I've yet to see that from the side of Warband right now, which is kind of problematic. Meanwhile, Retsu, this whole time, I've been locked on to him for the past 5 minutes. This man has not died quite yet, and he's just getting spin after spin after spin, pull after pull. and he's just Q blocking, getting his mana back, and just really having overall effectiveness here on the side of Holy Crepe for him.
Interestingly enough, of Warband, if we look back at the percentage again, they have got the cap again. They're looking to try to climb in percentage. There we have 30 to 27 right now. Really, really good showing out of them this time, finally climbing up over that 10 percentage marker right now, as they have a pretty solid amount of people on the point. They're climbing up over 12% now, and it is a absolute grueling crawl for them to try to get up to 100%. Have they figured it out is right. Chernobog is a difficult riftstone to navigate. It's not much shot calling engaged. You really just have to trust that your static parties are working as well as possible as they can together. Oh my goodness, 40 people on the point for just one moment there for Holy Crepe. Unbelievably enough. Crazy them battling back the other way, and it looks like Warband is once again gonna have this door shut. They probably have enough time to try one, maybe two more caps, but they need to kick it into gear here, LF.
Yeah, what I'm observing here now, Blue, though, the problematic thing with Warband that I've observed throughout this whole fight is that they tend to go onto the rift with 40%, 20% HP alone. So that tells me that they are, number one, not regrouping with their parties. Right? If they regroup with their parties, they're a lot safer. They will, at the very least, be with their seekers. They'll get heals. They'll be at full HP going into this fight. Going into this fight as a squishy, right? Even as a tank, really. If you go into this fight with 20% HP, you are free food for whoever sees you first. So it's pretty much like whoever gets to you first, they get to have you for a meal, right? And that's exactly what they're doing here. This is the mistake that Warband is doing right now. I know it might take a little bit longer, but don't worry. The spawn is so close to the rift that it doesn't even matter. Just regroup with your parties, go up together, be full HP, have buffs going into this. You'll have more longevity, you'll have more people on the rift, you'll have better staying power, and you'll actually take the rift. But you cannot just keep funneling into this one by one without regrouping into your party, expecting to survive with 20% HP. It's just not going to happen, Blue.
Yeah, you see the small contingent of Warband massing on the point there, and they just immediately get routed by Holy Crepe. I mean, you got to think again, that's why war game practice ahead of time is so important. You have to believe that they practice this, their static positionings, understanding exactly where they need to stand. Warband has a much more primitive strategy coming into this, which is okay, we're just going to keep trying to pull them off the edge. You don't see nearly as many pulls coming out from Holy Crepe, yet they're consistently winning on engagements, on contribution on the point. As we tick down to the 5-minute mark, you see red constantly in the feed right now, as again the yellow health bar is just running out of time.
Yeah, and for good reason too. The moment that Red here, the moment that Holy Crepe sees the Warband members trying to hook up with 20% HP, that right now they're just started pushing onto them now. They're just free kills at this point. They're just, okay, you just got back here the first 2 seconds, go back down, right? Run back up. Get back here with 20% HP again, and guess what? They're doing it again. Warband's still doing it here. They're jumping into the rift with 20% HP, 40% HP. Are you crazy? That's never gonna work. It hasn't worked in the past 60 minutes. It's not gonna work now. So you need to change it up. Come back with your parties. Get healed up. Stay healthy. Get your pre-buffs. Get your healing touch and your flash waves, and get your natures all the way at the beginning there, right before you enter the rift, so you're full HP and you have sustain all throughout the fight. Otherwise, you're just not gonna have enough staying power. You just can't do it. You can't do it with 20% HP.
Yeah, absolutely. You see all of these wonderful yellow health bars trying to rally onto the point, but every time they get any momentum, they are immediately snuffed out by Holy Crepe. They look so strong in this one. And again, they came with a stronger strategy here, as both guilds are really close in overall strength. You can see that mainly because you do not see this many caps on, if this Riftstone was more one-sided, you would not see this many caps, because so many people are on the point all the time. You would constantly see people getting interrupted like this, but because Crepe has gotten so many caps, you can see why they tried to target him with the chat PvP earlier. It's because he's one of the best players. You can see why they rally behind him here. Sadly, I don't think they came with a strong enough strategy, even though both guilds seem pretty close. It does look like a Holy Crepe came with the strategy, and they are winning out on this one. 34 people on the point, despite the fact that Warband just pulled off 2 or 3 more people right there.
Yep. One man can only do so much, Blue, and he can try all his might here. He can give them as many opportunities as they can in order to take this rift. But if they do not change up the way that they're approaching this fight right now, they cannot take this. They should have figured this out by now. And credits to like Warband here. They seem to not even lose momentum here, even though what they've been doing hasn't been working quite as much. They're still just like non-stop. Like there's almost no halt in their vigor when they're running into this rift. these guys are the type of guys that you can just say right off the bat, these guys are not scared to die.
Yeah, absolutely. Mike Dizzle doing what he can from the outside of the fight. Here's another cap coming in from Thick Bacon on the side of Warband as they go 2.5 minutes on the clock, though. I think that they're running out of time, but boy, oh boy, they show that they are really strong. Do you think that this goes another way on a different Riftstone?
That would be dependent on the strategy that Warband came into this run, because right now, with how it's panning out, with probably because of how close the rift is, they're kind of forced to like think in a way where it's like, okay, we can just funnel in. We don't have to regroup because it's so close. We need to keep up the pressure, right? That's probably the trap that they're in right now because it's so close. But the problem is, if this were a Riftstone like Kawazan, right? If this were a Riftstone like Kawazan, the long walk would make you reconsider, like, hey, maybe we regroup first. Hey, maybe we attack this from different angles after a full regroup. You don't just go in one by one because it's such a long run. It gives you more time to think and kind of like realize, like, wait, I shouldn't be going alone because this is a long walk. I'm not going to make this journey 2 seconds after I reach the rift. So yeah, you might be very right there, Blue. In a different rift, this might change in terms of approach.
I do think you could go either way on a different Riftstone, and I think that's why they came prepared for Chernobog. If you're rivals with someone and you know it's going to be close, it's good to throw something at them that they are not expecting. So they came prepared to pick Cherno. They probably came prepared with very special bands as well on this one. With only a minute left on the clock, I don't think that Warband is going to be able to pull this back, which means they're going to lose. That does not mean that they're out of the tournament quite yet. It does mean that they're going to go to the lower bracket of this tournament, and I think that they're going to progress pretty far based on what we saw in this match here. They'll probably go back to the drawing board, look at these maps a little bit more closely, and reassess pick ban, LF.
Exactly. So the good thing about the mistakes that Warband made here, is the fact that they can see right off the bat the fundamental mistakes that they made, right? It's very, very easy to see, and it gets a lot clearer once you kind of like look at the VODs themselves. It's a lot harder to see these things, right? Credits to them, right? Like kind of like in their defense, it's really hard to see this when you're in the heat of battle, right?
Yep, in all of this chaos, holy crap, coming up with it. 15 seconds left on the clock. It was very back and forth, but Crepe always on top. I know that sounds like a crazy statement to make, but Crepe consistently had control. They had the better strategy coming in. Good fights to both teams. It will be Crepe that moves on to the next round of this one. Let's take a look at the kills here. It's looking a holy Crepe. Look at those kills on that. 108 kills on this one. Assists-wise, 241 from Lama-sama on the assists on that staff dagger right there. In terms of damage dealt, again, it's Tim Lip Woo. And we see again another staff dagger top damage dealt in the match. It's 6.5 million. That might be the highest on the day. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but that might be the highest on the day so far. Damage taken right now from Zialba right there, 2.5 million. And again, it's a healer kind of metagame, guys. Healer. And finally, our SNS wand coming in at Schizo Frank. Coming in down there at the first dedicated healer that we see. If we look over, or that was for damage taken. If we look over at the healers, 24 million damage shield from Smoothie. He did what he could, but honestly, one of the first times we've seen the top healer also not be able to come up with the win here. So very back and forth when it comes to the healers here. LF, we're going to come back to the caster desk.
Yep. Alrighty. So yeah, just looking at this fight, Blue, it was a fundamental difference, right? In terms of like how each squad approached the fight. Whenever you saw a side, like some of the parties, granted, some of the parties from Holy Crepe were not doing it as well, but for the most part, the majority of their parties were able to regroup when needed, especially when it comes to their Cordies. Well, the fundamental mistakes that I saw on the side of Warband is that a lot of the times, I actually saw their Cordy crossbows kind of going alone, but the times that they didn't go alone, they actually produced results. So it's not even like, okay, do these guys just not have the skills? They absolutely do. They have the build. They have the right builds to produce results. It's that maybe have the mindfulness going forward of just like, hey, maybe I need to wait for my party, right? I need these guys to buff me up. I need these guys to create clumps for me. Because so far on the side of Warband here, their Cordy crossbows are very apparently competent players. right? So it's not that. It's the fundamental approach that they need to look at VODs at, and then once they make those improvements, honestly, we will see a vast improvement when it comes to when it's compared to this match following their next.
Yeah, absolutely. Good fights to both guilds right there. I do think it could go a different way if it's a different Riftstone, but that's how pick ban works. You got to come prepared for that. As we look ahead to our next match of the day, it's going to be Aquaria versus Breezeline. LF, could you correct me if I? What do I do if I want to get on the Breezeline? Can you recall?
You just need to be a member of the Resistance, I believe, and then it's free. No?
Oh wait, what if I? Oh, so if you're a member. Oh, so if you're a veteran, then it's free. Oh,
exactly. Yeah.
I didn't know that. I'm glad that we sorted that out. Breezeline hailing from the Moonstone server. Only 2 guilds in their alliance, Breezeline and Bloodline right there. They didn't give me a strength that they are on the server. Let's be honest, it's only 2 guilds, so it wouldn't be fair for them to give that anyway. They have not won any sieges, but that does not mean that they're not a strong competitive guild. They want to try to make it to round 2 here, and they said that they want all the chat PvP. So chat, we're going to let them have it. Keep it in bounds, boys. Keep it in bounds. I'll let you introduce Aquaria.
My goodness. So, the Breezeline, they're one of the coolest dudes, by the way. The Breezeline is a type of guild. They were known as Goonie Buffoons before. They changed name. I'm not sure why they changed name, but these are the same guys that you will basically see at nighttime PvP. Doesn't matter how outnumbered. They could be facing a whole alliance with just the 7 of them. These guys will keep pushing in over and over, all the way until nighttime ends. That's the type of people they are. So you can expect extreme tenacity on their side here.
Yeah, in the PvP scene, hey, do you know what makes great PvPers? A willingness to lose. You have to be willing to get your booty handed to you hundreds, sometimes thousands of times to improve in PvP. It takes an iron stomach to get better at PvP. Nobody got to the top of the ladder by never losing, so you just can't be afraid to do that on this one. So who do you think is favored to win this match?
Unfortunately, as much love and as much history as I have with the Goonie Buffoons here with Breezeline, I'm gonna have to give it to Aquaria. Aquaria, despite kind of rating themselves a little bit lower on the scale, they are one of the top fraggers in Siege. So regardless if you think they're just farming off clumps or whatever, it doesn't even matter, because the fact that they're fragging out means that they have the capability to frag out to begin with. Right? And that is a scary prospect when it comes to facing them if I were in the shoes of Breezeline.
Yeah, well, I will go with Breezeline then. They seem like the underdog. I've always liked an underdog myself. I've been in that position before. Do you want to talk about pick ban a little bit as we go into... Actually, I'll let you reveal the pick. I'll do the ban. We'll split it up.
Okay.
We'll split it up. Okay. Right. Aquaria won the coin toss, guys. They chose to pick. Not an uncommon thing, but sometimes we do see people choose ban. Breezeline banned Digon, Grand Alon, interestingly enough, Malakar, and Chernobog. So they really don't want anything crazy coming out here. And fortunately for them, the choice was
Azrael.
Okay, well,
we're gonna see another. we're gonna have to pick Azrael here on the side of Aquaria, and for a good reason. If Blue, if you look at the bottom there, it says Breezeline Cordy, none. Aquaria Cordy, Crash and Twisted, 2 of them. 2 major choke points.
Ruh-roh, Scoob. Yeah.
Did we see the same scenario before in the first match of this tournament thus far?
Yes, we did.
We kind of saw what happened there.
No, but I don't think it all comes down to the Cordys. I mean, we saw again. Darkness won earlier with only 1 Cordy into 2. I do think
that is true.
It's a strong weapon, but the reason it's limited at 2 is I didn't want the entire tournament to be based around who has more Cordy crossbows. So I do think that they could still win, but I think it's less so the Cordy crossbows, and I think it's more like the gear and the discipline of the guild and the uphill battle that they're going to face here. It does look like the lobby is close to ready to go here, but Crash and Twisted are your 2 Cordy crossbows for Aquaria here. Breezeline with their work cut out for them on Azrael. We love Azrael, man. Very back and forth Riftstone. A lot of dynamic strategy that you see on that Riftstone. So you see a lot of different things that guilds will try to come out on top. In some of our closest matches in the history of this tournament, even in T1, we're on this stone.
And
right.
looking at this matchup, Blue, when it comes to both these guilds, right? It's you see the crossbows on the side of Breezeline here. 4 crossbows. Those crossbows are most likely going to be crossbow dags, which means that they're going to rely on picking off people from the side. Is it going to be enough? Are they going to display similar results here as the first fight?
Hold that thought as we have, oh no, Breezeline got spawned into with Aquaria here in that kill feed. It does not look good for Breezeline right there. They got spawned. Oh my goodness. They spawned in. The other guild spawned on top of them. They did not have a chance to set their feet and got wiped off the map right away right there. Definitely stronger coordination coming out for Aquaria on that first push. Definitely kind of a demotivating first push if you're a Breezeline fan there, LF.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, once you all spawn in the same spot and you're all clumped, that is a dream scenario for anybody with a double Cordy comp. And that's exactly what they try to capitalize on. So what Breezeline needs to do here now is they kind of need to disengage. You have to decide if you're Breezeline, okay, do we keep playing in this disadvantageous like scenario that we're in right now, or do we make the move and we go for a full regroup, full respawn on like Portal 1 or Portal 2 and be away from this like really clumped up space where it's easy for people to pull you into a clump and then kind of spin on you with their cordies.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see the battle rage on up here, I'm not sure. I think that the strategy right now for Breezeline is to actually distract Aquaria and keep them off the Riftstone. I think that their play here is to try to keep the fight up here because the Riftstone is way down below, if you remember correctly, for this Riftstone. Yep. And they could just spawn at 0.3 or 0.2 down there and actually catch them by surprise. Maybe get a quick cap off right when it becomes available in 2.5 minutes if Aquaria is caught lacking on this one. But it does look like Aquaria taking some losses right now as Breezeline starts to get their head above water. They're starting to get their flankers behind them as the brawl starts to move around right now. The flankers doing a great job on the side of Breezeline coming in here, and the kill feed looks a lot more back and forth, despite, again, the 2 Cordy crossbows and the disadvantage that Breezeline seems to have just from an audience perspective. They're definitely battling back a little bit here.
Yeah, exactly. And on the side of like Aquaria here too, you're gonna, if you are from Invoker or if you're NA West in general, you're gonna see some notable names here. June from Lemonade kind of like helping. Lemonade, by the way, is a bit of a smaller guild, but what I've noticed from them is they have very, very competent players, and the fact that they're in this tournament right now on the side of Aquaria is definitely a boon for them. And speaking of boon, we're seeing on the side of Aquaria here as well is L Boon. He was formerly from Initial before they imploded. Great guild, great people, but unfortunately, great guild and great people as you may be, you almost always cannot avoid loot drama. And so, you know, with that said, at the very least, El Boon gets an opportunity here by joining the side of Aquaria, and it looks like it's looking good for them, taking ground on the outer part of this 3, posturing closer to the rift than the side of Breezeline.
Gosh, that Cordy spin was crazy. They're actually pulling, Aquaria is actually pulling them in, clumping them up, and then the Cordy spin just basically blasts everyone down. Beautiful strategy right now, and they've got a full stranglehold on this entire, I call it a choke point, but like, look at these members getting out and around the side of the fight for Breezeline over here, trying to just battle down the 1s and 2s that they can. Those 2 statics over there getting into a flanking position, actually forcing Aquaria back right now because they have to address these 2 statics on this left side, which allows the Aquaria main ball to push forward, but those statics get collapsed on the main ball from Breezeline, just not pushing forward when they need to here, but a good attempt right there.
Yeah. The kind of like a misplay here on the side of Breezeline too is that their flex parties on the side there were doing an incredible job. They eliminated a static right away. They managed to ease the pressure on the main ball, but the problem was that the main ball was also getting pressured by like another flex party. If I was on the side of Breezeline here, maybe the decision would have been better if they actually pushed out, flanked the main ball that was trying to hit their flex, while their flex was able to LOS a lot of the damage on behind these pillars and try to play life as much as they can, and that might have been enough for them to actually take this fight. Again, it's just it's down to an inch, right? Like as a shot caller, Blue, you know that sometimes certain plays are only available for like 2-3 seconds. If you don't capitalize on it, it's gone.
Yeah, absolutely. You just have to move. And sometimes you have the correct call, but people just aren't disciplined enough to work with them. There is El Boon on the side of the fight. We talked about him before. as he gallops down the side here. Needs to pick up a heal. Does find one, and that's, again, look at the statics working together so well for Aquaria. You can see when somebody gets low on their team, if you look at Don't Hit the Tank, what a name. Don't Hit the Tank is a crazy good name. I love that. Terra gets healed back to full health right now. Twisted waiting for his heal, as well as Aquaria starts to get pushed back. It does look like they put they did take the Riftstone. There is no one on the Riftstone currently, and the percentage is actually falling right now for Aquaria. They need to send at least one person down there. There we go. They do send at least one static down to the Riftstone proper. Oh my goodness, there goes Breezeline diving off, and this is what I was talking about, as here comes the fight down to the Riftstone. The Breezeline trying to catch them. Yeah, Breezeline trying to catch them unaware as they land right here, but sadly for them, it does look like that Aquaria did manage to get into position just quickly enough. There's Arc right now going for a camp on the Riftstone. Let's see if he can get that off. Exit comes over, gets the CC down. It looks like he got hit by potentially a tornado there. Again, we don't see that very often, as it does interrupt that Cordy spin.
Here too, Blue.
Yeah, they're starting to get that surround. That's the interesting thing about the Azrael Riftstone, guys, is that you can get a big surround in the courtyard if you allow this skirmish to constantly happen like this all the time. It does look like that Aquaria is starting to clamp down the noose of this match right now, as they've just put a bunch of people on the point. They said, okay, we need to cap this point, and then we can mess around, and then we can push them off. Look at these two statics on this right side right now, moving up towards this high ground. They're clearly sending their members to go camp the spawn right now. I'm going to go ahead and follow them up as Eligord, look at him trying to snipe them out of the air. Can he get him? He does! Snipes that bird out of the air like it was trap shooting right there out at the range. Beautiful play right there, and this is exactly what they want to do for Aquaria, is try to disrupt this regroup. And on the side of Breezeline, you want to try to regroup on this high ground, knock out this static group right here that keeps interrupting all of your regroups right now, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Look at the parties on top of the tower, Blue. Look at the parties on top of the tower. There's like multiple long rangers here from the side of Breezeline, and they're actually kind of like pelting the people down on the rift, and in essence like protecting their cappers. Even though Chad here decides to jump down because from the looks of it, he got hit by a time bomb. I'm not sure how exactly he got hit by that. That must mean that somebody from down there has 780 mastery.
Yep, look at the amount of work Uncap right there is doing. Look how many people he's holding up, guys, from getting down to the match, and that is what is making the difference for Aquaria right there. They're able to just consistently keep this many people on the point. If it takes 11 members to kill one stat, or 11 members to kill like 2 or 3 people on the side of Aquarium, Zent flying in. Oh my goodness, it 2 HP. Zent is, oh my god, he spawned into the Alamo. Little rough right there. Aquarium taking full control of the Riftstone proper right now. Oh my goodness, Breezeline desperately trying to regroup. I'll try to find it for you guys. I don't see them. There we go. They finally got the regroup going off up at point 3 right here.
Looks like Breezeline actually, despite the wipe that they just experienced here, maintaining a level head here, knowing the fact that like Aquaria is for the most part at the bottom there, so they can't really disrupt this regroup from the side of the side of Breezeline. Good decision making on the side of Breezeline here.
Breezeline coming out now. They finally wipe out the statics from Aquaria. But they need to move right now if they're going to push, because the Aquaria statics are going to respawn. They cannot just stand here. They're going to get hit in the back by the statics, and they know it. At least some of them are dropping down. Yeah, at least they're dropping down right now. Prepping for a big push right now is Breezeline. Getting to this low ground. I'm not sure this is necessarily what you want to do right now, as you see the rest of Aquarium waiting on this Riftstone. They're saying, okay, we can let them come to us. The approach from the stairs is really rough. You kind of need to drop down on both sides and go down the stairs.
If you look at my screen at this moment, actually, there is a single Aquaria flex static that has held up multiple parties here just now. So the people that we just saw jump down there are alone. They are about 2-3 parties short.
LF, they just pushed right up the stairs. Aquaria,
Ooh.
noticing that they were split.
They knew.
I'm so glad that you showed that perspective up there, because it actually showed why Aquaria pulled the trigger. Normally, you do not want to push up a narrow choke point just like that into a greater force, but they knew they had the numbers at that moment because they were distracting so many people up top. What a beautiful play from Aquaria, demonstrating that not only do they have a lot of gear, they are organized and they have the strategy to do what it takes to try to get through
Good
to
comms.
Potentially the finals here.
Yep.
That
So
was
these
a
are the type
very
of
risky
comms that
play.
you need, right? Yeah, very risky, but provided to by their flex team, and it's something that has to be calmed as well. So you know for a fact that these flex teams are not only making these plays, are not only having this much impact and distracting twice, 3 times their numbers, and somehow playing life, probably because of the fact that, like, even if 1 or 2 of them die, as long as the rest play life and they're holding their attention here, they spawn very close anyway, and so they're holding 3x their numbers here in terms of like actual heads, and that gives the main ball at the bottom an opportunity to just push up on the rest of these guys here on the side of Breezeline that are just purely outnumbered.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little rough watching one Aquaria static. Look how many people they're interrupting. Look how many people they're holding up on this spawn point right now. Really struggling to get a regroup going, to get any sort of push down. They're trickling their members to the low ground here as they try to make anything happen right now. But I think the play is to group on the high ground, keep wiping this static, and then drop to the low ground and push immediately before their statics have a chance to respawn. Might be the only play that Breezeline has. Right now, they're very susceptible. They're in a sandwich right now with the statics from Aquaria up top, and then them on the stairs, and then the main ball from Aquaria on the low ground. They're asking to get pushed towards the stairs.
Yeah.
Again, the same play is set up one more time here, LF.
Yeah, Blue, it's the same party, the same flex party that's been distracting the rest of Breezeline is still doing the same job. And the problematic thing is, like, they can't ignore it either, because these guys are just gonna get kills, right? But at least only leave one party.
Here we go. Their Breezeline decides they gotta pull the trigger. We gotta go now, but Aquaria is ready and waiting for them at the bottom of the stairs. They stopped them on the stairs, and it's a big AoE right there for a lot of the Breezeline members struggling to even get over to the Rifter. Karina Kim gets really low, but catches a heal from his healer and healed all the way back up. Kind of a disastrous push for Breezeline, but you know what? They're doing what they can. I would recommend, honestly, again, when you're being spawn camped like this, the time LF to play is to try to spawn at a different location. That way the statics are in the wrong spot. You all spawn up in a different location and you push from another perspective, because this constant push from the high ground is never the play. You always want to push from the low ground because you get better tempo and you have just an easier time doing it.
Exactly, and the problematic thing here with what Breezeline is trying to do, with multiple parties getting distracted up there, is that they go down here, down to the low ground, and they push down the stairs. It is almost always never, and actually always never a good idea to push down a choke point, knowing fully that your opponent is ready to just dive that choke point and stun all of you, fully knowing that they have Corey crossbows that want to be in that position. So that's an easy clump for them. They didn't even have to create the clump. You created it for them. They just had to stop you in the choke point itself.
Yeah, absolutely. You look at these leaderboards, it is an Aquaria kind of day right now. A lot of whales on that leaderboard right now. The healers look at the dominance that they can express here, but this is giving a chance to regroup to the enemy guild right now, as you see Trapwa running in from the other perspective right now. We'll see just where Breezeline is trying to regroup. It's still up on this high ground right now as we look away from the leaderboards. They're finally wiping off that static from Aquaria right here. They've got a regroup going. They're starting to move toward, you can see the shot callers definitely telling them start moving towards the low ground. We have to push very quickly here. So very clumped up right now, super susceptible time. If Aquaria decides to come up towards this high ground right now, or hit them in a choke point, it could be very, very bad for Breezeline. There's the drop to the low ground. Aquaria spread. Oh, look at that spread on Aquaria. You see one static off on the left side, the main ball off on the right side. So no matter where they drop down, they're in a lot of trouble. But Breezeline trying to spread out this time. I love this strategy where you have people drop down into the courtyard. You have people come down the stairs. You have people come down the other side. Beautiful shot calling here from Breezeline to try to make the best of a bad situation. LF, there's the engage.
There we go. And this is a better approach on the side of Breezeline here. Instead of just like funneling down the choke point, they decided to kind of like not get tunnel vision, trying to go for the rift itself, like maybe take the route here on the left side and be able to get a wraparound, because then you could actually bait people going down on the choke point itself here, and then bait them out like that, and then have your flex teams hit them from behind. And then again, you do risk the other half of your stack getting wiped out, but as long as they know how to hold Q, they can play for life.
Yeah, absolutely. And they get wiped off again there. But that was actually a beautiful push by Breezeline right there. It takes a lot of coordination to get that many members grouped up when you're struggling this much against the enemy guild. I think it shows a lot of resiliency. Even though you do seem to be the weaker guild in this matchup, you're showing that you can absolutely adapt. Try something different, try to come at him from a different perspective, maybe try a different push here and there, and show that coordination as a guild, despite the fact that, you know, the enemy members might have more gear than you, they might be more skilled than you individually, but you can try to out-strategize them.
And the tenacity, Blue, the tenacity of Breezeline here to not only just keep pushing, right? It's also the tenacity to have the wherewithal, the kind of like awareness and the kind of like mindfulness to try something else that, you know, that you haven't tried yet in this match, because everything else that you tried before has failed, and they're kind of just really hitting it from different angles here. So now what they're doing here is they're having a set of parties here go into the rift to try to pressure a little bit, kind of bait in the rest of the main ball stack, and they sent in another group to kind of hit it from behind. Unfortunately, I'm not quite sure. From the looks of it, it might be a gear diff here in terms of how fast they're taking them down. But you have to appreciate the approach that Breezeline is doing here. They are, I mean, in terms of like strategy, strategically, what they're doing is very, very much sound. It's just it's looking like either it might be a comp diff here or a gear diff. But as you can see, outnumbered as they may be, they're still able to take. I'll get this take rather on the rift.
They did manage to cap the rift, so it's not a complete shutout. 8 minutes on the clock. They definitely are going to get the doors shut on this, but honestly, capping the rift like that means that they get a free regroup to the high ground. It's almost like a ploy in order to try to regroup with each other, and that's exactly what they're trying to do right now. But again, that static is just so annoying, trying to disrupt them. And then there's another static on the middle ground here, and then the low ground, they've got all these people here, LF. It's just a really rough push for Breezeline.
Yeah. So what we noticed, like that party doing, right, is they're trying to stay there. Even when the rest of them has pushed already, they know that some people will be respawning soon, and they're trying to gank them on the way back. And in the event that it is looking a little bit dicey down there, I'm pretty sure that their shot caller will probably call them to jump down and help out and flank a little bit. But in the meantime, the fact that they're just here, and you can see them running back to portal number 3, and once these shields go down, boom, there you go, one down. 2 down. They're just going to take people down, give their guys the numbers advantage, and even if, this is the genius of this plan, by the way, is that even if they are numbered here and they die one by one, they are not dying like in like full droves, right? It's always like one by one that they're dying. The portal is so close that whoever died just gets back in 2 to 3 seconds.
Yeah, so it shows a little bit of inexperience from Breezeline here to consistently spawn up there at point 3. It's the furthest point, it's the furthest respawn point away. You really don't want to spawn there, especially if they're camping that as well. Part of the problem here, and the reason this is as lopsided as it is I do think that Aquaria understands how to play this Riftstone better, at least in war games, because they're spawning at Portal 1. They're spawning at Portal 2. You can see them running back on this left side. Finally, we see just a few Breezeline members spawning over there, but you really need that tempo advantage. You have to be spawning at the closest possible location that you can if you're the weaker guild in this matchup. And then if they start camping that, then you all spawn at the far one. You can all spawn at point 3, and then you don't have statics constantly interrupting your regroup. So I do think that there is definitely a little bit of inexperience here. I don't think that you can tell or just say, oh, it's a gear diff outright. I like to say most of the time it is a skill diff. You can see that Aquarium came with their guns loaded here. So as great as Breezeline actually looks, and the amount of spunk and scrappiness that they're showing as a guild, there is definitely a skill gap between the two guilds.
Exactly. So it's worth noting that it was actually Aquaria that chose this rift. So they definitely chose a rift that they were familiar with. It was very much evident, and it's very much obvious that they had a plan going on. So here again, this party up here on Portal 3 has never left this area. by the way, and they have been adding value upon value upon value. And at some point, if you are Breezeline, you need to start realizing, again, this is the same issue that Warband was facing, right, Blue? It's just that you just need to regroup. You can't keep running forward with 40% HP. You will get ganked. And as soon as Breezeline realizes that and starts adapting to it, they will probably be able to capitalize on the most part here for their pushes that they're making to the Rift.
Yes, it's almost like they're listening to us right now, because all of a sudden Breezeline has started spawning at points 1 and 2, and you can see how much closer the fight actually has become. You can see how much closer the fight actually is to the Riftstone proper as well. A lot more red health bars able to stand their ground a little bit more here. You're seeing a few more kills come through for Breezeline as well, because they're respawning much faster and getting back to the fight. Those statics from Aquaria starting to rotate a little bit. There's the cap going down. Again, look at the difference at the respawn point makes. Gosh, I love being right. As Breezeline comes in, they still should end up getting wiped off here, but look at the difference it is when you're spawning and you're running back as quickly as they are. Look how many more people they're able to get onto this point. And now the statics from Aquaria are forced to go to a different spawn location. Keep them running around, keep them guessing as to where you're spawning from. Yes, this point is going to run out, but I think that they showed, okay, now we've started to figure this out a little bit. Really cool to see them adapting in real time.
Yep. I might have to apologize to Breezeline here, because for all we know, Blue, they might have been sandbagging this whole time, and this might be the last gotcha play that they're planning out and they're trying to pull out, right? Just have them convinced that they're spawning at 3 the whole time, and then the last 4 minutes, the last 5 minutes, where there is still a possibility of a take, they just start flooding in from like one side that they have never gone to before, and that's how they capitalize on this one.
Yeah, and you can see
it's not quite...
Oh, sorry. You can see this static coming in. They were standing up there. You guys could see they were just twiddling their thumbs. They're like, wait, they're not spawning here anymore. And when they finally figured it out, now they've rotated down. You can see this is the static that is trying to spawn camp them. Look at this. Now they have to rotate, force them to respond to you. Here come the statics down here. They're going to start camping this choke point. And this is right when Breezeline wants to spawn on the high ground now. And force that static. Okay, now they're out of position again. If you spawn at point 3 now, okay, they're out of position again. You can get the full regroup that you've been waiting for the whole match.
Exactly, but on the side of Breezeline here, might not be enough time. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. That is an even more insurmountable type of kind of like adversity that you're facing here, even when looking at the ALAB versus Darkness match. And you know, they might go for the Portal 3 play again, and they might see some results. But on the end of Breezeline here, not looking as favorable on their side. But again, the tenacity is 100% there. These guys have not stopped this whole time. You have not seen any of them even like stop for a second and maybe even consider like, hey, maybe we're losing. I promise you.
Oh, I think they know that they're losing. I think that they get that, but I think that it's. Yeah. I agree with you. The tenacity is there. They refuse to give up. Yeah, they refuse to give up
until that bell has rung.
Yep, they're pushing different perspectives. They're trying different spawn points. They're trying to get different level pushes in. And again, I think that shows promise in a guild. The guilds that fail usually only try one thing the whole time. And then they end up, again, the morale is down in the call. Everyone feels down in the dumps. But if you're constantly changing up what you're doing, even if you're losing, you're having a great time. And you're learning as a guild. You're learning how to play together. The statics, which clearly, again, for Breezeline, their static parties are not playing as well as Aquaria's static parties, just so coordinated with one another. They can look back at this and say, okay, what are they doing better than us? Where are they beating us in this case? Let's just assume that it's not a gear diff in this one, because most people write that off as, oh, they're cheating or it's a gear diff, whatever. Those people are never the people to improve. It's the people that go into it thinking it was a skill diff. How do we make it a skill diff in our favor next time? You see them with 20 people on the point, which is not as much of Aquaria as Aquaria, but it's the most we've seen all match with a minute left on the clock. It's not going to be enough to win them, but you can see just how spunky they are.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the more like lesson to be learned here for Breezeline, right, is like you kind of want to look at like the effectiveness of Rum's party. The way that they had one flex get so much value for them and waste so much time that you might not see in the scoreboard. They might not be the top fraggers, but you know for sure the amount of pressure that they put in was enough to kind of like hold back 2-3 parties at times. and that is just like invaluable when it comes to pressure as a kill squad or flex team.
I think that again the standout MVPs of the match is that Rum Static over there that you were talking about. The coordination that we saw, again, they were all standing on the high ground. They're like, okay, they're not spawning here, and then again I got to see them fly down and really coordinate together in order to hit Breezeline repeatedly where they just didn't see them coming, constantly disrupt those regroups, really put Aquaria on top there. And honestly, I don't even know. Obviously, it's just Aquaria on top, left, right, and center, but a great match for both guilds. Yes, Breezeline went down there, but they'll go to the lower bracket. They showed a lot of resiliency there. If you look at the kills right here, it's Anguich at the Spear Dagger, which is the first time we've seen Spear Daggers be the top kill feed or a top of the defeats right here. You see 2 of them at the top of the leaderboards. The assists, you see 137 assists for Mango right there on that staff bow.
Yep.
Damage dealt. Looks like Kuro.
Look at damage dealt, Blue.
Yeah, Kuro, Lucifer, 2.9 million damage dealt on that Liberator. Absolutely crazy right there. And then Anguich, again, number 2 on damage dealt, number 1 with kills in the match. What an absolute carry. Giga Chad right there. Damage taken. Breezeline, of course, they were behind the whole match, so of course they're going to have the most punishment taken in the match. 1.7 million damage taken for Guap and Isatrap. A great job to them. Mount Hill, 28 million healing from Sealy right there with 101 assists on that Seeker. Look at all of those Seekers. Oh my goodness, it's a Seeker kind of day.
Yep, it is indeed. Look at the healing here. And it's not just like one person above 20 mil right now in terms of healing here. In terms of like quality of heals received here, Aquaria just like an abundance, and it kind of shows with the amount of staying power that they had, right? It kind of shows when you saw them push up to a choke point there and somehow make it into a good thing, despite like 1 or 2 parties being distracted on the side of Breezeline. Usually, even then, it's still a bad idea to push into a choke point like that, but they were able to, and I guarantee you, it wasn't just because of their tanks. It was also because of their healers, making sure that they're pre-buffed, that they had their hots up, their flash waves over them, and their nature's blessing, making sure that they're being topped up. So like whatever damage they received on the entrance there to that choke point, they kind of just like managed to stay alive.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the instant replay there of one of Breezeline's better pushes in the match here. You see them all grouped up on the top there. They finally decide to pull the trigger. And again, I thought this was the best push that they actually had until they started spawning at the better location there. They don't necessarily get met on the stairs, but you see Aquaria just come over, and even on a good push, Breezeline just unable to have the numbers to group up there. Their flankers are in position, but sadly no one else really able to make anything happen, and it just shows Aquaria's dominance overall in that match. Breezeline did a great job, though, I think, of regrouping consistently. Sadly, unable to come up with it. Let's go ahead and look ahead to our next match of the day, which is going to be Whalez versus Eclipse. Whalez from the Invoker server. They believe that they're ranked 2 in their alliance, the strongest alliance on Invoker, interestingly enough, with 6 siege wins, which is extremely impressive. And then they, in their chat BBB, they said, whales are the largest mammals on the planet, which is actually true. As I'm a biologist, as a man of science myself. I'll let you introduce Eclipse.
Yep, and as just to comment on that too, as somebody who's played mobile games before, they're also the strongest people in those games. And on to Eclipse, however, in the Invoker Alliance. So first here they put in Eclipse, Pineapple, Divine Army, and Whalez. So you can see, Blue, what I'm seeing right now is that they had very similar people in their alliance at the time that they submitted this. So there's a bit of a disparity there. Divine Army on both sides here, Whalez on both sides, but Eclipse in there as well. So both of them are saying that they're second in their alliance, Blue.
Yep.
One of these guys is lying. And we're about to find out. Sieges won too many. You know what? I like the confidence. You know what? I don't like people being meek going into these fights. Like, come in guns blazing. Talk your stuff in there, man. Like, just say what you want to say, and then whatever the result, own up to it.
Yep.
And the prediction, good luck, have fun, boys.
Yeah, GLHF, the standard StarCraft 2 original lingo at the start of every match. Good luck, have fun. Interestingly enough, and this is going to be really cool, we're going to talk about this a little bit. Both guilds, Whalez and Eclipse, have agreed to only bring 30 people to this match. because one of the two guilds, I won't point out which one of the two guilds felt that they couldn't pull the full 48. So the other one said, no problem. We will be good sports. We will only pull 30 as well. So they're in the same alliance.
Respect.
They're both bringing 30. And very interestingly, and this is the coolest part, let's talk about pick ban. This time I'll let you have bans.
All right, so respect to these guys, right? And since I'm discussing the bans here, let's mention the bans right off the bat before we got into the pick with blue, right? So the bans that they chose here, Eclipse won the coin toss, by the way, and they chose pick, and Whalez decided to ban Alice, Kawazan, Malakar, and interestingly enough, Morokai. I believe there was a gentleman's agreement between guilds that nobody was going to choose Morokai even if it didn't get banned, but it got picked for a good reason as a ban, and it makes sense. So from the looks of it here, Whalez not really liking terrain and choke points as much, but again, it's not up to them. And Blue, you might really
I'm so
really
excited.
like
I'm so excited. Yeah,
what they picked here on the side. Onto you, Blue.
Yeah, interestingly enough, all of those bans, and for the first time, we're going to see a Talandre map in the Best in Guild Talandre for NA West. It is going to be Leviathan as the choice. So a 30 versus 30 on Leviathan, or it looks like 28 versus 28 right now in the lobby. Interestingly enough, so super, super cool. I think a lot of guilds will be watching this is like, okay, is this going to work properly? What are guilds going to do? We haven't seen very many guilds fight on Leviathan. Interestingly enough, if you're doing like the inter-server or the conflict boss on Leviathan, it's a much different fight than if you're doing the war game or if you're fighting on the Riftstone for Leviathan. They're in two very different places, and there's a lot more dynamic there.
Yeah, exactly. So one little tidbit about like Leviathan is, I know a lot of people who have played here, who have fought in this rift, probably know at this point is the fact that when you fight in this rift, you have to make sure that your swimming morph is a shark. Otherwise, the mud there will slow you down drastically if you're not in your shark morph. Otherwise, if you're in shark morph, it's still slower than actual water, but a lot faster than you would otherwise.
Yeah, interestingly enough, the sharks actually, there's like, it's funny because from a lore perspective, it does make sense because there's a lot of mud sharks in the area that you have to go out there and kill for your contracts and stuff. So really interesting and a really cool like little Easter egg that I think the developers kind of put into the guild or into the game for those paying attention. Really cool attention to detail from NCSoft right there as we get ready for this match. The first time we are going to see a Talandre map in the Best in Guild Talandre. Interestingly enough, it does look like that the match is ready to go. It looks like there's only one Cordy crossbow on each team. Eclipse's Cordy is Pooh, and Whales's Cordy is Hoblink. If you know either of those two players. So let me know if you can lock on to either of those two. And we'll get to see that. Sadly, the spectators spawn in Narnia on this map, but that's okay.
Yeah, well, you're gonna have to head a little bit north here.
Yeah, we're angling. We're gonna get there slowly but surely. It's a beautiful cinematic view.
Enjoy the scenery.
Yeah, of the scenery here, but the guilds will probably beat us to the Riftstone here. It looks like, oh my goodness, they spawn at point 2. Is Eclipse in red right now, taking the grapple up and then moving into the high ground position. This is why this map is so cool. Look at the high ground position there. They're not taking the boat itself that is run aground here. They've actually taken high ground, showing that grapple on the backside. Go ahead, Ella.
Yeah, exactly. So the good part about like taking this this side here first with Eclipse is that now it kind of negates that positioning on the side of Whalez, right? So the bad part about it though is that if Whalez gets the positioning on the boat itself, now if they stay back enough as the rift opens, you have to fly down. And the thing about like being morph is that you basically have like minus 1,000 plus resistance, right? So 1,000 minus 1,500. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you essentially have really low resistances there.
It seems like they.
So that's why they decided to fly down. Yeah, exactly.
It seems like they agree with you. It's almost like they're listening to you. As they fly down, they're like, he makes a good point. Is you can put people on high grounds on either side of the point proper, and when they fly down, it's a great staging point because people have really struggled to camp that staging point because there's a grapple on the backside. Yeah. You can keep statics like we saw in Azrael from camping your respawn right there. And so it's a great staging point for the other guild, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Yeah. Whalez is going to stage up on the high ground here. And then again, you see this, what a beautiful engage for Eclipse and Whalez right here. I don't see enough members of Eclipse. I'd love to see more on the high grounds right now, but Sadly, not seeing that Migu posturing up right now. But if you'll notice, guys, if you stand far enough back, none of the range can actually hit you. Go ahead.
So yeah. So the curious thing about Eclipse's positioning is that they didn't position towards the front of the ship. There's this little bit of high ground here, which actually has LOS like areas here that they can abuse. If Whalez decides to kind of posture up here, they will have enough range to start bombarding the side of the rift while having the safety of having high ground. So it's just a bit of a curious decision making here on the side of Eclipse. If Whalez kind of realizes this and they decide to capitalize on it, it's gonna be a big deal for them. But unfortunately, looks like they might.
Hold that thought. Here comes the initial front line diving across. That's the tanks first. Here come the healers and the DPS second. And they actually do land on the high ground. A beautiful engage coming through right there from Whalez. That's the best that you're probably going to get. Getting all 3 high grounds at the same time. Really cool engagement. Our first one of the day for the Leviathan Riftstone. But it does look like that Eclipse might be winning out on the engage overall. So that posture on the Rift, they seem to have a really strong understanding of what they need to do. If you want to find some of the top DPS of the match and lock onto them for us, it would be great to see that perspective here. As I'm trying to give like the overall perspective here right now. It looks like, again, the Rift is not actually opened yet, guys. 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock after the first engage. Let's see where the dust has settled. It looks like, again, Eclipse looks like they won the first engage, but some Whalez on the front page here. And then again, it looks over on the damage taken. It's Whalez definitely with more damage taken, which you expect since they lost the first push. Heals, honestly, very back and forth, but Eclipse definitely on top here.
Yep, a bit of a brawl here on this side of them. I'm fighting these DPS, these top DPS, but they're also getting eliminated at the same time. So right now we are locked onto Pooh, which is supposed to be the only Cordy on the Eclipse side. I'm guessing that was also a gentleman's agreement. Pooh was actually going to try to go up there on the stairs and try to get the clump of Whalez on the top end of that ship there, but looks like he's pushed back and has to kind of lick his wounds here, run back a little bit, and look for a more opportune moment. But right now, that's a huge clump. Do you see this clump at the moment? This is crazy.
Oh, there's the spin going down.
And he scores one kill.
Oh, yikes, only got 1 kill. Cut the tape, Mom. Cut the tape. People being pushed off the side of the map here right there. But not every spin can be a winning spin right there. But he saw it. He got greedy for it. But honestly, good play by Whalez to play around it right there and be ready for that. Now
Whalez saw it coming.
Yeah, honestly, Whalez playing from the high ground a little bit better here. I actually give them advantage right now as they're pushing down onto the low ground.
Yep, now I'm connecting the Hoblink here. The spinner for the side of Whalez as the rift opens up, Blue. Let's see what kind of play he makes here. He sees the clump, he jumps in, he spins, he scores. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh,
5 kills. Takes out damn near a party worth of people. Pretty much a polar opposite of what we saw in the previous one. So Pooh, I'm pretty sure will find a way to redeem himself there. Again, this rift in general can be very clumpy. It's easy to like accidentally clump yourselves without even being pulled by the other side. So there's a lot of opportunities here for the side of Eclipse to capitalize on the mistake if Whalez does indeed make them.
Well, interestingly enough, Whalez actually wiped them off. So although we saw Eclipse winning out early on, Whalez with a huge Cordy spin right there to flip things the other way. And when you only have basically a 28v27, and again, Whalez is winning with one more person right now. So again, this is actually pretty cool to see the small scale PvP or smaller scale PvP than we normally see in the tournament. Are they swapping intentionally? Whalez just abandoned the Riftstone. They engaged down off, but then oh my goodness, Whalez, they were getting wrapped on. They saw the flank coming in from the side. They just said, no, you will not do this. They hard engage the ball on the low ground from Eclipse, and they get hard wiped off. And now, yes, Eclipse is starting to take the Riftstone, but now Whalez can just rotate back to the Riftstone, and we'll have a massive numbers advantage, LF.
It's going to be a massive numbers advantage indeed. So Whalez is just fine with this, right? It's okay. Like, you might have people there. You have 11 people there right now, but guess what? We just killed like 20 of you. So we're going to go back there with our 29 of us, and then we're going to wipe out the 11, and we're just going to take back the Rift. It's as easy as that. And that's exactly what they're trying to do here. Or maybe they have a gentleman's agreement. They're going to give it to Red, and then have Red be on the defensive here and have them be on the offensive. That would be a pretty interesting back and forth to kind of see and kind of observe here. But again, I'm following Hoblink right now, and it's kind of curious, right? Like, the behavior of a Cordy crossbow when there's only like one person to kill. Do you spin or do you save it?
Yeah, so the problem here is that it looks like the Eclipse is actually just going to take the Riftstone. They've got 10 people on the Riftstone. It's climbing very quickly. So although Whalez is just cleaning up their regroups over here in the field, the Riftstone proper is actually under siege and is up at 50% right now. I'm not sure
there is
exactly
no
what the
contest.
Yeah, it was a beautiful engage to try to come down off this platform and hit them hard, but then they didn't turn around and actually capture the Riftstone. I'm not sure that the shot caller has actually realized that the Riftstone is under siege right now. 53% and climbing right now.
So I think the mistake here that was made by Whalez, Blue, is essentially it was a really good engage, right? Theoretically, really good. You cut them off, you got a bunch of their numbers down. It took you maybe like 15-20 seconds to almost like fully wipe them, but the problem is this is a war game, Blue. This is not a regular rift fight. They're gonna be spawning really close to where they just died, and that might be what happened there, and which is essentially what caused Eclipse to kind of just funnel, play life, and hold them off here while the rest of their group stays at the rift on the rift side and try to take it.
Yeah, it looks like they're just trying to, almost looks like they're just trying to pad their stats right now. They're like, okay, we'll just give it to them early, and then we'll try to sneak it from them at the end here. But 16.5 minutes, it looks like Whalez trying to assert dominance while losing, which is an interesting strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it works out for them. A few more people starting to pull back to the Riftstone. I don't know if they necessarily want to hold out here is necessarily the best idea. Finally, they're starting to fall back now towards the Riftstone as it's about to be capped. They're like, uh-oh, we should probably not allow them to have that. Here they finally come up the stairs right now and around the corner. You're not trying to get onto it. They're trying to get enough people on the point, but they just don't have enough boots on it now. 96%. It took them a little too long to try to get back to this one. 97%. They need just a few more members to make it back here. It's going to make it to 98%. They're tiptoeing their way to 100% because too many people from Whalez have been committed off the ship right now. 99, 100, and Eclipse takes it first.
And here we go. So either it was a gentleman's agreement here, or Whalez was just really feeling themselves. So besides the Cordy crossbow, Blue, just a little bit of info here with Whalez. Nair and Kaiser Soze, they are the ones that are kind of like to watch here. We're kind of seeing like Shadow. I'm not quite sure who that is. Maybe a change name happened there. But Nair and Kaiser, those are usually the top guys. They've always been at the top of the kill rankings. They've always been at the top of the leaderboards when it comes to these war games. And something to note as well, maybe they are trying to pad their stats because Whalez is known to create these war game events where they call it, the title of the event is Pad Your Stats, where essentially all you're doing in there is just brawling, padding your stats, and it's just an all-around good time working with your statics and everything. And so it wouldn't surprise me if they're kind of like treating it that way at this point in time.
Well, honestly,
really having fun with it.
You say having fun, but now Eclipse has gotten basically a full regroup onto the point here, and now Whalez is in a unique position where they have to actually push up this tiny little choke point on these stairs. If they want to approach from this angle, they need to try to bring more people from the other side, from the high ground. Oh my goodness, look at this look at this flank, and there's the engage from both sides right now of the ship. A beautiful engage by Whalez, if I do say so myself. Sprinting up the stairs, coming at it from both sides. I'm so happy I caught that static coming at it from the other side right there. A beautiful flank coming in, and now they're gonna go for the cap themselves. An all-out brawl versus Eclipse on the point right now.
That is a moment right there, Blue. That was a beautiful engage on their end here. Some of them spotted the Whalez that were already up there, but as soon as the push was initiated on the stair side, they had to respond to it. So in a way, it gave them enough room to fly down without getting fully CC'd, and it gave them the opportunity to hit the backline of Eclipse here, essentially for free.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we see again, they actually haven't gotten a chance to cap the Riftstone yet. So again, they could be like just a kind of a gentleman's agreement here, but I don't think so, as they've tried to cap it a couple times and they've just been unable to. They've just been CC'd off enough of times. But Whalez looks like they are winning the skirmish overall. Once again, they do look like they have some really strong members. There's a Cordy spin coming in from Hoblik right there. Only got one kill though.
Yep, right now I'm following Nair at the moment, like one of the top fraggers, like really known as one of the top fraggers for Whalez for a very long time now. Seeing where he's going off to, it looks like he's actually going off and ganking some returners here on the side of Eclipse. I can't quite track him when he's invis, unfortunately, but as soon as he pops out, I'll be sure to lock onto him again, and there he is. Locking onto Nair. They're doing it again, Blue.
Yeah, I would be very careful about BMing, potentially BMing your Alliance Guild in this position, because like if you wait too long, if you wait too long here, Eclipse has definitely shown that they can wipe Whalez like they did in the first engagement there. And again, they're wiping these statics. Hot Dog going to be the last one left on the point here, and Eclipse takes full control of it one more time. And here comes Whalez back to basically push the point one more time, but they did get... Like, again, I think they're just committing a lot of people to the low ground, because it's one of those things where it's like, okay, well, we're winning. We'll have enough time. We'll be fine. But do you, though? That's the question. You know what I mean?
The curious question of a little bit of carelessness. You go back at like just an opportune time or so, you think, and then you get caught out. You get punished for your mistakes, and all of a sudden you're in trouble. Right now, investing about close to two parties just to gank like one or two people is not exactly the best investment that I could think of. But they're doing it right now. They're confident. Their confidence is there.
There's Nair diving in. Yeah, there's Nair diving into the backline right now. He says the healer needs to keep up with me. It's not my job to look back. He only knows one direction. Yeah, he is a part of One Direction, the band, because it is only in on this one. And his healer actually did manage to keep up with him. Big W healer right there for Nair as he dives forward and makes the play for his team. You need really brave people like that to dive forward, and Whalez manages to break through the Eclipse contain and dive up these stairs. And now Eclipse not looking super great into the 11-minute marker here. Again, I think that Whalez could basically try to take it at any moment now.
It's exactly. Nair reminds me right now, he's a Ravager cosplaying as a tank. That man did not care. He was 20% HP, Blue, and he walked on top with the Rift like it was nobody's business, and he managed to reach to the backline. That is crazy to me. And the fact that his healers actually managed to catch up and like heal him is also insane. I'm almost wondering if their healers have to build movement speed just to keep up with this guy.
Yeah, a lot of people wondering why it's a 30v30. It's because they're in the same alliance, and they know that, well, one of them is going to move on, and they don't want to necessarily use all their best players for both teams, so they're trying to handle it tactfully in this case. So, like, how many people can your alliance pull on any given day? We should see a full roster, whichever one of these teams does manage to make it through. It's just a W for the alliance, because again, the losing team will move down to the losers bracket, and we'll see them compete down there, and then the winning team can try to pick up the extra roster for the 48-man. Interestingly enough, we're seeing a lot of people fall into the water here, and look how much the difference in the sharks right there. Philly actually knows the tech, and look how much faster Philly was able to regroup to the high ground. Like you were saying before, LF, he made it way faster up. You can see all the people that don't have the shark morph are taking forever to get through versus ults. Look how quickly he's able to get up there. Not everybody with that shark morph.
Lore accurate, and you love to see it. It's these little things, you know what I mean, Blue? It's like the shark over here, the turtle on the lava being immune to like the fire damage. It's just these little things that make Throne Liberty the game that it is. The little details that they pay attention to. It's awesome. It's really awesome to see, and the fact that it's actually in the game just makes you appreciate it even more.
I like little Easter eggs like that. You know what I mean? I think they're pretty cool overall. Of course, me as a I had a shark on like day one because I pre-ordered the game, or pre-release. I bought it on pre-release, and you got like a cool shark morph with that. So like, yeah, okay, we're good. Yeah, easy peasy. Lemon squeezy, but other people probably had to work a little bit harder for their shark morph overall. But it does look like that Whalez is just finally decided, hey, this is our risk, though. Yo, we're taking this. Right here, you're not allowed to have this.
14.
Yeah, under 9 minutes left on the clock now, but Eclipse has 14 people on the wrist stone. But again, Whalez winning out on the skirmish, and you look at the kill feed, overwhelmingly dominant for Whalez right now as Eclipse really struggles to get back over to this point.
Hoblink getting 3 or 4 kills off of that spin. Initially, he tried to spin, and he kind of got caught as he went in there, almost died, got dropped down to 20% HP, got kind of topped up by his healer there, and then dived back in again, got the kills that he was intending to take, and this man just made, I mean, there's a reason for their confidence, evidently so, right? There's a reason why they're confident, and it kind of shows with the difference of like engages here. But again, Eclipse is not to be counted out. The reason they did get the upper hand at the beginning there, as we both saw, and that can happen anytime. We saw what happened with ALAB versus Darkness. We saw that could be a thing again, that could happen here.
Yeah,
the last minute, the last 5 minutes, that could be all it takes.
Look at this static down here for Ragkiri, and who else is down here? Heaven and Riley. Down here, it looks like one static interrupting all of the regroups for Eclipse down here on the low ground. So doing a beautiful job constantly interrupting them so that they can't get them. Every time they get past them, they pull them back. It's just like those plants that constantly pull you back out in the open world over by Talus. Is so frustrating. They constantly pull, the orcs over there in Aikido Valley. Oh, so frustrating. Constantly getting pulled back as you're trying to run by every single time is what they're doing on that low ground. It's got to be so frustrating. Big sleep onto the high ground, onto Whalez right there. Only 2 members of each guild actually on the point as the entire fight is taking place on these stairs.
Yeah. So we're kind of like just doing a brawl here right now. I'm noticing Hoblink actually having a turtle morph that he paid for. I'm pretty sure if you bought Lucent at this point, you probably have the free shark from the packages. I recommend just equipping it. It's an amazing morph. It looks really good, but maybe Hoblink just likes turtles.
Yeah, maybe he do just like turtles do go slow. So it is what it is. You know what I mean? 5 to 8 right now. Eclipse definitely struggling to get people on the high ground, but the tanks are just having a field day.
He said, I don't have the morph. Out loud in all caps. He's listening to the stream.
Hey, they're cheating. No, I'm just kidding. Look at these tanks having a field day, pushing people off the side consistently here, and Whalez holding the high ground over and over again right now, and Eclipse really struggling to try to get a regroup down. I'd love to see them try to go the other way, come in from the high ground up here. That's what we're seeing Velia do, and you see this flank coming in on this side, and Firebolt says, get over here. Like it's something out of Mortal Kombat, pulls them all right in so that his backline can do the work there. But you can see Eclipse starting to regroup from this high ground over here, now kind of ceding the low ground to Whalez, but now they've got more people on the point than their opponent. They just don't have a leadership core member here to try to get the Riftstone back for them. Because they're not, well, actually, no, they're the occupying guild, so they don't need it back. But it does look like Whalez is losing percentage right now with 5 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock.
Exactly, which is actually very this is actually very surprising, Blue, because like I didn't notice it until now, but it looks like Pooh, the other Cordy crossbow from Eclipse, actually ended up DCing in this fight. They're down 3 people right now, so the fact that they're still able to hold at least for a little bit here before the full regroup of Whalez is pretty impressive on the side of Eclipse.
Yeah, fortunately, if you do DC from the fight, you can just reconnect it. It takes a second to reopen the game.
Yeah, just end task on Task Manager, get back in, and you're good to go.
Yep, immediately you can get back into the Rift. It was not always like that before, but fortunately the devs have changed that for this tournament. God bless them. So even if you do end up crashing there, which does happen from time to time, sadly, you can get back into the match. People are getting pushed off all over the place for Whalez right now as Eclipse as more people on the point, as we might see a little bit more of a dramatic finish. We thought that Whalez is the stronger guild overall, but they've got a lot of low health bars here, and there's a lot of Eclipse members holding on to this point, flying in from the high ground, and Whalez seems to have over-prioritized the low ground on that other side as we're seeing a kill feed come through here, 19 to 10, as that percentage starts to tick down the other way in favor of Eclipse here. This might actually come down to the wires. Both guilds are now locking in to try to get the Riftstone, whereas maybe they were screwing around a little bit before. It is definitely game on now as Whalez, I think, is backing up to try to regroup.
Wouldn't it be the craziest thing if there was a gentleman's agreement, since one guild can't bring 48 to the next match, that it would be better for the one with 30 to lose, and then they backstab their alliance? Wouldn't that be the juiciest drama they could ever see come out of this?
You are a terrible person. You are, oh my God, you're the devil. Holy moly. Like, no, you don't ever backstab your alliance. These are your friends, okay? Your friends. You're supposed to chat PvP the enemy guilds. That's how it works. In Throat of Liberty, only one person on the point actually right now for Whalez. As Eclipse, honestly, winning on the point again, 3 minutes, 45 seconds. I think Whalez thinks that they can flip this the other way very, very quickly, but time is starting to run a little bit low here.
Yeah, so I mean, this is if Eclipse cancels this,
I don't even think they have enough.
Blue.
It might get a little rough.
Red owns it right now.
Yep.
They're trying to bring it down. There's 3 minutes left. If they cancel this and then Whalez has to try to take, they could very well lose this fight. Even when Eclipse is down right now 4 people. Yeah. Including a Cordy crossbow.
Whalez is starting to push towards the stairs right here, so they're posturing up to try to make their play for the Riftstone. They know 3 minutes left on the clock, so this would be the time to do it. If they're going to do it, they might be intentionally trying, like, okay, we have an agreement with Eclipse. We will go to the lower bracket. They will go to the upper bracket on this one. Maybe they feel like they looked at the bracket and they feel like they have a stronger chance making it through the lower bracket with one of their guilds and to make it to the finals here. Nope, never mind. Totally. Yep, I was like, what are we doing? Nope, here comes Whalez onto the point, finally pouring onto the point. There it is. They say they're not going to give it away. Here comes the big push in for Whalez right now, 22-12. Can Eclipse hold on with 2.5 minutes on the clock? It is all bets off. Yes, they're in the same alliance, but clearly I was like, are they really going to hand it? Nope, they are not going to hand it off. Whalez definitely wants it back right now.
Whatever script we had, they did not read it, Blue.
Yeah, whatever. They did not read it indeed. 14-14 right there now, though. And again, Eclipse does a great job of holding on to the Leviathan Riftstone. Another spin coming in right there. Heaven bails over the side of the boat, barely making it out alive on that one.
Yeah, Hobbling there with a spin. Unfortunately, it didn't net any kills. And right now, Blue, 1 minute 50 seconds here.
I think that Whalez is, again, they actually pushed in there. That was a concentrated push that they tried to do, but Eclipse was postured up in a better way and actually just wiped them straight off. And the kill feed is still all Eclipse. So when it comes right down to it, again, both Alliance members going back and forth the whole time. Yes, they're having fun, which you love to see in Throne of Liberty. Yes, they're having fun, but I think Eclipse definitely more objective focused here. And we did talk to them before the match. They said, no, we're going to find it out. We're going to see what happened. I think Whalez has overplayed their hand here. You can see them pouring onto the Riftstone now because I think they might be a little bit upset. I think that they were basically farming them on the low ground. They thought that they had it in the bag. They said, oh, we'll wait till the last minute. And now they can't get advantage on the Riftstone.
How is Eclipse doing this while being down a Cordy crossbow? This is kind of insane. And if you look at the chat right now, Boo, people are in shambles because they predicted Whalez to win this one handily. And now their predictions are just wrong.
Absolutely tragic. You love to see that. All right, I'm sorry, chat. I hate to see that. Oh, there's Whalez coming up. They do technically have time if they manage to keep 2 times as many people on the point. They're going to make a blitz for it right now, shooting up over 19, now over 20%. They have got to keep over 2 times as many people on the point. There's only 30 seconds left on the clock. I'm not sure that they have enough time at this point. Basically, Eclipse just needs to keep a few people on the point, and they should be just fine to make it through. I do think that Whalez honestly threw it here towards the end. They were screwing around a really long time. Chat was like, okay, they're messing around. They're playing with their food. I think that they've played with their food a little too much here because they have percentage. I think that they thought that they were going to be able to take this a lot faster.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like I'm watching cinema right now. This is kind of reminds you of like the hair and the turtle, right? It's like a
tortoise
slow
and the
easy
hair,
wizard.
man.
The tortoise in the hair, and it's just exactly what happens.
Okay, so how often do you see a match where Whalez with the top in defeats, top in assists, top in damage dealt? There's 1 Eclipse member in damage dealt and damage taken. And keep in mind, guys, this is definitely super padded. They stayed down on the low ground and just farmed people coming in from the respawn versus Eclipse playing the objective. So how much stronger are they actually than Eclipse? It's a little bit tough to say. They definitely padded their stats on this one. 18.3 million damage healed from Whalez' Sailor Moon right there. Big W for Sailor Moon. Candy Sama coming in from Eclipse. You can see the healers from Eclipse actually doing a better job than the Whalez healers right there. Good fights to both teams. You know, it was a well-spirited match overall. Like, you know, you love to see that. Some really cool engagements. This is the first time we've gotten to see the Talandre Riftstone before. So I think a lot of guilds are going to be looking at that for how to potentially engage that in the future.
Yeah. Man, I mean, it just tells you at the end of the day, right? It's like kills are kills. You can pad your stats all you want, but if you want to win a Riftstone fight, you have to play for the objective. That's all it really comes down to. And, that's just a lesson that's, people have to learn going into this one. And again, we don't know if they had a gentleman's agreement, like we said, where one goes to lower brackets or not. But from first impressions, if I were not suspect anything at all, that they had a gentleman's agreement for whatever reason, it just looks like Whalez did get careless in this one. But just because of the fact that I know these guys, I am more inclined to think that maybe they felt it more advantageous to do that. because I know that Whalez are objective gamers for
Yeah.
the most part. But then again, they could always have just have been careless.
Yeah, interestingly enough, a good fights to both teams right there. Really cool spirit to see them matched numbers on both sides since their alliance is running at the same time. It's tough to pull 48 and 48 for two teams like that at the same time. But really cool to see. Whalez definitely looked a little bit stronger. But you know, it could have been a gentleman's agreement. We'll have to see either way. Every once in a while, you do have two guilds meet in the bracket like that are in the same alliance. So, you know, maybe not the best match in the entire world, but we do get to see one of them move on and the other one gets to move to the lower bracket here, and a strategic move from them. We look ahead to our last match of the day. Is actually super interesting.
This one is exciting, Will. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, so Cat Cafe versus Milk, which is funny because cats drink milk, right? And if they win this, they go on. If Cat Cafe wins this, they go on to fight Boba Tea in the next round. So it's literally just cats versus every drink that you can think of. Interestingly enough, but Cat Cafe from the Invoker Guild, they believe they're third in their alliance, rank 1 on the server, 3 sieges won, and they said, we just farm W's for cats. More of a dog person myself, to be honest. Always liked dogs more, but they think they're going to be 7th overall. I'll let you introduce Milk and give us a little bit of backstory on this.
Yeah, all right. So Milk with the alliance with Pineapple, Eclipse, and Whalez. So both Cat Cafe and Milk actually come from rival alliances. One of the reasons why the Cat Cafe alliance went to Invoker they went from Oblivion to Moonstone and then to Invoker. One of the reasons why they went into Invoker is to face the Pineapple alliance and kind of like have that like tough those tough fights. I would have to say that Cat Cafe may be inching a little bit more than Milk here in terms of like power, just because of the amount of synergy that they have. But you know, again, there were a lot of roster shifts coming into this tournament, so like even though Milk might have ranked themselves third here, there's potentially a world where they should rank themselves second instead. But again, it depends on who brought who into the ranks.
Yeah, absolutely. As we look ahead to this one, honestly, I kind of wanted to look at an instant replay from the last match because we don't get to see Leviathan happen every day. So let's take a look at one of these engagements that we saw here. As we see this low ground right here, you see Whalez posturing on the low ground. Eclipse sees it coming. They've got their 2 statics there on the high ground. But as I pan across to the other side, you can see that waiting static on that top side. And you see, look at that flank come in. Absolutely beautiful.
Bait him, boom.
Yep. Taking that high ground away from them, so cool. Such a great engagement from them. So some cool stuff to take away from that last match right there, certainly. Let's talk about pick bans a little bit for this one. I'll let you do bans first.
You want to take?
I'll take bans.
All
I'll
right,
take bans.
okay.
You did bans last time. I'll take bans this time. Okay,
Gotcha.
Cat Cafe won the coin toss. Okay, they chose to pick, which means Milk is banning. Milk banned Malakar, Grand Alon, Daigon, and Kawazan. And drum roll, please, for the choice. Go ahead. Yep.
Cafe, and this one will shock you. Cat Cafe decided to pick, unfortunately, Azrael. It's Azrael if shown again, right? Like it's a comfort pick for like a lot of people. They chose Azrael.
Every time they choose Azrael, but to be fair, Azrael is a great Riftstone if you want like an even match where if you think you're the stronger guild and you understand there's so much strategy that goes into Riftstones or into Azrael particularly because of what the different spawn locations and the things you can do. And we've seen that multiple times today where guilds try to spawn at point 3, then they switch up the spawns out of nowhere because they have too many people camping the spawns, and then suddenly they have a big resurgence onto the point, right? So there's a lot of strategies that you can do coming through various choke points and things like this and doing multi-pronged aggression. Really cool to see as we move over to our versus screen today, the final versus screen of the day. So who do you think is going to win this?
You know what? Maybe I'm biased because I am in the Cat Cafe alliance. I do believe Cat Cafe wins this just because I've seen I've wargamed them more than I have Milk, and you know it's always like a fun fight. We've fought Milk before, and they were also a good fight, but you know I feel like Cat Cafe has the edge here a little bit. And I would love to see what roster shifts that both sides made to make that fight even more juicy.
Yeah, super sick. What we might see here coming out for both. Okay, honestly, you're in the Cat Cafe alliance, right? So, which alliance do you think is stronger overall?
Cat Cafe Alliance, hands down.
Okay, bro, I almost got him, bro. Because I think that a lot of people think that Pineapple is the favorite to win the tournament overall, but we're about to see it. These are the top two, some of the top two alliances on NA West, so this should be a very high-level match. The top two alliances going at it toe-to-toe with each other in the first round of the tournament. Super sick on Azrael. In this case, we've got Easy Cat and Evil Cat. Bro, why are they all cat names? Bro, all these cat girls, they must be Final Fantasy enjoyers. You know that they are. But Easy Cat and Evil Cat are the corny crossbow users for who is that? Wait. Easy Cat, Evil Cat. I don't know which team. He didn't list which team. He didn't list which team. But it must be Cat Cafe. It's got to be Cat Cafe, right? It's got to be Cat Cafe. So Zanril and Crazian are the two Cordies for the other alliance here. As we go to the live scene of our final match of the day. Honestly, why am I even down here? Of course, you have to look up. No, nobody's at 0.3 yet either.
Maybe not.
Nobody's spawned in quite yet. Nobody's spawned in quite yet. We'll see who pulls the trigger first. Most of the time, you want to get positioned on this Riftstone pretty early. Portal 2.
Oh, big action right now, Blue. Big action on Portal 2.
Oh my gosh. How often do you see the action on Portal 2 like this? Oh my goodness. And they are going at it with one another. You've got... Honestly, it looks like Cat Cafe might be winning out a little bit here. I'm seeing a lot more of a kill feed for Cat Cafe on this side than I do for Milk on the other side. But again, we've seen this before where if one guild gets the jump on the other, it doesn't necessarily mean they're, oh my goodness, big feed back the other way there for Milk right there. And again, so this is very back and forth depending on who gets to spawn up and which statics. Ultimately, when you're in a skirmish like this, LF, usually what you want to do is get grouped up with your static. You don't want 3 members of your static to die and then have them respawn and then the other 3 die and then you're constantly playing with 3 people. The strategy is to all spawn up together and make sure that your statics can play with each other competently.
Yep. Rotating your cooldowns is crucial when it comes to surviving a fight. You can't do it without your tanks. You can't do it without your seekers. And again, you can't do anything much of anything unless you have Time Bomb as a tank without your DPSs. And that's like the key thing about this fight, right? Like every piece of that micro of that static party of your party of 6 is crucial. You can't miss a single piece and expect to perform anywhere close to the same level of performance as you would otherwise. And we can kind of see that here. If you look at like the Cat Cafe side, again, this is something that we saw, right? Cat Cafe at the moment really like clumped at the moment in the middle here, but they're not dying.
No, they are not. Although I'll be honest with you, now they're starting to die a little bit. I'll be real. Milk is starting to bear down on them from both sides right now. You have some Milk holding on the low ground down there, occupying 2 full statics down there, and Milk is winning the high ground engage. So Cat Cafe doing their best, but honestly coming up a little bit short. Brunk going down as well there for Cat Cafe cannot be a super good thing for them right now as their tanks are scrambling around looking for what they could possibly do. 2 minutes on the clock before the rift actually opens up, and this is a very back and forth fight. If we look at the damage dealt so far, you can see Milk on top right here, but Cat Cafe owns the next 4 spots, then Milk again, then a couple more Cat Cafe. If you look at defeats right here, it is super split back and forth right now.
Pretty even.
Yeah, pretty even overall. Damage taken a little bit more for Milk for sure right now, but again, healers on the other side, 2 for Milk, then 3 for Cat Cafes, then 2 for Milk, and then back over to Whalez, and then Milk again. So very back and forth match for both teams right now. Absolutely nuts with 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock before the Riftstone even opens up.
Yep, exactly. And it's also very surprising too how some of these familiar names that came from like more casual guilds, like you mentioned the healers, right? Like I would like to have a special mention right now. He's number 1 right now on the amounts healed. Monster LZ. This guy came from a guild called Floppy Gang, which is a bit of more casual guild, and he was one of the guys that kind of like when he decided to go competitive, you kind of saw his skill level just like rise up. And that might be attributed to the fact that he has a history with kind of like a professional FPS team, and somehow he ended up in Throne and Liberty. Funny how that goes.
Interestingly, that's very interesting. Very interesting. We're locked on to one of the Cordy crossbows here. This is Easy Cat. We are locked on to currently. You can see his Asian characters are very different from the others. Pretty easy to identify right here.
Yep.
If you're actually looking for it. But yeah, honestly, jumps into the middle, looks for a spin right there. Doesn't find anything.
Spins on the stairs?
Yeah, spin on the stairs, but doesn't actually find.
He got 3.
Okay, he did find 3 at the end of the day. It might have been the other easy. It might have been Evil Cat at the end of the day right there. I'm locked on to the other boy. My boy right here. But again, so the Riftstone's opening up in 13 seconds. That's why you're seeing the entire fight shift over towards the Riftstone. And you're seeing Cat Cafe kind of pour onto this. But ironically enough, Milk actually has control of it as they kind of start to kite back. They're waiting for the reinforcements to come up behind Cat Cafe. And they're holding on to the Riftstone. There it is. Right there. Let's see which guild is able to get it. Prime Scout is going to get it off. Why? They just let him have it. What are we doing? But 44 people on the point for Milk right now. Cat Cafe, nowhere to be found. And they just go ahead and take it right back. Look at that percentage shoot back up. Cat Cafe.
Here, is that Easy Cat and Evil Cat actually died on the way into this engage. And the fact that they somehow Prime managed to take get the take on the Rift first. It's kind of crazy. It's even though it's 44 red right now, 35 yellow in the favor of Milk here. But once those Cordy crossbows come in and they get their they kind of like get in their groove, get the clumps that they kind of want to have and capitalize on. It's go time here for Cat Cafe. But again, Milk has to hold steady here. They have to not clump in one spot. All they need is that initial take, and they need to spread out immediately. If they clump, it's over for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Cat Cafe actually, this is very back and forth now as we saw Milk jump way out to an early lead, but now Cat Cafe is locked in a little bit. They got their cornies back on track. They got their DPS back in position, and now they've kind of pushed back onto the point, but consistently we're seeing Milk play this objective better. They always have over 40 people pretty much on the Riftstone at all points in time, and that's basically as much as you could possibly ask for. Cat Cafe looks a little bit more scattered. Look at the statics. You look at the yellow clustered in the middle, the red clustered around them. You can see that they're just collapsing down around Cat Cafe more frequently. They climb up. They're almost at 50%. Cat Cafe is almost about to lose their point cap right now on this LF. Ruh-roh, Raggy. I'm thinking that Milk is about to run your pockets, buddy.
Yep. Also, one of the things I wanted to point out too, Blue, and you're not going to see a lot of too many of them right now in this tournament. We probably saw one today, but there's a few of them scattered across like the top guilds, right? If you look at number 5 right now in terms of kills right now, is CD. That is as a Templar enjoyer myself, that bomber right there, the AoE Templar bomb is really, really good as a DPS. You essentially play as a DPS with that build, but people don't want to hit you because you're a Templar. Who wants to hit a Templar realistically?
True.
Right? And that kind of gives you a lot of leeway to just kind of like free cast on people. And we can see that he's starting to perform on the side of Milk here.
Now, interestingly enough, nobody actually spawn camping on either side. Both of them just running back to the point right now. But again, it is Milk on top consistently over and over again. Cat Cafe coming up short against Milk right now, and you thought that maybe they would have a better time. They have a lot of Asian character names on their team as well. That's often used as a way to try to disguise your name. We had a problem with that on the EU server. We had to make a rule about it, but we can see it's not helping Cat Cafe very much in this fight. Yeah. Milk said, "We don't care. We're just gonna kill you."
Yep, nobody cares what your name is if you just get pulled into a clump and all of you die at the same time anyway. So at that point, names just do not matter. When you're getting killed en masse.
Yeah, this is Milk domination right now as Cat Cafe is down almost twice as many members. 44 people on the Riftstone shutting the door on Cat Cafe. They just don't have an answer for these Milk players. And look at Milk camping this little. This is part of the reason that they're winning is they have so many people grouped up on this choke point right here. They're just killing all of Cafe's reinforcements as they come back to the fight. So they always have the same amount of people on the point. They're reinforcing. You have Parallax on the high ground up here trying to do his best to fire down to the low ground, but you can see he's not able to fire down the whole time. Beautiful position coming out right now for Milk. This is not what you expected, but honestly, my boys in Milk on top right now.
They are definitely fragging here, and right now I'm tracking CD here, one of the Templars, right? And you can see you don't even see him getting hit right now. He's just kind of free hitting at this point. And the most crucial part probably of curse bombing is that it completely goes through Devo. One of the most considered as one of the most overpowered skills in the game defensively, Blood Devo. Curse bomb goes through it, completely ignores it, hits the target. And the thing is, like, if you're looking for a big damage like AoE bomb type Templar like this one, you're probably foregoing hit a little bit, and you're focusing either fully on heavy attack or a little bit of heavy attack and then crit at the same time, depending on your build. And that's what's causing them to deal this much damage, even though they're relying a lot on AoE bombs themselves. And that's what you're seeing here right now, is that Cat wants to clump because they want to clump people in their direction and then spin on them. The problem is there's a curse bomber there that's going to completely ignore your blood devo and go through it. And that's what you're relying on as a Cordy to survive for the most part.
Interestingly enough, I love watching the chat PvP going on in the chat right now. It's like, this isn't full milk, by the way. And then immediately, this isn't full cats, by the way. Neither guild wants to like really admit that they're weaker than the other guild at all. You love to see the back and forth, but now Cat Cafe getting on top of this one, lapping up those milk members. I could go back and forth with this. Honestly, they're milking the cats. They're lapping up the milk members. I could do this all day. But Cat Cafe finally getting on top of this for the first time in this match. The
rivalry is real, Blue. The rivalry is real. You know what? Milk is so tired of getting licked by cats that they're just tired of it. They just want to get rid of the cat at this point.
Okay, we're just gonna keep. All right, this is back and forth. Okay, and Cat's getting
if
nipped.
You want.
Cat's getting nipped right now by Milk. I can try me right now. But both guilds are actually surprisingly very close. 14 minutes on the clock, so there's still plenty of time for both teams. If we check the leaderboards right now, oh my god, I almost accidentally left the match. Okay, if we look at the defeats, so this is the number of kills. You see Cat Cafe on top here, but then Milk owns the rest of the leaderboard, which is why they're up right now. Damage dealt, you see Milk on top, a couple cafes, Milk again, then Cat Cafe. Damage taken, you see all Milk. Holy moly, they're taking a beating. But then healing done is all Milk as well, so they can afford to take this beating right now as long as their healers are playing on point. That's exactly what we're seeing, is the team with the better healers is winning. As a healer myself, I just have to say we are the most important. I'm just going to say.
That much I can agree with, for sure. Without a competent healer, your party just falls. Like if you have a healer that's clicking their skills, your party falls. They're too late, right? So having a competent healer is the make or break in these type of like high level fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, and again, it's making the difference right now as Cat Cafe was shooting up to a relatively high percentage there for a while, but now is losing percentage left, right, and center. Milk just constantly on top of this, despite the fact that like, you look at the clumps in the middle. I have to think that Cat Cafe is just clumping up too hard on the center of the fight, and then Milk is just, well, milking them for all that they're worth. For lack of a better term here. And they're going to shut the door on this one more time. Cat Cafe, oh my goodness, they save it with 0.4% left on it. Can they bring it back the other way? No, okay. LF,
and they actually did a really good move here, and that's what made them keep this percentage. You know what they did? They just happened to have a stun placed on Zanral as he was spinning. He was only able to kill one person before he got the whole spin off. If he had that whole spin off, he would have taken down like 4 or 5 people, and this would have been over immediately. But thanks to that, whoever that was, maybe we can get a replay on it. If we can, if possible. If not, okay. But that was basically what saved this thrift take for this side of Cat Cafe. One clutch play. That's all it took.
Another big kill feed coming in from Cat Cafe right there. Another bunch of kills or batch of kills coming in right there from Easy Cat. Yeah, and they're back on top. They were down at 0.1% on this cap, and now they're up at 11% and climbing. Milk cannot be happy about this, but honestly, Milk has enough time. There's 11 minutes left on the clock. Their percentage isn't very high, and Milk has shown priority most of the time here, now pushing it down into the 6% range. Cat Cafe at risk once again, just unable to get on top of this one.
Yep. Yeah. The fact that like Milk is able to recover here, kind of like is a testament to their level-headedness, right? Because like once you get something like that, it does get very frustrating. So the fact that they recovered immediately and tried to kind of like pull down the Cat Cafe numbers right away is props to them. That is incredibly impressive. So really level-headed on the part of their party leads and on the part of their shot caller as well. But Cat not giving up here. They're still at 5% at the moment. Nowhere near that 0.1% that we're at earlier, but they are going down though. They need to think of a way here to kind of adapt to what Milk is doing to their stacks at the moment, and maybe put more kill squads on these Cordies, especially Zanral, who's been performing the best out of everybody in their guild right now.
Yeah, doing a great job right now. Another big kill feed for Cat Cafe, but they don't have the Cap. Prime Scout going for the Cap right now. He does manage to find it, and oh my goodness, 42 cats. All lapping up Milk on the point right now, and that's the strongest that they have looked. This is a huge
Here come
swing.
The bowl.
Look at that kill feed again. Massive swing in Cat Cafe's favor. Milk losing control of the match right now as they climb up over the 30% marker right now. Cats battling back these ferocious felines.
How did it turn so fast? Zanral actually, as I was tracking him, only managed to get 2 kills in this scenario before he got stunned yet again. So there is somebody tracking this guy, and if he doesn't have a Cordy wand in his party protecting him from this CC, all it takes is a stun to cancel this guy out. Because remember, if you are spinning, that means you're not holding an SNS. You're not relying on your shield block. So somebody who can hit you, has a CC chance, has the hit rate, will cancel your Cordy spin. And it is frustrating as a Cordy.
This is looking a little nerve-wracking if you're a Milk enjoyer right now. Cats has climbed over the 50% marker for the first time in this match with only 9 minutes left on the clock. I'm not sure that you will be able to reverse cap this if Cat Cafe takes this right now. They have got to push Cat's percentage back down, but Cats keeps relentlessly climbing in the percentage right now. 28 over 27. It is neck and neck. Just one person, one cat, more than one Milk are on the point at any given point in time. They get up to 63%, and finally Milk starts to try to grasp for control one more time. They cannot afford to relinquish control this late into the game and expect to be able to cap this. If Cat Cafe gets to 100% here, it's looking dire for Milk, LF.
Yeah. So the problem here now is that, like, from the looks of it, Cat has now found this aha moment. And with that aha moment and 8 minutes left on the clock, if this aha moment keeps continuing all the way to 100%, it's going to be an oh no moment here for Milk. And they're going to be in a lot of trouble. So right now, you can see, like, Yellow is just taking the advantage here. Red trying to claw back a little bit here, like with the 1s and 2s on the Rift, but you can see Cat's trying to go up again here. It's going from even to advantage to even advantage, and again, another play like that from Cats that brought them all the way to 50% means that they're at 100, and Milk is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, but they're down at 55%, so Milk's actually bringing it back a little bit. You know what I think the big difference here, and why the reason we're seeing swings? I think that these players are all shifting gear as they go. So, like, you're seeing Cat Cafe with a big resurgence, and then you're seeing the response from Milk, like, okay, no, we have to change our gear one more time. And both guilds trying to go back and forth with each other because the skill difference between the two guilds is very close. It's going to come down to who has the swaps available, who has the different weapon sets available in order to come out on top of this one. And right now, it's Cats. 40 people on top of 34. Cats is building back up to 60%, but a big kill feed comes back through for Milk right there, but they still have 10 more people on the point right now than their opponent. 63% and climbing. We're starting to sweat a little bit over in Camp Milk. 66%, moving up to 70%. This is not good, LF.
They're losing a lot of tempo right now. Red had the first part of this fight figured out, and then Cats ended up Cats just kind of like figured out, like, had that again, like I said, that aha moment in the middle of that, and now Red has to kind of counter that with 6 minutes left on the clock. But now Cat Cafe with 68% and climbing. 6 minutes is way more than enough time, but the thing is, with the pace that they're going on with right now, if Cats gets the take here, they probably get the take around close to 5 minutes, if not like 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes left on the clock. And when that happens, it is damn near impossible for Milk to get that back. They cannot allow Cats to get this cap off. Otherwise, they're in deep trouble.
Yeah, they've basically hard committed at this point, and both guilds are just everyone boots on the point right now, with the exception of these two on the side over here. That guy literally just literally just griefed his guild, just ran off the edge, didn't even get pulled, just ran off right now, and every single person matters. You can see that again, red is back on top one more time. Milk battling back right now. Cat Cafe desperately trying to pull people off the point. You can see on the bottom side of the screen right now, people are trying to spin with their cordies, but again, now they're back down at 65%. We have hard committed. This is a hard stop. 5.5 minutes left on the clock. If Cat Cafe takes this cap right now, LF, they will win the match. There will not be enough time for them to
100%.
turn around and win this again for Milk. So Milk is hard committing. They're saying, we can win this. Get your statics on the point right now. Every single person matters. Every single person needs to be standing boots on the point. They got them back down to 60%, which is kind of a sigh of relief, but you are still sweating as we tip down under the 5-minute mark.
Yep, it is down to 60% now. Milk doing a really good job. Probably got like a good initial frag there, but now, as you can see in the kill feed, Cat Cafe having kill after kill after kill after kill. They're trying to get this back up now. This is very dangerous. This is gonna end up like either Milk here prevents them from taking it entirely, or the moment that Cat Cafe gets this all the way over the 100%, it's over for these guys.
Oh, this is so.
And right
sweaty.
now, there's no threat coming on the side of the Cody crossbow from Cat Cafe as well. Right now, Easy Cat is just free roaming. He's standing here. I'm not seeing him take any damage. I'm not seeing even his. I don't even see a Devo on this guy, and he's not receiving damage. How is he able to roam free like this?
Yeah, and Milk finally getting back on top of this one once again, doing their best to try to hold this together for 4 more minutes. They have held Cat Cafe at this at about 60% for almost 8 minutes now, but Cat Cafe creeping closer, ever closer all the time. 42 people on the point right now for Milk, doing their best to try to keep Cat at bay, but does Cat Cafe have it in them? They're going down under 60% now. It's looking good for Milk. 3.5 minutes on the clock. Milk rallying strong.
This is too close, Blue. And right now, Milk is making the mistake of clumping in one spot right now. All it takes is one good spin, and this might turn it back to Cats again. It's 45 and 25. It looks like Milk here actually finding the play that they're looking for. But
yeah,
again,
Zanrel had a
back
big
and forth
feed
that you were
right there.
talking about.
Yeah, Zanrel had a really
Zanrel
big feed right there.
fragging.
46 people on the point for Milk. That's almost every member of the guild. Zanrel goes for another spin right there. His party's trying to stay with them. I'll see if I can lock onto him. If I can, he's like in the middle of everybody. It's very difficult. There we go. I got the lock on right there. He's doing his best. It's every single player matters. 44 people to 28 from Cat Cafe. Cat Cafe falling apart under the 3-minute mark. 43% on the clock. Milk shutting the door on this percentage.
Oh, might not just be it yet. It's a bit of a back and forth still. It ain't over till it's over, Blue, and it looks like there's still some fight left in Cat Cafe.
Yeah, this is
incredibly close.
Yeah, they still have Guardians to pop on this one, so they can come in with a big push. It's only going to take one big swell, I think, and then they will basically be able to snowball their way to victory. But they're down at 37% and falling right now because Milk just has their number on repeat right now. Milk is doing a great job. Cat Cafe desperately trying to pour onto the point, but look at the kill feed. Xandro with another pickup right there. Day with a pickup as well. Zero May Cry coming in as well, but Cat Cafe still managing to keep enough boots on the point overall that they're able to stay in the fight. A minute 50 seconds left. I don't know if they have enough time anymore.
It is no longer the problem now is that unfortunately for the side of Cat Cafe, even if they have double the numbers here of Milk again, Milk figured out their next like moment. They figured out like exactly what they needed to do to counter whatever it is that Cat Cafe figured out. And whether that was a really good big like Guardian remedy push, or maybe they just decided to counter what Cat was doing. Maybe put more protection on Zanral where he couldn't get canceled anymore. That's why he was getting those big frags. It just looks incredibly dire here for Cats, and it's looking a little grim.
Milk looking so good, baby. Pulling it through to the finish line. 44 people on the point. Look at the priority targets. Milk finding the priority targets on Cat Cafe. Cat Cafe shut down. They got so close. They were over 73% at one point, and Milk said, no, you will not. But that is just how close these guilds are. That you have to be thinking in the back of Milk's mind right now as time starts to tick down. These guys still aren't out yet. We still might have to fight them again. They're in the losers bracket. They could come back again. But most importantly, I'm thinking we're saying that nameplates don't mean everything. Target acquisition was so important in this matchup. It was a very close matchup, and Milk still came out on top.
Exactly, and the thing is like especially like guilds like Milk, right, who are intelligent enough to know that like once you spot that Cordy crossbow that you're trying to finish, mark them with a skull, boom. It doesn't matter what their name is. Wherever the skull is, that's them right there, right? And that's like an adaptation that you likely will see with a lot of these stronger guilds, these top guilds, these high-level guilds, and it doesn't matter what your name is. Once they find you, you're marked.
It is going to be Milk. That was just the first round of the tournament, and you have to keep in mind that every single round is going to get closer because the guilds get stronger, the guilds get closer in strength, and we're already seeing some super close matches right here. He participated. Yeah, he participated in the match. If we look at the top kills right here, Zanrel looking at Milk right here. I'm assuming that is probably a bug on his part. But Zanrel with the top kills in the match at 96. And then again, these are the two Cordy crossbows for Cat Cafe coming in as well at number 2 and number 3. Number 1 assists in the match is again, once again, Asian character name there. I'm not sure what that interprets as. Damage dealt is at 11 million. Zanrel once again coming up with that, and then again the Cordy crossbow, Evil Cat behind him at 8.8 million. Damage taken at 2.9, might be the highest on the day. Maybe it was like 4. Right? We might have been 4 million, but Hapagloid at 2.9 million for Milk right there. Again, their front line came out on top, their damage came out on top, their healers came out on top, and this is the most important thing: 29.6 million damage healed. 26.4 for Monster LZ in second place right there. But super sick match, really close. And again, those are probably one of the top 2 alliances on NA West. I don't want to call it too soon, but a great first round match.
Yep, you wouldn't be wrong in that statement. And yeah, Zanrel here carrying the team on his back. The amount of impact that this man had in this match was incredibly insane, and that was with him getting chased down the whole time. Like, he definitely had a target on his head. Every time he tried to spin, I always like saw him getting stunned, and he would even then he would still get like 1 or 2 kills. But the moment that he figured out a way to prevent himself from getting CC'd, and the man just kind of ran with it. Like he went from not being rank 1 to just like owning that, like, and gapping the next guy in about like what 2.2 mil damage. That's insane.
Yeah, it matters, man. Again, it's important to have those fingers, bro. Like, if you're a gamer, you're just gifted. You know what I mean? If you have the right weapon loadout, you can absolutely make a lot happen with that. That was our last match for the day today. So I do want to thank a big shout out to Amazon Game Studio, W's in chat for Amazon, for helping support the tournament in a big way. 1.3 million Lucent. Shout outs on social media, on the website, getting the word out for everybody. So AGS, I've never seen support for an event be quite this good. Absolutely incredible on them. Really appreciate the support, because I think they understand what the event means to the community, and this event is not possible without them. So I really appreciate them. Another big shout out to the tournament directors. Get some W's in chat for Multirix, one of my moderators here, and then Lucy helping him as well as backup here. Did a phenomenal job of keeping the matches moving today on our very first day of the tournament. Absolutely pristine S-tier performance right there. And then appreciate Note as well for everything he did in helping prepare the assets and everything, or helping me prepare the assets for the tournament and the intro and the hype video and everything as well. And then a huge shout out, Little Fatty GG. This is our first time collabing together. Brought you onto the desk. You did a phenomenal job today. Mods, can we get a shout out for Little Fatty GG in the chat? You want to give yourself a shout out as well? Tell people a little bit about your content?
Oh yeah, so just my name is LoadFatGG. I know that can be a little bit awkward, and again, thank you, Boo, for bringing me into this one. You can just call me LF. But I do mmorpg content. I am the guild leader of Dynasty in Invoker, and you'll be seeing a little bit more of us in the upcoming matches. We've prepared a lot of stuff for this tournament. A lot of sleepless nights. I was actually bedridden for 3 days before this tournament, just to be well enough to be in the table, because we did a lot of preparation, a lot of work, and hopefully that shines in you kind of see that in the tournament, and we give you guys the nice, competitive, intense, close fights that you guys saw today.
Yeah, and I want to give the final shout out to every single guild and every single player that's coming out to fight for NA West. You guys showing up is really what makes the event possible. Every single guild that has made it this far, I really appreciate you guys showing up for the event. Honorable PvP across the board. Everybody kept it in bounds today. Great fights to every single guild that we saw today. We saw some great matches. We saw some good matches. But overall, I think every guild showed up today and did a great job representing their guild and the NA West community for the very first time. Thank you to all the leadership cores. I know how hard it is to lead a hardcore PvP guild, guys. It's a full-time job that you don't get paid for, except in clout, which a lot of you got to pick up today. So we're looking forward to more NA West in the future. Sadly, that'll be the only NA West that happens this week, because there's not as many matches in the NA West tournament. Thursday will be kind of an out day so that I can prepare the rest of the production, and we will see NA West at the top of the week. Next week, we'll see them. There'll be a 2-a-day next week. It'll be Monday and Thursday again are always NA West at 8 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Pacific time. I appreciate all of the feedback from chat and everybody that came out to watch the tournament. Now I'm going to ask chat, who would you like me to raid? Because I know that some of you guys still want to get your drops. I want to keep it in the Throne of Liberty category. Try to help out the other content creators here. I'll go with whatever chat chooses. Who would you guys like to raid here? We love Little Fatty. We do. Invuln. Okay, I'm seeing Invuln. I do see Invuln live right now in the category, so we can go to Invuln. I'm not Asian. Okay, interesting. We got Shiku in there. Shiku's going to be on the casting desk a little later today, and a little later in the week. Shiku is one of my first casters for EU. Not on the first day, but on the second day, because you can't spell stupid without Shiku. On that one. So interesting day. We have EU tomorrow starting at noon Central or 7 p.m. Central European time, I believe, is when the matches start. Again, guys, you're going to get every single day you have Throne and Liberty for this tournament. Every single day of the week, 6 days out of 7. Well, this week it's only 5, but you should be able to expect this. You can watch it at work. There will always be the YouTube videos on my channel. Will go up on the YouTube. Basically, the day after the match happens, you'll see the matches go up on my YouTube channel. Just remember to like the video, comment if you will, give support for that tournament. Again, W's to AGS across the board. I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to Invuln. Guys, we'll see you tomorrow at 12 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. CET. I'll catch you later. Thanks so much, guys.